Okay, and we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to what is essentially the 4,000 subscribers sub special. It's yours truly, as always, Marakar behind the microphone. And yeah, a bit of a later start time than anticipated, just because I've been feeling a little bit under the weather actually all day, so that's I've just kind of had to rest for most of the day, and I've actually finally gotten on to actually setting up the stream and whatnot. Um, Before we get into the actual format for today, I do want to thank you guys for watching the videos and subscribing and liking and whatnot, because it actually does help the channel a lot whenever there's a sort of comment or a viewer or even just the standard subscription. Like I think any of those things boost the channel into the YouTube algorithm, and the more chances that the channel gets boosted into the YouTube algorithm, the better it goes in terms of popping up for other people who are not subscribed. I asked the question a couple days ago on a community post asking you guys who would win this set in particular. At the moment, there are 282 votes, and it's 71% towards ExCaL and 29% towards ViViD, which is actually quite surprising because I wouldn't expect to be as unbalanced in terms of the votes, given ViVid's sort of record history, not only versus ExCaL, but I think versus anyone in general. I think it's very important never to count out ViViD uh, when it comes to sets. So getting into the format um, should be in the description. Let me just double check as well. But I know the format as well, so yeah, it's in the description for you guys. So just to let you guys know, this format is essentially a, I guess the best way of putting it is a blast to the past when it comes to the kinds of matchups we're going to be playing today. So it's set matchups with maps in particular, and these set matchups with maps are inspired by some of the memorable replays to me at least. So some of the maps include Arizona Airfield with Tank versus China. That's from a replay versus me and Boycah. There's Wasteland Warlords Balanced, which actually comes from a very old replay. It says demo versus China, but that should say demo versus stealth actually. I need to change that. Uh, yeah, I just realized that now. I'm not sure why it says demo versus China. Let me change that quick. Um, which is inspired by Rohan versus Karro. We have Farmlands at the Fallen, which is a Toxmare courtesy of me versus Size. Homeland Rocks Airmare, courtesy of Dummy versus Size. Tournament Desert Nuke from a really old replay between ExCaL and a player at the time called Tupac. We have a Tank Stealth on Oil Rampage, inspired by me versus Dummy. Oil Rampage Stealth GLA, inspired by me versus ViViD. Snowy Drought GLA Mirror, inspired by me versus ExCaL. Snowy Drought Tank Mirror, inspired by Fargo versus Size. This was the decider matchup between their World Series set. We got Trellum Desert with a demo mare, courtesy of me versus Size. And then a special one I threw in there, which is Jungle Wolf Infantry Mirror, which is actually my very first challenge matchup when I played my first ever challenge set. And this was me versus Roll back in, I believe, 2019. So, very, very interesting set of mirrors. I don't think there's actually any US mirrors in this, I realized. Uh, there we go. So, that's essentially the format. It's also best of 13, and the prize is $100. Um, So as I'm just gonna, I already made a, community post telling people about telling me how to run my content. I'm not even gonna bother with that. Um, Smart says, is this battle for the top one position and top five? Uh, Interesting. uh, Thank you, Habash, for adding fuel to that fire. Um, I'll pick that one because I think that one is honestly my favorite replay of all time, so I don't mind seeing that matchup in a modern setting. We can just look at the map here. So normally this replay was actually played on the original official map Wasteland Warlord, but the reason I specified balanced is because the official one is very imbalanced when it comes to the position of the supplies and the oils. I think the oils are biased towards top spot normally, and I think the supplies are really biased towards bottom spot, so it's better that we just pick balanced version so that way we can actually play a balanced game. Habash says, can Arabs understand the GLA song like Marakar? Of course. Yes, they can translate it word for word. If you can't, then obviously that's a litmus test, so to speak, for whether you're Arab or not. So these guys want to just look at the map first. So this is actually apparently a revised version by Jinty, but let's just look at the map real quick. So this supply has way fewer garrisons um, around this supply. This supply has been rebalanced by having way fewer watchtowers and more distanced from bottom spot. There used to be towers all over this perimeter, now it's only just these two. And I think the oils got put further pushed to the top right. So, I mean, this actually looks way more balanced than the official version already. This seems like an edit from Jundi.
You have been defeated.
It's done nicely. So we're gonna see here who plays demo and who plays stealth first. Remember, this is played both ways. Everything is played both ways, including mirror matchups. So it's just gonna be two GLA mirrors on this essentially to start us off. Basie says, cool map. It is a nice edit. Granted, it's still very much low economy, but it's a nice edit, I think. Given how many options you have in terms of editing this map. Okay, just flip the coin. It's gonna be ViViD as demo, ExCaL as stealth to start. ViViD seems to be bugged in the menu. There we go. I'm not sure if ViViD can still accept, but oh, okay, it looks like it. Alright, and we're starting off this $100 set with ViViD as the green demo in his classic emerald green. And over here we get ExCaL in the royal purple as Chile Stealth. So Stealth versus Demo on Wasteland Warlords. As I mentioned earlier, this supply has way fewer garrisons compared to the actual official map. If we go a little bit to the top right, we have these two oils, which can easily be used for an oil capture eco boom. If you set up a tunnel and take these two garrisons with RPGs, and looks like ExCaL is setting up for that as well, actually. Meanwhile, ViViD's just gone 2 supplies, essentially. And if we go to the bottom left, we have a similar setup to the middle top with the supply here. But over here we have 2 guard towers essentially flanking this supply. So ViViD's dropping down 2 tunnels, but the issue for ViViD is that his tunnels are actually going to be quite late compared to ExCal's, and this tunnel actually isn't even starting to build. And ViViD's workers are actually collecting around the tunnel scaffold. ViViD might lose that scaffold. He actually does, which is pretty significant to lose early on. Let me just boost my volume here quick. And an empty tech moving out from ExCaL just to try and crush some ViViD workers. Only gets 1 RPG. But ExCaL is going for what I was talking about earlier, which is essentially taking these 2 garrisons and then rushing an oil grab. And he's actually gone for 1 rebel to even make this oil grab as fast as he possibly can. ViViD sending out a tech. It's a grenade tech. And he's actually taking the garrison. Clever. To clear up that tunnel. And this grenade tech is actually important. I actually missed the TNT. I'm really sorry about that, guys. This TNT actually is very important. Because losing the arms dealer early on kind of negates the eco advantage ExCaL has from the oil right now. Tech does go down, but it actually does cause a bit of havoc in his base before anything. ExCaL returning the favor with his own tech RPG in a garrison, but ViViD's now prepared himself a Toxin Tractor. There's a Vet 2 tech, which is a little bit tough to play into. Ooh, ExCaL almost loses the tech. If ExCaL lost that tech, that would have been very, very bad for him. Because he's not even on an arms dealer right now. He is building a fake one right now. But ViViD has 3 empty techs. I would have liked to have seen him bring at least a worker here, so he can put some pressure with these techs, but when this supply is walled off, he can't really pressure this supply. Because he can't even get in, he can't threaten the buildings. Yeah, if he had like RPGs and a worker, he could unload them here and then really force ExCaL to respond. Granted, it could be a map awareness thing, but I do feel like it's almost kind of standard at this point to bring like workers with a group of tech, or like 1 worker with a group of tech. Another TNT landed by ViViD very nicely, and I think at this point, if you're ViViD, once you comfortably clear out the rest of these tunnels, what might be worth going for is these oils, because these oils, while they are being negated for the moment by ExCaL, and ExCal's taking the oil refinery on the bottom left now, they are still giving ExCaL a bit of an edge over ViViD. Just for reference for you guys, 2 oils is slightly better, and I mean very slightly better than 1 supply. So this essentially is like 3.1 supplies versus 2 supplies at the moment. And the only thing really limiting ExCaL is just the arms leader being stun locked. Toxic Tractor goes down and ExCaL does a little bit of an in and out. There is a Vet 2 quad for ViViD. ViViD does not want to scrap that. Okay. He's losing DPS by doing that, but he's also making it more tanky, so there is that. ViViD's actually just gonna gun down the oils manually with the quad instead of set up a TNT, which is nice because that does mean ViViD can preserve his TNT or something else like the base. Can't really reach that last oil, unfortunately, but another TNT set up from ViViD over here, and it looks like ViViD's actually just gonna TNT that other oil. Lots of RPGs coming out from ExCaL, and ExCaL now loses this oil, so the value of having this position is a lot less now. Granted, it is a strategic position to have, but there really isn't much value in terms of having that corner now. So now it's 2 supplies versus 2 supplies. ExCaL has a load of RPGs. This is actually what, a 10 garrison or 10 RPG garrison, I think. So this is incredibly full. Let's see. Khaled says this is going to be crazy. Thanks, bro. No worries, Khaled. Appreciate as well you setting up a couple of those challenges. I think last month between us 3, me, ViViD, and ExCaL. Those were pretty fun to play. ViViD's now doing a massive push into ExCal's base. There is a hijacker though, and that can very quickly swing this if he steals the vetted quad position. And he does. But that vetted quad was a little damaged already. But regardless, that gives ExCaL the concave he needs to barely win this engagement. There is 1 quad left over here. That is just being a massive nuisance. ViViD's actually already 3-star, but question is he on the bounty? Palace is actually going up in the middle near the 2nd supply. I like that from ViViD because he knows this area is very safe. So he's just gonna double layer up on buildings in the middle to make sure his supply is safe. Very nice aggressive tunnel here from ViViD as well. And we saw a lot of RPGs from ExCaL, so I am actually expecting a bust. There was actually a TNT here I missed again on this supply. So ExCaL is getting hammered really hard. And he actually doesn't... Yeah, he has the arms leaders down here now, which I think is actually the safe move because his main base I think is less safe than this area, which is guarded by these guard towers. Hello, Millard. Good to see you. Hello, Size. ExCaL is trying for his own base tunnel. ViViD's actually double layered up on this aggressive position. He's actually going to triple layer up. Question is, was the battle bus made yet or not? ViViD's fortifying this. ViViD's got his own battle bus actually. And no sign of demo upgrade just yet. There's ExCal's battle bus, and it is filled to the brim with RPGs. ExCaL I don't think has vision of this because he has no RPGs popped out, so when this bus starts attacking, he's gonna have a bit of a rude awakening. Yeah, ExCal's gotta respond, but there is a Jarman as well in position to actually intercept any battle buses. There's the battle bus. And a few RPGs already get sniped from the battle bus. That's about -4 RPGs. This worker has been completely unscouted as well from ExCaL. It's built its sneaky tunnel. This could be game ending if ViViD actually doesn't be careful about it. He has placed a CC now. He is level 3. He's soon to be level 4, but yeah, ViViD needs to pop. And I don't think ViViD has enough for his initial pop to respond to this. Where is the German kill is the question. The RPGs will defend against the quads. ViViD now has the demo upgrade. ExCaL's bus does go down. Question is, what is ExCaL's follow-up? He's only really hit this tunnel, but yeah, not much follow-up otherwise. Pops 2 quads. ViViD snipes 1 quad and he kills the other. Hello, Ahmed Spoor. Let's see. And ViViD, now level 4, is going to complete his command center. And also have access to Demo Ambush, which I think really tips the scale in this matchup. Because this is when Demo starts to get very out of control very quickly. When they have access to Demo Ambush, when they can do pushes in tandem with the Demo Ambush, and in late game once you have sneak attack, when you bait a pop with sneak and then Demo Ambush a tunnel pop, that's defending versus the sneak. That can be, in some cases, game ending. ViViD on the cash bounty, and that looks like 10% cash bounty. Or was that $10? That's $10. I think he has level 2 ambush then. We can actually figure that out from this tunnel. So the tunnel's 800. That's 40. So that's 5%. He's actually on level 2 ambush. Okay. Feel like the level 10 the 10% cash bounty is more important at this stage. But I think ViViD is just concerned about ExCaL massing a big army, so he does just want a chunky ambush to deal with it. Stealth Rebel gets sniped. I think ExCaL was just waypointing it around for vision. And ExCaL at least is making use of the spot despite the oils being dead. He's putting the markets behind it, which is very annoying to break given that ViVid's not on buggies yet. And right now I see 2 building 3 markets for ViViD. But ViVid's on a 3rd supply now. And ExCaL is on 2 markets. Stealth Tunnel does get stopped by 2 battle buses from ViViD. No junk repair yet. Worker shoes online. Couple of demo traps as well here for ViViD. I like that. Just to set up potentially for free kills essentially. Because demo traps for demo are 200, so you may as well take advantage of the fact that they're dirt cheap. And they can essentially whole mode a bus for a very cost efficient price. ViViD takes a technical and he actually just recycles it for his own TNT, which is kind of nice. ExCaL now building what is his 3rd market. Another TNT on another ViViD market. Buses do get popped out to snipe this oil refinery. Then 10% off on all vehicles. ExCaL's German is coming. There are actually a lot of vetted RPGs, so it's best to avoid losing those if possible, because that is a lot of extra DPS. Another technical coming out from ExCaL to try and TNT a ViViD black market. Demo trap does get out sped. And that's the third market actually. ExCaL has TNT'd. So despite being on the behind on the supplies, I think ExCaL is actually making it work. Because these TNTs are gonna really cripple ViViD's economy, because his main is dried up, his second is dried up, and what is essentially ExCaL's third is gonna be dried up as well pretty soon. So all of a sudden, ExCaL is actually ahead in markets. He is gonna be behind again once these two markets finish. They're real markets, but I think ExCaL is doing a very good job in terms of equalizing. Another TNT being prepped up. ViViD anticipating that a TNT is coming this way. ExCaL with a micro does retreat. But there is a decoy tech, which gets taken by ViViD. Question is, where's the real TNT gone? That's the decoy that was sniped. Real TNT, I think, is still in the tunnel. That demo trap might stop it. German almost body blocked that. TNT on the fake arms dealer. Nice bit of bait there for ViViD. Doesn't really lose much. Fake arms dealer is 650 only. And right now, ExCaL's on 5 markets, ViViD on 4, soon to be 5. Or no, he is on 5 markets. Very even game. But I think ExCaL is in a better position for his markets, because all of his markets are really well guarded. Because between these guard towers and these houses, I don't think ViViD can easily reach them. Whereas if you look at ViViD, there is still this open channel through the bottom of the map. There is a German there, but last we saw, ViViD wasn't on top of the German snipes there when the tech passed by. ExCaL actually now moving on to buggies, and this is another major advantage Stealth has over Demo. You have the 900 buggies versus the $1,000 buggies. So, and there's the demo ambush finally used. I mean, I think ViViD was just holding on to that for so long. He saw the buggies and just thought, I may as well get rid of these buggies and slow them down a bit, while also getting some cash from Cash Bounty and some XP to level 5. Maybe not in so many words, but essentially, I think that's what he thought. But he collects the 3 scrap piles of his brothers and just calls it a day after he takes a couple bot shots at that quad. Anthony predicts 7-3 to ViViD for this set. ViViD now sending a TNT. Does look like this left side is unguarded. The ViViD tech is messing around a little bit. Hits the radar van, but he ultimately does reach the market. And ViViD actually might get a second market with 1 TNT. That's really efficient. Even though it takes it to the hole, I think that's still really good for ViViD. Gives him the XP and the cash bounty, and also delays ExCaL for the moment. So ExCaL right now is actually on 3 markets. Meanwhile, ViViD is on 8 markets, which is pretty tough. I do think Scud for ViViD at this point would be very valuable, though. I think really he should start thinking about placing down a Scud, because by the time the Scud reaches like the 4-minute timer, like the 4-minute mark, if he places it right now, he will have demo ambush ready again on defense. So he can just kind of abuse that in tandem with the fact that he's forcing ExCaL to attack. ExCaL does have AP bullets. Does ViViD have AP bullets? He does not. Arumi says where to send for donation. Depends donation for what. If you're sending it for the World Series, let me know if that's specifically for World Series so I can send the proper link for that. If that's to me specifically, there is a donation link in the description. Also, if you guys want to add to this set, feel free to let me know, or feel free to potentially set up another set after this one, because I think I am gonna try and stream a little bit longer for today. So let me know if the donation is for that, or if that's just for me to keep, or if that's for something else entirely. ExCal's German is posturing for this tunnel pop, waiting for the bus. The ambush is still on cooldown right now. It is gonna be up in like another minute or two. But ViViD has broken this position, and that is 3 markets down, which is a really brutal hit to ExCal's economy. Almost loses the battle bus, but the fact he doesn't lose the battle bus behind this is insane. There's the demo ambush, kills half the buggy army. But ExCaL is very much pressured to do something now, because he is gone from 3 markets to 4 markets to 1 market in one fell swoop there, thanks to that battle bus push. ViViD's got his own buggies now though, and it is buggies and buses versus buggies and quads, and you do have to favor the buses. But having said that, German actually comes in right in time to snipe all the buses. But ViViD still has these buggies on defense, and I think between tunnel pops, it is just too much for ExCaL to handle. Anthrax bomb dropped on the tunnel does kill the German only, but that is still a very valuable kill. ViViD now floating 10k. Instantly drops on a Scud. He needs a second arms dealer as well, I reckon. Yep. But now ViViD actually has so much build space, because he has the whole 3/4 of the map now, because he's essentially broken this corner. That is ExCal's last tunnel presence here, and now his next closest tunnel is all the way in his base, or over here I guess, but that is still very far away. Increase gentle text size. Just increased it a little bit there. I don't want to make it too big. ExCaL picking off what he can, trying to get himself below 5 as well, but I do think it is too little too late at this stage, because these markets are going to start snowballing ViViD super out of control. ViViD dropping down 2 more markets, now in what was originally ExCal's oil spot. Nice use of the demo army, gets a snipe and then instantly detonates it. Essentially takes out 4 buggies for the price of that much armor. Retaliating with his own buggy horde. No AP rockets there for ViViD, but not that it matters at this point. And
You
ViViD
have been
takes the win
defeated.
of game 1 of this set. Okay. Let's see. So let me just update the score. 1-0 to ViViD so far. And I do think it is expected that you can end up with a bit of a slow hog on this map. Just because the map is a little bit campy. So now we got ExCaL here in the bottom right as the GLA demo in the royal purple. And now we have ViViD as the green stealth in his emerald green on the top left of Wasteland Warlords revised. So, are we going to see an oil boom here from ExCaL? Because there are 2 barracks. Or alternatively, we could see an all-in. I think ExCaL queued up 2 workers to mine this supply, but I think he's sent them in too late. Oh, I know. He's clicked it in before he's placed the barracks, so these workers should be able to collect. Yep. He's collecting now with these 2 workers. So I think it looks like it's all-in from ExCaL, actually. Unless this is queuing up the capture, because I haven't seen it build anything from this yet. Thank you, Hesso, for that. Appreciate it. Just a reminder to everyone, I am all for this kind of community chat, but I'd like to also keep it a bit civil, if possible. Worker here denied, but TNT straight away from ExCaL. It looks like it's a TNT plus eco boom, so it's not an all-in. ExCaL drops off a worker. ViViD instantly crushes it. And ExCaL is going to TNT the arms dealer. ViViD actually dropping down a very fast fake arms, so he is actually going to be on very little downtime. Thanks to this fast fake. But ExCaL once again locking down this corner. And essentially getting these 2 oils. I'd also like to see ExCaL booby trap these garrisons at some point once he finishes taking these oils, because if ViViD comes in with a Toxic Tractor plus Tech RPG, that will just weaken his bunker steel essentially, which I think is nice. ExCal's disadvantage with this build is that he is very much on the 1 supply, so he does need to really make good work with his early game in order to make up for the fact that he's on a one supply start. We're seeing ZH's top raiders have a discussion in the chat right now, but it seems pretty simple, so I'll allow it. Two oils, but he's one supply down. Two oils is slightly, and I mean very much slightly better than one supply, but it is still better to have this supply because ViViD actually is in prime position to even go 3 supplies at some point. There is a funny demo trap from ExCaL, which he could actually deny a supply scaffold, because if he is gonna put a supply, it's actually very likely to be there. ExCaL coming in with another TNT. Question is, what is he going to TNT? He actually TNTs the tunnel. I think he wanted a TNT the supply, which was a little bit greedy. I think he should have just settled with this arms dealer because he knew that this arms dealer was here for a while. And ExCaL pushing incredibly aggressively versus ViViD right now. Kills the super tech and the RPGs. ExCal's got 2 vet 2 techs, and now one of them's vet 3. He could actually just get a super tech. That's fake arms dealer going down. And ExCal's got 2 scrap piles he still hasn't taken. I think that's a big mistake that he hasn't upgraded to a super tech. I think this super tech, if this was a super tech, this would have been super deadly as a push. But ExCaL making the one supply build loader work thanks to these oils on the top right. And ViViD's forced to sell. ViViD very much getting cleaned up here. 2 more quads go down. ViViD with the scrap tonight. ExCaL floating 4K on one supply. I think he's just queuing up a load of TNTs now. And he's actually gonna get a second supply in ViViD's base, so ExCaL is now technically on 2 supplies, but it's not the second supply we expected, I think. And ViViD just says GG. Yeah, and I think between ExCal's oil seal again here and his very aggressive early game TNTs, I think that let him win that reverse very convincingly. You sound a little sick. Are you sick? I am a little bit sick, but I'm not sick enough to where I can't cast. And I think it'll probably clear up like over the course of this set, I imagine. Anthony says clean win. Yep, I agree. I thought Stealth should have advantage here, but it looks like Demo gonna win both times. I do think Demo actually is the one with the advantage because the TNT has so much more value when there are so few buildings on the map. So sniping any key building here can be a massive game swing. On top of that, if you do snipe key buildings, that does give you a massive XP lead to Demo ambush. And fewer units on the map makes Demo ambush more valuable as well to have. Um, okay. So who picks? Let's do ViViD spec. Hikashi says, I think this map is bad. I mean, the map is just associated with the replay here, which is the main reason it's being played. I don't think it's the best map either, but it is more a sort of symbolic map pick more than anything than like a meta map pick, I'd say. Jungle Wolf Infantry mirror. Yeah, just want to make sure to yeah, they both matched saying the same thing. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I'm putting that out there because personally a big fan of mirrors, so I like having them played both ways with swapped spots. Anyways, we got ExCaL here on the top left of Jungle Wolf as the China Infantry. And on the bottom right of Jungle Wolf, we have ViViD as the China Inf as well. So Inf versus Inf. No 3-dozer build from either of these guys. So far, it's mirrored with an early barracks in both. Wasteland Warlords Classic Alpine Assault is next. There is a revised version of Alpine Assault, I think, by Jundi. That's actually quite nice. But it is an old edit. But I remembered playing it a few times, and it was actually kind of fun to play. Have you ever tried Air versus Air Oil Rampage? Oh yeah, I've definitely played air mirrors on Oil Rampage. They can get very chaotic very quickly, but it is very fun to play because it does a lot of different things to a lot of different raptor groups you can micro there if you want to be very efficient. So ExCaL's gone for the Airfield barracks, whereas ViViD's gone for the War Factory barracks. Question is, have either of these guys set up for an oil grab early on? That is the question. Both players looking to take the top right. ViViD dropping down a bunker, but ExCaL already has a barracks over here. And the fact that there is no infantry to reinforce this bunker just yet might give ExCaL the edge. He needs to break open this top right spot. ExCaL is going for a little bit of a dozer snipe on the ghost over here, which is actually quite important, denying that barracks. ViViD has no way to reinforce this position at all now. ViViD sending his outpost mid. These are unupgraded MiGs, bear in mind, so they will reload very, very slowly. Outpost is getting dangerously close, and he actually did use one MiG. And I think all the MiGs are gonna die to that. I think that MiG shot was a mistake. Yeah, that's 2 MiGs already down, and the 3rd MiG is essentially gonna be camped out here. This is a very bad start all of a sudden for ExCaL. sells the airfield to deny XP. Does actually deny the XP, but also loses his base dozer, which is very annoying because ExCaL's down to one dozer in this top right corner. ViViD still on the War Factory barracks, but this outpost is still alive and well. This troop crawler now is camping the barracks, and ViViD could actually very freely go for an oil grab here if he so desires. Mines plop down on the barracks. Troop crawler is gonna get cracked open by the bunker. No capture upgrade for either of these guys, but ExCaL's supply over here gets camped. The remnants of the troop crawler gets the trucks over here, and ExCaL is really struggling now with this early game. Yeah, losing that airfield and losing the 3 MiGs does set you back so much as the infantry if you have a bad start. Flamer now out for ViViD. There is a small battalion of infantry over there, only 3. Outpost does get popped open. There's just a couple of infantry left over at this point. And ViViD is on the 3 supplies currently. Hi, Mamo. I appreciate the comments. Thank you. It's called Forbidden Takeover. It's not Forbidden Takeover. There is an actual Alpine Assault edit on its like standalone edit. It's not the Forbidden Takeover edit. It is the same texture and it looks very similar, but I think there is a separate edit for Alpine Assault. MiG does take down the Flamer over here. Still on the regular napalm, no black napalm for ExCaL. And ViViD's placed down a command center, so he can't get hunted now. And ViViD's cleared him from his main base, and this is GG. So yeah, this was... We saw 2 different builds there, War Factory versus Airfield, and we saw War Factory prevailing because ExCaL wasn't able to close down the outposts in time from reaching this airfield. Kakashi asks, what is the best strategy in Infantry, War Factory, Airfield plus oils? I actually think... I don't think either of those are the right approach in this map, at least. I actually was thinking like barrack spam 3 dozers. I feel like that's actually quite decent on a map with a lot of garrisons and oils, as well as these faraway expansions in the corner. I think the multiple barracks are actually a really good idea on a map like this. Big Size says, best map? Look at all these artillery platforms. Kakashi says, Marakar and Google best players of Arabs ever. Yeah, that's probably true. I don't think there's any other expert tier Arab players. Yeah, I would have actually liked a 3 dozer build here, honestly, from these guys. I feel like 3 dozers is actually quite good on a map like this, because I don't think War Factory is that valuable, and I think Airfield is a bit risky because of how much you can expand across the middle of the map and the corners quickly if you do go 3 dozer. So 2 dozer again for both of these guys, so no 3 dozer builds today. ViViD as the infantry again, this time on the top left spot, and ExCaL as infantry again on the bottom right spot. So I think, like I said earlier, mirrors are reversed. It's just the spots are reversed in mirrors. And I think that does add for a nice dynamic, because if you see what happens in a mirror and then you play it again, you have that extra little bit of mind games. Think about, is your opponent going to do the same thing? Are they going to mix it up to something else? I do like a little bit of mirror action. And speaking of mirror action, we have Airfield versus Airfield this time, which is very interesting. ExCaL setting up a bunker here, so I think he's anticipated that ViViD once again has gone for the War Factory, but ViViD's actually gone for his own set of MiGs, it looks like. This does not look like a helix from either player because all these tank hunters and minigunners are spread around throughout the map. Let's see. ViViD's setting up the bunker much earlier than ExCaL this time, and there's the first MiG for ViViD. That's the second MiG for ExCaL. ExCaL might just try and snipe that top right dozer while he has vision from this tank hunter death over here. Nope, he doesn't go for it. I think that's a missed opportunity for ExCaL. I think denying this. Oh, no, he is still going for it. Because I don't think he... I think he realized this isn't that fortified yet. So slowing down that dozer is actually quite key. Because ViViD could have got onto a very early third supply. But now ViViD has to play cautiously with his dozers. Is ViViD going to go for his own bit of dozer snipe? That is the question. ExCaL, no capture upgrade just yet. No capture upgrade for ViViD either. Is he waiting for 4 MiGs? MiG on minigunner. Kills it. For free. Couple of MiGs over here. Artillery platform saves the day. Keeps the minigunner alive because it took cover. This minigunner, I think, will barely lose. Oh, they actually both die. They attacked each other at the same time. And yeah, this is what I was talking about. So now ViVid's gonna return the favor on ExCaL. Snipe the dozer before he gets the third supply. Yeah. And now both players are one dozer, so they kind of both have to play safe. ViViD dropping a command center. ExCaL dropping a command center. Yeah, both players not wanting to get hunted here, so they're gonna just play it safe. No capture for either player. Oh, no, ViViD now has a capture upgrade. ExCaL is actually the one late to the capture upgrade. The wooden tower does provide a bit of cover from one of the rockets, which saves the flamer. ExCaL now aware of the oil grab from ViViD. I think ExCaL is gonna set up with his MiGs to try and snipe that. ExCaL was scouting here to see if he could find the dozer. Denies the oil. But ViViD has more minigunners on the way. ExCaL no capture upgrade still. Both players now on a command center, so they can safely go for their third supply once more. Minigunners dropped off from the assault controller. Ooh, bit of a blunder for ViViD. Gets what was 7 minigunners, but he does lose 2 MiGs for it. I think ultimately it is worth it though for ViViD. He is on the oil and he is going to be fortifying this position more thanks to the minigunners plus artillery platforms. ExCaL not having capture means he actually can't take these, which may be a little bit of a nuisance. ExCaL with a little bit of a drive-by, clearing up all the minigunners here. The 4 MiGs do cause a firestorm in the oil, but it is regular napalm, so it doesn't actually kill it. I think you need 5 MiGs, regardless of black napalm or regular napalm, in order to kill an oil. Artillery platform denied. Question is, will this oil get denied? That oil is still alive, which is pretty critical. This oil gets capped, but does it go down? If that doesn't go down, that adds a lot of money very quickly to ViViD. Yeah, this is a very, very good mid-game now for ViViD all of a sudden. 2 critically damaged oils, 2 times the oil barely survives. Minigunners from the troop crawlers snipes a MiG. Now it's 3 MiGs only, so it can't even cause the firestorm. ExCaL just sends 1 tank hunter to finish off this oil. Yeah, ViViD was dropping down production with this dozer. ExCaL now on a Lotus, so he actually could take this oil for himself, which is nice. Hello, Shay. It's funny. Truth be told, that map actually doesn't play out that well in Contra. I think, I don't know, it doesn't hit the same like in 0 Hour. It runs fine, like you can still play the map, but it just doesn't feel the same. ViViD might just gun down the soil here. He's gonna try for it, but this artillery platform will deny him. Lotus is around. I think she's just swinging for the artillery platforms here. You actually might get the soil. And ExCaL will end up killing this oil with the artillery platform. Mara, you Arab, you from Egypt. Open bracket, monster, close brackets, you know? ZH. La. I don't know ZH. Minigunners get picked off by the MiGs from ExCaL. 1 MiG does go down. But ExCaL on the subliminal messaging. You should get the patriotism upgrade because it actually does make a pretty big difference in infantry. Ooh, this flamer though could be good because the MiGs are still taking off. Yeah, one mistake I think from both of these guys is neither of them actually are on the black napalm yet, which I do think is a pretty big mistake because black napalm does also increase your reload speed by a lot. I think it almost doubles it, so you'd have twice as many MiG strikes essentially if you were on the black napalm. Lotus does get a bit overkilled, but I think the cost of that now is that this troop crawler is going to push onto this airfield, and I don't see any way this airfield gets saved here. Defensive carpet there from ExCaL, but I just don't think I just don't think ExCal's got enough to at least hold against these minigunners. He is fighting over here, but this concave is going to be very annoying, especially because the troop crawler's drawing fire. And I do think ExCaL is going to get cleared up from his main base very soon at this rate. There is a minigunner advantage and there are no MiGs out. Not many MiGs for ViViD himself. I'm not sure where the carpet went or if it was used yet. Yeah, it's just wave after wave of troop crawler. There's the artillery. Carpet as well is called in. Question is, can ExCaL somehow hold against this? ExCaL might get his airfield denied here. Does get the airfield denied. Supply goes down. Line of minigunners just mowing down anything ExCaL's able to make. Minigunners, once spun up, basically kill everything that infantry can make, so this war factory is stun locked. This power is gonna go down. I'm assuming a troop crawler is coming out, but that's just gonna get deleted in 1 second. And yeah, this is looking like very, very rip for ExCaL. And ExCaL says GG, and ViViD actually takes a 2-0 lead in the infantry mirror.
You have been defeated.
Roll says congrats Marakar for 4K. Keep doing more contra though. As I said, I don't really plan on stopping both contra or 0 hour, so it's a main focus on 0 hour right now. But I did do a little bit of coverage for a bit of time for the past couple weeks. So I is the king of Nuke, but who is the king of infantry? Ask Smart. I like to think I have a good track record on infantry mirrors. But ViViD also did look very, very clean. So that's 3-1 to ViViD right now. And it is now ExCaL's pick. Question is, what will ExCaL pick? There are still some very, very interesting matchups. Nuke Mirror TD is perhaps the most classic matchup possible. I think ExCaL knows this matchup like the back of his hand, essentially. TD. Not open middle. Yeah, just no bug scars. Yeah, if there's a matchup, I think ExCaL size, any sort of old gen experts know. I think it's Nuke Mirror on TD. You can never really go wrong with this matchup if you're playing it as ExCaL. So we got ExCaL on the top of 0 hour's #1 played map, Tournament Desert, in the royal purple as China Nuke. And we have ViViD as the emerald green once again, playing as China Nuke on the bottom of TD. So TD is historically and quite literally by the stats the most played 0 hour map online. You have an oil here for each player. You got these piles in the middle with a 2x3 garrison setup mirrored on each side. You got these bunkers on the corners over here. And you have your main and your second supply. And the way this second supply is set up is you can actually wall this off if you place it near the wall. And then put like a war factory barracks over here. And then a building over here. So sometimes what you'll see players do, for example, is you might put like a barracks here, your prop here. You might put your war factory here, your prop here. You might put an airfield here, a barracks here. There's so many different permutations you can go with here. ViViD has actually gone for something that I don't think is very common in Nuke Mirror, which is an oil grab. Like an oil grab with these supplies. If he went like middle supply, this would have made more sense, I feel. Because you can at least put the tank hunters immediately over here. And also kind of protect your second supply by using these garrisons, but by not doing that, ViViD's essentially left himself open to harassment from this Battlemaster. And ExCal's just postured his dozer to this oil, so he denies the ViViD cap here, and the second Battlemaster goes to ViViD's oil to deny this cap, and probably pick off the dozer for free. So not this is actually a pretty horrendous start from ViViD, all things considered, because his oil cap is getting denied, and he's lost 2 trucks. And he's had to play very defensive, despite ExCaL starting off in the middle. So, ExCaL easily back expands to this supply over here. Does intercept the Battlemaster, and ExCaL is trying to set up a wall over here, but he has no RPGs yet, so this outpost will pick off Dozer. And ExCal's rallying more waves of units into ViViD's base. Another Battlemaster camping 2 more trucks, so that's 4 trucks killed so far for ViViD. ExCaL has lost 0. Mines do actually intercept the outpost and the tank hunters that pop. The Scatling is going to force ViViD to respond. Really aggressive bunker actually from ExCaL. That is an incredibly aggressive bunker. ExCaL needs to force fire away so he doesn't kill his own dozer by accident by doing that. He does damage it, and yeah, very, very dominating game, I think, for ExCaL. Like I said, I think
You have been defeated.
if there's a matchup that ExCaL and like size and any kind of older expert can work with, I think a Nuke Mirror just they have that sort of magic touch, I guess, when it comes to Nuke Mirror on Tournament Desert. It is just one of those matchups they know so well. Yeah, I think build order wise, ViViD just had a really, really colossally bad start. Like, I think ViViD's got to rethink his strategy a little bit for the reverse of this, because I think he realizes oil grab just does not work, so he's got to try something else. ViViD could copycat what yeah, ExCaL saying dinosaur gaming. It is very much dinosaur gaming. Like, this map with this matchup is pretty famous among the veterans of 0 So once again, Nuke Mirror, but this time it's reverse. ViViD in the top as the China Nuke, and ExCaL in the bottom as the China Nuke in Nuke Mirror on TD. So I think ViViD realized the oil cap was not a good idea. So let's see how he mixes it up. Question is, will ExCaL do the same thing, or is he gonna mix it up? So based on this, it looks like he wants to mix it up a little bit. ViViD is getting a barracks again. I'm really hoping that's a helix and not a oil grab, because that did fail pretty much big time. Like okay, it looks like it's a bunker setup with that early barracks. I mean, I feel like if you're going for mid garrisons, I do think it is just better to take the mid supply, because you don't have to waste extra money building a bunker here. Whereas if you go for the mid supply and take the mid garrisons with your tank hunters, you essentially are saving money on both the bunkers as well as kind of protecting all of your money in one spot. Whereas by doing this, you're kind of spreading yourself a little bit thin, which I don't think you want to do in Nuke Mirror, honestly. In the early game, at least. I think in the early game, the best thing you can do for base setups is play very compact. And then once the first 2 waves of Battlemasters or Gats are done, depending on if it's Helix or not, you then spread out very quickly. I feel like that is kind of the standard mantra for Nuke Mirror. Yeah, ExCaL is playing it a bit slower, but by doing this, he's gonna try and aim for an earlier helix. This bunker has 2 tank hunters, so it actually kills that Battlemaster pretty quick. Battlemaster wants to trade with another one, but there's 2 firing at it, so it can't damage it enough to take it down with it. ViViD's dropped down his own airfield as well. So it's actually mirror setup right now. But ExCaL will get the earlier helix. ViViD's taken these mid garrisons, which is pretty important when it comes to quick expanding to the middle. Bunker does get unloaded. Into the helix. Outpost will scout the licks. And we'll probably pick up the dozer. He has one more dozer over here. Gatlings are moving into position. Bunker will phase away the helix for now. Gets taken to about 80%. Battlemaster gets sniped. Helix now from ViViD moving up. But there are Gatlings set up in such a way where he can actually trap the helix if it goes from the middle. So ViViD hasn't really done much with this helix yet, except posture it defensively for ExCal's helix. First third supply is being built now by ViViD. Second helix is out, probably a proplix, just to complement the bunkerlix. And it also just adds more effective HP to this flying army. If ViViD's helix or ViViD's Gats attack the proplix first, that buys time for ExCal's bunkerlix to close the gap. ViViD's bunkerlix does get taken to under half, but not critical health. And I think, even though ViViD is collecting from the middle right now, I do think his position is not as good as ExCal's, because ExCal still does have HP to abuse on his helix, which I think is pretty important. ViViD's helix is a bit out of commission for the moment. He's healed it to above 50% and he's going back in to try and clear up these flamers. Question is, what is ExCal's next move? He has gone for a Lotus to get an oil grab. ViViD's on the prop as well. Is he on a Lotus? Don't see one yet, so getting that Lotus will help even things out a little bit. ViViD's trying to snipe ExCal's oil, but ExCal on top of it by defending with a Gatling. The Lixes are actually just going gung-ho into ViViD's base. Does snipe the dozer, and I think that was the last dozer as well. So ViViD's actually hunted now. But he is on 2 War Factory, a prop, a barracks, and an airfield. He has all the production he needs. But now the question is, can he close out this game versus ExCaL? He will also now be on an oil, so he's on 3 supplies and an oil. No chain guns for either player just yet. I do think early chain guns is actually very valuable here, even if there's 1 Lix out. Because if you're gonna plan on spamming OVs as well, it is just better to have a few chain gun Gats as well mixed into it. So the few Gats that you do have are really strong, especially with the propaganda from the Overlord. And ViViD's trying to push in. His Overlord is separated from his ECM Gat army, so he needs to be a little bit careful. No subliminal messaging just yet, but ExCaL has a really good surround on this army. Lix is going in, but I think it will go down thanks to the Gatlings plus ECM. ViViD's own Lix is coming in, and he has a second Overlord coming in as well. Overlord is still here, but this Overlord has barely been cracked. ExCaL says, well played, GG. And
You have
ViViD
been
actually
defeated.
takes the game there. I honestly preferred ExCal's build there, but ViViD made it work with the defensive supply and the mid tank hunter setup. I feel like the revert taking a page from ExCal's book would have been more efficient at least if he does want to go with the mid garrisons early on. But I think ViViD did play it pretty well, getting that early third. Oh, joined the wrong game. Thought you were going oils. Confused me. Yep, ExCal thought he was gonna basically do the same thing again, but ViViD adapted. Good adaptation from ViViD. So score is 4-2 to ViViD. And 30% of people actually predicted ViViD to win. And the other 70% predicted ExCal to win. Making barracks and doing nothing with it. The barracks nothing strat. Nice. Let's see. Demo Mare on Trellum Desert. Demo Mare is very volatile. So this one is from me versus Size. I think I actually remembered the game as well I'm referencing with this matchup. This was a funny game I remember. I TNT'd a palace, I think. Size built on the left side of the middle. And that actually ended up swinging the game so heavily in my favor when Size had a better start than me. So over here, on the bottom left of Trellum Desert, made by Millard9, we have ViViD as the GLA demo. And on the top right of GLA, or on the top right of Trellum Desert, we have ExCaL as the GLA demo as well, in what is a demo mirror that's going to be played both ways. So, Trellum Desert, you got, I think, $100 in this crate. You got an oil here, and an oil in the corners, backed up by a couple of garrisons and this random statue. But I don't think the statue is interactable. You got these minaret towers guarding these supply piles over here, and you have a couple of piles close to these oasis oils. ViViD going for what looks like a tunnel build, followed up by a TNT. And ExCaL is going for what looks like 3 supplies, followed up by a TNT as well. ExCaL being cheeky, putting a demo trap to try and intercept a ViViD TNT. That could potentially be baited into a double whammy there. First tech is going to be just an empty tech to harass workers, but I think ViVid's first tech is the TNT. question is, will this TNT get intercepted or not? ViViD just goes straight for the third supply, just takes it out. Doesn't even want to play it risky around the arms either. Just plays it safe, picks it off, and cleans up 4 workers, 5 workers now from the supply line. So far, good start for ViViD. You have to say ViViD's start is pretty good. Having said that, ViViD's own supply line did get cleared up by ExCaL's MT Tech. So ViViD lost 5 workers, but ExCaL lost 5 workers of his own and the supply. So his workers are effectively idle right now. That is the TNT from ExCaL. But there are 3 techs going into ExCaL's base from ViViD as well. One of them is loaded, but because these techs are all the way here, this does mean ExCaL gets a re-hit on ViViD's arms here. Kills another tech, and he's gonna get into another worker line of ViViD. So ViViD not looking to a great start, despite actually having some pretty good technical harass early on with the TNT. And I think that's just because of the dynamic of 2 supplies versus 3 supplies, because 2 supplies, you do have more in the very early game compared to 3 supplies, but that does also mean if you're not pressuring your opponent quick enough, you can fall off very, very quickly, because 3 supplies does snowball quick. For those who wonder why 3 supply builds are actually just very good in Generals, it's because Generals actually has, I think, one of the best supply repayment rates of any RTS game. If you look at the actual math behind it, and you compare it to a game like StarCraft, for example, like any other game where you don't have like a resource format, kind of like a multiple resource format, but just a money resource format, you'll actually see that Generals has a pretty insane repayment rate. I think the repayment rate on a GLA supply is less than 2 minutes, for example. Which, if you compare that to any other RTS, is actually very quick. And speaking of very quick, I think this game may actually end up being very quick at this rate if ViViD is able to lock down this arms theater completely from ExCaL. Because right now it is getting completely camped by this tech RPG swarm. Very nice rush there from ExCaL though. ViViD does retreat with a super tech. ExCaL's workers are idle here. So ViViD is also on the 3 supplies, but he is a little bit behind economically still because this worker line did get cleared up again. ExCaL does not have a super tech, so he can't really engage the tunnel. And ViViD is actually picking off another tech. Yeah, ViViD with a super tech in GLA mirror is kind of a nightmare to deal with as well, because ViViD is very good at just poking at weak points in an opponent's defense line with this super tech. That is something I think I've noticed he is exceptionally good at. Nobody's gone for the oils just yet. That is just a worker, not a rebel. ExCaL's dropped down the second arms either. No second arms for ViViD yet. He did place this supply a little bit off, so a little bit inefficient with the collection there. Might slow him down like a little bit. Another TNT loaded up for ExCaL. And we see quads finally being mixed in, and ExCaL is transitioning to an oil grab. ViViD will intercept this TNT very comfortably. Kills all the terrorists with no losses. And ExCaL's got a pretty big tech army, but it's important to note that ViViD still does have a super tech, so ExCaL's got a rocket launcher tech of his own, but that is no super tech. As ViViD trying to TNT the army. Does get 2 technicals with the TNT. And he actually saves 4 terrorists. He only used 1 terrorist to do that. So ViViD can actually just use that TNT to instantly recycle it into another tech. Very efficient TNT there for ViViD. But ExCaL is going to be transitioning into the oils faster than ViViD here. Yeah, ExCaL is capturing the oil on the Oasis. No Scorpion Rocket just yet. TNT does run into the army. Detonates 2 to avoid giving XP. Are chasing the Scorpion. There is no Scorpion Rocket, so these Scorpions are pretty helpless right now versus Technicals. ViViD needs to be a little bit careful. That garrison is quite full. And he actually might get cut off here on the retreat. Oh, Scorpion Rockets just got upgraded, but he couldn't fire it. ViViD's actually got both of his rebels here. He's captured this oil, which is nice. Question is, can he expand to his 4th? ExCal's cleared up the tunnel on his 4th supply now, so he actually has access to it. ViViD, I think, just started the capture on his oil. Yep. And this is what I was talking about with the super techs. Just being really annoying. He just finds a random open spot in ExCal's base and then just starts poking at it. And it forces ExCal to respond. Oh, but he might lose the tech to the grenade tech. Barely survives. Both players expanding to a 4th around the same time, but ExCal is just a little bit quicker. He was also a little bit quicker on the oils, but floating 4k. Should definitely think about dropping down Palace if he's got that much cash. ExCal is actually 42% on his Palace, meanwhile ViViD just started his Palace. So there will be like a 30-second or 40-second period of time where ExCal will have the chance to abuse Palace tech, but I don't think that's enough time to immediately abuse it, but it will potentially mean that ExCal will get the first black market sooner, which could mean earlier worker shoes, which could mean earlier rocket buggies with the upgrade. Could also just mean earlier demo upgrade for ExCal here. But I think ExCal is setting up for a bus, and an earlier bus is something to be reckoned with as well. Yeah, a lot of RPGs lined up. ExCal is just essentially QQ8 is RPGs. Yeah, Palace complete for ExCal. 60% Palace for ViViD. But ViViD is pressuring ExCal off of his 4th, which is pretty valuable. ViViD is floating 8.2k, but I think that is intentional because he is saving up for a Scud. I think he just wants to drop down an instant Scud plus a market. I think that is why he is floating that much. TNT gets intercepted here. I think ExCal messed up a little bit. I think he could have just unloaded on this side and killed the oil more safely. ViViD on 13k. Yeah, there's the instant Scud. There's the instant market. Yeah, called it. And I think he queued up demo upgrade in the palace as well with that. So sometimes it makes sense to float if you're saving up for tech, like a tech building or a tech upgrade. Question is... Oh, wow. Early command center for ViViD. That's actually... That's ViViD on tryhard mode right there. He usually forgets the bounty. Demo bikes from ExCaL finishes off the oil. This oil is pretty well guarded, but once this pyre runs out there, that is actually another path ViViD could take. to easily kill the oil. This oil is pretty well guarded. 2 stingers and 3 tunnels. ViViD's got a bit of a tunnel wall himself over here too. So ViViD is 1 oil down. But he will be on a very early Scud Storm compared to ExCaL. And that actually makes a very big difference in demo mirror. Because a Scud does kill a Scud down to the hole in demo mirrors. Like if you're GLA demo. Because the demo Scud does have extra damage. ViViD's Jarman is out. Demo upgrade out now for both players. Worker shoes for both players as well. ViViD on the rocket buggies, so I'm expecting an early buggy ammo as well. The question is, what is ViViD gonna play as his main army composition in this mid game here? Both players are level 3 now, so both players will have access to Rebel Ambush once they make a CC. ViViD's CC is about to be complete. So if ExCaL has his own buggy comp, it's gonna be a little bit awkward to play into. Heard the Jarman. Yeah, there's the Jarman. Okay. He was on the arms dealer. Nice pick off. Gets 200 XP plus XP for killing the bike. And Jarman's vet 2 now. ViViD is level 4, which is actually pretty early. For a GLA mirror at least. And ViViD has his first Scud out. So ViViD's Scud is counting already, and ExCal's Scud won't be able to fire if the ViViD Scud stun locks it. So that is something that ViViD now has pressure over ExCaL. ExCaL now lost an oil, so now the oil situation is equal. This bus, however, will get quite a few buggy kills. Kills about 3 buggies before getting taken down. Minaret tower does get cleared up. With beacons. Oh! The command center actually gets taken out by the minaret tower. But fortunately does not kill the hole, because I think the command center itself is actually bigger than the GLA hole of the command center. Yeah, that's the first time I think I've ever seen that in an actual high level game. Yeah, ViViD's command center will rebuild, which is actually annoying because ViViD won't have ambush for the next minute or 2. That could make a difference, but really does depend on how many buggies ExCaL is on right now. Oh, that demo Jarman. That demo Jarman. Oh, he kills so many buggies. He killed 6 buggies. Oh, that's 5 or 6 buggies there. Picked off by demo Jarman. That's like 5 or 6k worth of units for 1.5k. So that's very worth it. Oh, ViViD might return the favor though. Not nearly as impressive though. Snipes 1 buggy. Demos 2 buggies. That's 3k worth of damage. But still efficient. ExCaL on the AP rockets. ViViD not on the AP rockets yet. I do think AP rockets is pretty important to get early as well. If you're playing just buggy mirrors. Yeah, ViViD really would like to have demo ambush right now for this buggy blob. He will have it in a second, so it is an option. Vet 3 buggy does get taken out. Oh, that demo ambush could come any second now. ExCaL needs to be mindful. Yep. Could have been a lot worse. That could have been so much worse, but ExCaL only ends up losing 3 buggies ultimately, which I think is something he will happily take. ExCaL now Scud spamming like a madman. ViViD's gone for the more market heavy route. Not a fan of the market route in demo mirror personally. Another nice demo Jarman there from ExCaL. And yeah, the reason I say the market route I'm not a big fan of, at least in demo mare, is because ViViD needs to be really careful. He almost lost his whole army to that. He did only lose one Scorpion. That could have been way worse. Wow, that is a very nice buggy there from ExCaL. That buggy just went full aimbot on the Jarman there. Or homing missile, I guess. Yeah. The reason the Scud route I think is better than the market routes, because Scuds are essentially a form of income as well in the late game when you think about it. Because you kill stuff, you get cash bounty, you get money from the Scud as a result, and you also threaten your opponent with the Scud. Whereas if you got markets, you can't really threaten them, especially if they're bunkered up, and it's easy to play defense as demo. I think demo has a way easier time playing defense more than anything because of the demo ambush, the demo traps, the demo Jarman, which did just die but took a bust down with it. ExCal's demo ambush was used on a single tunnel. Didn't really kill anything. I think he wanted to hit the bus, but he did miss it. ViViD's first Scud will fire. The question is, will it be used to stun lock or on the oil? Looks like it's being used to stun lock, or not stun lock, to kill the oil. And that is good that he's done that, but now the problem is that ViViD is gonna get threatened by the next two Scuds before ViViD's next Scud fires. And that is enough to stun lock a ViViD if ExCaL wants to. Demo Jarman gets another detonate on 4 buggies. That is a very fast... Okay, no, that was ViViD's Demo Jarman. That's why I was confused for a second. I thought ExCal's Demo Jarman just detonated. ExCal Scud fires. Question is that on an oil or is that stun locking? That is on the ViViD Scud. So he's looking to stun lock him. Three buggies from ViViD do get taken out at the expense of 0 buggies for ExCaL. ExCaL now fully upgraded, but now has the AP rockets. No junk repair yet for ViViD. It is nice to have that for buggies, just because that self-heal is pretty valuable when you're a low HP unit. ExCaL does waste Jarman a little bit. Takes out 4 RPGs but loses it to a tunnel. And I do think this game is slowly but surely drifting into ExCal's favor, because these Scuds are just staring down ViViD. And unless ViViD can stabilize behind the sniped Scuds with more Scuds with his market advantage, I don't think he really has a good shot at winning a late game. ViViD trying to tunnel crawl a little bit. Demo trap is actually right next to the tunnel, so that could end up... Yep, just instantly detonates it. ExCaL is on 4 markets and 3 Scuds, whereas ViViD is on 5, 6 markets, 7 markets, and oil. And 2 Scuds, rebuilding a 3rd. So economically, ViViD is ahead, but does that matter when you have the Scud count? Because the Scud count ultimately can just let you play full defense while sniping your opponent's base from afar. Demo ambush has not been used for a while from both players, so I do expect it to be ready very soon. That is the ExCaL Scud. Scud number 2 fires. And ExCaL is still looking to stun lock ViViD Scuds. But the main issue this has is that this does mean ViViD will keep the oil for much longer. So all ViViD actually has to do now is keep expanding with more scuds. ExCaL trying to finish off this scud, will detonate units on this to finish off, but it uses 2 buggies to do it. Was that worth it, is the question. Does finish off the whole, but could he have done that with the quads? There was an Anthrax here. I'm not sure if ViViD lost his army or not to that. I can't check tunnel, unfortunately, in live replay mode or live observer mode, so I don't know if he has his army lost, but judging by the fact that there's a couple scorch marks, he might have lost his army. Okay. So ExCaL got 2 scuds to fire next. ExCaL does have enough to stun lock 1 scud and kill an oil if he wants to. Demo ambush kills majority of the ViViD army. ViViD actually was scanning there to see if Jarman was there, but he just used the ambush instead. Oil finally gets taken out. So ViViD's eco lead is dwindling. Good Anthrax bomb there from ViViD as well as the Demo Jarman. ExCaL fires another scud, probably the stun lock. ExCaL beacons a new scud. That is the sneak attack of ExCaL. ViViD forced to use Demo ambush defensively. Bike will phase the buggies away. And you do have to say, ExCaL is in a pretty comfortable position defensively. Between these 2 scuds, which are pretty high HP targets, and just the tools Demo has that he can play defensively with, it is a very tough nut to crack. ExCaL wasting a bit with Demo bikes. ExCal's Jarman gets scanned. It's a race to whoever detonates essentially with that one. But ViViD had a low HP buggy as well with that, so he did lose it no matter what. Nick Tyler says 3 units for 5 scuds, of course it's worth it. What I mean by that, Nick Tyler, is that he overkilled with the Demo. He could have just used 1 quad because you only need 1 unit to detonate the scud GLA hole. Scud and a market gets taken down. Yeah, ViViD, even though he's on top of the demo bikes, he is forced to constantly move back, which buys time for ExCaL to rebuild his cooldown on demo ambush, as well as fortify his position and repair the scuds. Sneak attack from ExCaL once again. Do we see a pop to finish off this scud? Oh, the quads did not actually finish off the GLA sneak. And ExCaL kind of messing up a little bit. Okay, yeah, there we go. Yeah, see, it only takes one buggy to kill the GLA hull. Or one unit. You don't need 3 units to do it. And he had a quad he could have done it with, but he used 2 buggies, which are very expensive for demo. So it's a efficiency more than, like, it's not a question of whether it's worth it or not. It's a question of whether he's being efficient. Sam asks, whose playstyle do you try to emulate the most when you're on the grind to become an expert? Or do you think because of your modded background you have everything on your own playstyle wise? I think I had most of my playstyle sorted already. I was actually quite good as a kind of defensive playstyle. I think Scuba says this a lot, which I think is actually kind of accurate, that I can be very annoying when it comes to having very little in the game and just kind of holding the line with maybe 1 or 2 units and somehow coming back. But with that is actually not an uncommon situation, by the way, in certain mod metas, of being on very few units and coming back with those very few strong units. So it is a skill of being able to play defensively with high efficiency, and I think that is something that is kind of a trademark with my playstyle as well. With my early playstyle at least. Now I'm not sure. I think I still play really well on defense, but I don't know if I played better back then or now when it comes to that playstyle in particular. But there's scud fires for ExCaL, and yeah, ViViD, even though he has the eco lead, is just getting stun locked constantly, and once the last scud gets picked off, all the scuds need to do is start redirecting their rockets to the black markets, and that eco lead just fades away. That's why I'm not a fan of the market approach in GLA mirrors in general, but especially demo mirror. ExCaL pops 2 quads, finishes the GLA hole, but not the scaffold. Oh, now he finishes the scaffold with the 3rd quad. Anthrax bomb from ViViD. He's gonna try a final gambit here in ExCal's base. But I think ExCaL has demo ambush ready, and ViViD's army is very thinned out, especially... Oh, ExCaL, I think... okay, I thought he detonated his quads, it was just to the Anthrax. Okay, I thought he detonated by accident. Demo ambush on the sneak attack, kills the reinforcements. ExCaL gets up bunkered bus, but I think ViViD is running out of steam at this point. Demo Jarman kills 1 buggy, but that's a third of ViViD's army left anyways. And I think there's too many layers to kind of cut through at this point for ViViD to really make a dent in time. Yeah, I agree, Sam. I think your team is very, very much the favorite to win it at this point. I think you guys have an insanely good team between, as you mentioned, the best pot 2 and the best pot 3. I think a lot of people from TF community kind of overrate themselves, especially when they say, or not even just overrate themselves, but overrate other people. I'm not sure why, but I've noticed the 10K players who have very little experience on 50K have performed, on average at least, way better than the majority of the TF players. And that could be due to a multitude of factors. Could be tournament nerves, could be just 10K players having better overall skills, APM wise and whatnot. I think it's kind of a bit interesting, to say the least, because you can then make a debate about whether there's some degree of skill that you get in 10K that you don't get in 50K and vice versa. Rocky says camper. uh, it is a demo mirror, so I mean, yeah, Ruiz doesn't. I agree with the Ruiz thing, but I think I also need to update the score. I also do think Ruiz is just a consistent player, so even though he's got a baby on his lap while he's playing, I think he still is owning, just by the fact that he is a consistent player. Whereas if you look at the fluctuation in performance in that tournament, it can fluctuate so heavily. Like you can see people completely bombing out potentially. My experience with the tournament was not very ideal, I guess. I think as most people imagine. I remember the round one was a bit of a struggle, and the round one was not even that much of an intense matchup. All I remember from round one was one side was USA versus Nuke, and Nuke was winning that with ECM-less Battlemasters versus S&D Humvees, which was something else. I mean, yeah, I think people do overrate themselves a lot. And is that and overrate others a lot, actually, as a matter of fact. Is that sort of a tactic to kind of try and gas people up so that way they get cocky, or is that a way to try and make sure people uh, don't feel bad about themselves? I don't know. I'm just being very blunt about it because it irritates me, at least, when there's people that are overly confident without the sort of skill to back it up. I'm more than happy to recognize good play when I see it, but I also think having people who are overly, like, overzealous when it comes to their skill level is not ideal when you have a pot format, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Because you end up, what looks like even teams on paper ends up becoming very, very balanced teams very quickly. So talking about this game, instead of a TF tourney, there was a TNT on the supply over here, and there was a drive-by over here from this supply. ViViD is playing a bit aggressive now with technical crush. Might lose a tech. Yep, loses it to a demo trap. Another TNT from ExCaL. So ExCal's done a good job so far with the TNTs, and ViViD's also done a good job TNTing ExCal supply. So both players have been TNT'd, but ViViD is on one supply, whereas ExCaL is on two, but on minimal workers. Let's see. Let's be blunt and honest. Size is the most overrated player. I highly disagree with you. Um, I think I don't think he's the most overrated player. I think size is pretty good on his day. I think he has a method to his madness that I don't think people can follow very easily, but at the same time, I wouldn't describe size as like overrated or inconsistent. Oh, that demo trap killed 3-techs. That's a game changer right there. That's a massive game changer. Yeah, size has been around since the dawn of Zero Hour. He's been around since the beginning, which is its own feat, honestly. Like ExCaL had a hiatus going to StarCraft from like 2013, I think, 2012. Whereas size literally been around forever. The man has not taken a break in that sense from Zero Hour. Like he's always been omnipresent, so to speak. Zombies is saying ExCaL didn't win 1v1 50k and he lost one tour. Oh, we lost challenge versus 50k players 6-0. I mean, if we're going off of record Zombies, I think OE has a better record in 50k. I think citing one challenge uh is not definitive of like how good OE is. Especially if, as I said, we look at the stats, it's actually in OE's favor. If we look at it that way. So I'm not sure if we want to go that route. I think, yeah, I think you are right though about him not winning the 1v1 50k, but I think we also have to bear in mind that I think I know the tournament you're talking about as well. This is also the tournament I didn't win 50k. I think ExCaL and I played third place, I think, for this tournament. Bear in mind, I think we have maybe less than 50 or 100 50k games at that time. So I think that's also a matter of like just sheer experience, not knowing that. ExCaL also has this oil now, this oil. So he's actually on 2 oils, soon to be 3 potentially. But I don't think all 50k players are bad or whatever. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that a lot of 50k players do overrate themselves. And to be fair, there are quite a few 10k players that do the same, but the reason I mentioned this for 50k is because I noticed this is way more prevalent in the 50k community compared to 10k community at least. I mean, you have people arguing over whether they are semi or pro. When it's a pro round robin, they complain that they're not in it because they consider themselves pro. And when it's a semi round robin, you have people complaining they're not in it because they're semi suddenly instead of pro. But like with 10k or 50k, you have people that are saying, "Oh, this guy I've never heard, like, who's unknown even to 50k players, is like top 10." And it's like, okay, I can think of a couple of names that are like very good in 50k, but like, if I'm suddenly seeing Muhammad Football 55 is being rated as top 10 in 50k, and then when I watch his gameplay, he loses to like a tunnel cliff from GLA because he's playing like 3 arms dealers as GLA, then it's kind of hard to be convinced that they're all high level players. You know what I mean? It's not me dissing 50k or whatever. This is just me talking about how there's a lot of players that kind of also well played to ExCaL there. I'm not really commentating right now, but I think I tried to show the game as much as I could in the background. Yeah, I'm just trying to point out that I think people overrate themselves a lot. more than anything. Yeah, I mean, nickname's got a good point. I mean, ExCal's adapting to the 50k format, and I'm adapting to it as well, for example. But can a 50k player really adapt to 10k? That's a bit debatable. There's like very few players that can do that, and the people who do either play at a semi-level or they've already played 10k. So I don't want to say like 50k or 10k is better, but I feel like based off of track records, we've seen 10k players perform really well in 50k. Almost to the point you can say it's better. Air mirror, tank mirror, I'm thinking both cool. Let's try air mirror. That's air mirror on Homeland rocks, by the way. That should be a really nice one. User1234 saying, can we sponsor a game? Yeah, sure. If you want to sponsor a game, do let me know. I am gonna try and let the stream run after this set, so potential for a second set here. If you guys want to see me play in the next set, let me know. If you guys want to see these guys play again in the next set, let me know. But I have the stream set up for 2 sets today. Minimum. Maybe even more. Who knows? So we got Air Mirror on Homeland Rocks, ExCaL as the purple Air Force on the top of Homeland Rocks, and on the bottom we have ViViD as the green Air Force on the bottom of Homeland Rocks. Yeah. So Homeland Rocks, you have a very safe oil in the back. You have piles on your second supply, which is quite nice, because you can mine off multiple spots with Chinooks. You have your main dock. You have this little bit of a cliff, which isn't really that relevant in Air Mirror, unless you're dropping with MDs on that cliff. And if you look at the map itself, you have a supply pile expansion over here with an oil and artillery platform. You have a repair bay in the middle with some garrisons. And in the left, you have a pretty hefty amount of cash, an 8k dock, but you also have more piles here, which adds up to about 20k. When will the next World Series start? The next World Series will start in September. August, which is this month, is the qualification month. ExCaL has gone for a couple of MDs. And ViViD's done a MD drop on ExCaL supply. Size versus TumStep, please, says Ahmed Sabora. There's a couple of people saying size versus ViViD / Marakar. I'll see if TumStep and size are around. Proxy barracks over there, ViViD redrops. First wrap is out for ExCaL. Is the first wrap out for ViViD? He has actually delayed his wrap to put this proxy barracks. And it's actually gotten denied, so that is just a bit of time wasted for ViViD. Does get the wrap out now. ViViD not on the capture upgrade just yet, neither is ExCaL. And good split fire, uses only 2 rockets for the dozer. And he's gonna hit the other dozer, so that is annoying, because the dozer does cost 1,000. And he will have to rebuild the dozer to get more airfields out and more production. It's sending a ranger, now has the capture. ExCaL has the capture as well. Very synced when it comes to these capture timings as well. It's kind of nice. I think it's worth just plopping down a third at this stage if you're ViViD, because MDs don't really threaten this unless he starts massing them, in which case you can actually just make a couple flash rangers from this barracks and start clearing that up, or you can just expand here. This Chinook got hit, but it wasn't critically killed. ExCaL now capturing an oil in his base and the middle oil. Wrap is circling around. I think he was looking to oil deny, but he wasn't in position. He's gonna look to kill the barracks here. And that is one of the barracks ExCaL has. Chinook does get finished. Lone Raptor kills a lone Chinook. There is one more Raptor left. And as I said, there's flashbangs finally out now for ViViD. Yeah, I think both of these guys honestly needed to expand to a third quite quick, I feel here. Because I think you can snowball very quickly on 3 supplies. ExCaL dropping down a third and a fourth airfield. Made a Comanche early on just to deal with the Rangers. Ooh, airfield does get sniped with a Raptor on it, so that is a nice hit. Comanche is gonna gun down the ViViD Rangers in combination with the flashbangs. And ViViD's looking to take the right side. You have someone that's saying they want to sponsor Logica versus Fargo. That could be a interesting one, though I'm not sure if either of them are around right now to play a set. And sponsor from Ibrahim Hijawi. Thank you very much, Ibrahim. Appreciate it.
Ibrahim Hijawi donated $5.
I do appreciate the donations. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. Pilots are actually being sent out to scout from ViViD. Don't want to get chemical suits on them, guys. Let's see. Flashbangs for ExCaL and ViViD. Got a bit of a man spam war there. But I do think ExCaL will come out on top here. Yeah, I'm just checking in case anything's going on over here. Did look like there was a bit of an airfield snipe. I think he actually sniped the airfield with the Raps. I missed that, unfortunately, but with that, ExCaL does take the game. I think ExCaL overall played it very clean, but I do think both players definitely could have had room for improvement. Hello, Fargo. Let's see. Does anybody in chat want to help me sponsor a 3v3 game? I have $25. Would like to raise to 75. ExCaL, Marakar, ViViD, size, TumStep, dummy. Dummy, I think, is... Let's see. Faker asks, thoughts on who y'all got for World Series 2023? I have got myself in line to win it. That is who I got. So we have the reverse of the Air Force smear, which is going to be ExCaL versus ViViD. ViViD now on the top spot, ExCaL now on the bot spot in this best of 13 set, and ExCaL is, for the first time in this set, actually now ahead. And both players going for a barracks. Once again, I think it makes sense, given you have a really safe oil too. It's kind of easy to go for it. And ExCaL is selling his CC, which tells me he is going to do some kind of all-in build here. Yep, I think this is ExCal's patented. Oh, is this combat Chinook? That might be combat Chinook. Yeah, that's combat Chinook with that. Huh? No, it's not. It's a drop. I thought it was a combat Chinook, but this is. Oh, ViViD losing or ViViD killing this power actually might make a big difference if this is some kind of all-in. Both play. Whoa! Is this an air mirror, US mirror? What is going on? Both players sold CC. I just realized. This is just looking like a US mirror on steroids because everyone's got PDL Chinooks. Interesting. And this is turning out to be a no eco now. Okay. Huh. ExCal's now hunted, and neither is ViViD. Yeah, this is now just a glorified US mirror. What is going on? This is very weird, to say the least. Yeah, but ExCal's pseudo no eco is making it work now. He might lose his last dozer if he's not careful. How does one sponsor a sip? I'd like to sponsor one in the future. Oh, and okay, ViViD's gone Combat Chinook. I mean, Combat Chinook is a good response, I think, because it is just this 1v. Let me just keep my eyes on this game, and then I'll answer your question, Chris. Just a moment, because this game is shaping up to be very interesting for an Air Force mirror. Yeah, this is Air Force, not USA. ViViD's now hunted, and there's only 2 MDs in this combat Nuke. I'm not sure if he can really threaten it, and the combat Nuke does go down. And that's ViViD's last production building. That's GG. I mean, that is a US mirror on steroids. That is not an Air Force mirror. That is the weirdest air mirror I think I have ever seen in a long time. Because that just played as a US mirror. So yeah, Chris, just to answer your question. So I actually don't have a Discord server at the moment, but what I can do is I can send you an invite to a Discord server which is kind of active, and you can use that. There is a channel actually for sponsoring challenges. So let me just send that. That's actually ExCal's Discord link. Nickname says message the players you want to sponsor. Yeah, that can work. Sometimes players are not responsive though, so if you want a surefire way of getting some attention, I think trying this Discord server is your best bet. Yeah, ExCaL now leading 6-4 at match point as well. So now it's ViViD's map pick. That's how I do it. Message them, tell the formats all the time. Yeah, I mean, that is the most efficient way. I also just like having it put out there, just so it generates a little bit of hype. Okay, TumStep is around. Question is size around? We could get potentially a either a 3v3 or a 1v1. ViViD goes for the tank mirror on Snowy Drought. Classic. So the question is, can ViViD bring it back? Size is apparently in a TF challenge at the moment. Size has been roped in by the 50k community, so he is not able to at the moment. Let me see how far is Size in his set. Oh, it is 1-0 in a TF set. Yeah, this is gonna take another 2 hours. Yeah, okay. Size is not around for the rest of the night. That is but Sabor says TumStep ViViD. I can ask ViViD if he's interested. Let's see. Yep, nickname's right. I'm pretty sure it's very late for ViViD right now. ExCaL TumStep. Okay. I'll put a poll up just to see what people are interested in. I'll put the options up. I'm not sure if ViViD will play after this set because he is late, but I'll also put his name in case. Okay. Okay, we have Snowy Drought now. Attack Mirror. This is the decider matchup between Fargo and Size from the last World Series, which is why I added this into the pool. We got ExCaL as the purple tank versus ViViD as the green tank as well. Oh yeah, Fargo is actually a good name to put up as well. Let me actually add his name too. I could add Fargo's name. Yeah, just a moment, guys. I'll add Fargo's name. There we go. Now I've added Fargo's name to the pool. That could be interesting to watch. So, 2 war factories, both playing it on the safe supplies. As standard as it gets. Based off of that, I think ViViD went outpost. Looks like both went outpost because it's a mirror matchup, so they basically have matching cash. I think ViViD went double outpost because I think he just used 900. Let's find out. Yep, outpost number 1. Who is your top seed for this year's World Series? I have me number 1, ViViD number 2, TumStep, no, not TumStep, ExCaL number 3, and TumStep number 4. So Outpost Scat versus Outpost. A lot of this early game also relies heavily on getting that third supply early. Hello, Mrs. ExCaL. Thank you very much for the congratulations. I appreciate it. Yeah, ExCaL is doing well this set. He was pretty far behind initially, 2 games behind, but he's actually managed to pull it back, so good on him. ExCal's got a good concave on this army here. And even though it's a small army, it's not losing a lot. I mean, this does add up in a tank mirror to lose an army like this. And neither player has expanded to a third, but ExCal's gone for a very fast prop. Oh, but ViViD's gone for an even faster prop, and he's actually going to pump out a Lotus right now. Huh. So both players actually have opted to go prop before the third. Which is actually, I don't think that's a bad strat. I've seen Size do that a lot, and it works well for him, and he's essentially the tank master. Nickname says I'm not in your top 4. No, you are in my top 0 nickname. You are in my top 0. You are number 0, not number 1. That is lower than 1, so it's better. I saw a question earlier about what's the ideal strat for Oil Rampage Infantry. I mean, it depends on the matchup, but I think it can range from going early Helix to going 3 Barracks. It really depends what the matchup is. It varies. ViViD's gotten his oil and a refinery. ExCal's gotten his oil and a refinery. Both players are now on a third. ExCaL has dropped the 3rd war factory. ViViD has yet to drop the 3rd war factory. Flamer on the side has not been spotted just yet, and the ECM is out of position, so this could be game changing. Especially because ExCaL might posture in place to attack to distract ViViD. Yeah, if this Flamer gets like an oil for free, that could be massive, for example. But ViViD has vision now. TumStep versus Size versus Marakar is balanced at the moment. Let's see. Says smart. Flamer might get the refinery, which is still a good trade because I think in a tank mirror you're spamming over 100 units. So that's a discount on, assume you get the refinery late. That's at least half your units on a discount, which is pretty good. ExCaL will get the repair bay as well behind this, which does give him a nice bit of heal for his units. ViViD trying to bunker crawl a little bit. And ExCaL is immediately getting command center. ViViD's finally dropping the 3rd war factory, but it is quite late. And you can see the impact it's had because ViViD does have a significantly smaller army. The Battlemaster engagement is finally happening. ViViD's Lotus gets intercepted. There is a troop crawler with red guards as well that draw fire from the Battlemasters and tank hunters. And I do think ExCaL is in a very commanding position right now. Especially because he's 3-star and ViViD is yet to be 3-starred. He's actually about to have his command center ready. And bear in mind, this is a tank mirror, so rank 5 is just one battle away from happening at this point. It is very easy to get rank 5 in a tank mirror. Artillery is used on what looks like the 3rd, which is quite nice. This refinery dying is also kind of important because with the 3rd, the oil, and the refinery, you can actually go on 4 war factories here, but ViViD is kind of cut off from that option. So that just does limit ViViD's play a little bit. ViViD sees that the red guards are working, so he's mixing it in his own, in the troop crawler. And ExCaL is going for what's probably a helix. And yeah, ExCal's got a gigantic army here, and once this army gets upgraded with nationalism, this becomes a even deadlier army. No chain guns on any units. Not like there's really a need for early chain guns in tank mirror. I sound like I need a nice warm cup of tea. Yeah, I definitely need my cup of tea. I've been under the weather this on this day, so there's that. He's actually gone for black and napalm MiGs. Huh. Not sure if I'm convinced about MiGs in tank mirror. It's one way of doing it if you're ahead economically, to just spam lots of airfields, because with Lixes you need opportunities, whereas with MiGs you can just kind of fire shots without having to do as much risk. Huh. Interesting. I mean, depending on how he uses these MiGs, this could actually be nice. Never mind. That was not a good hit. He weakened the Battle Masters, but he didn't really get... He actually killed nothing out of that. That was not worth it. I think he needs to be hitting, like, bunkers, for example. Or maybe going around the sides, hitting the supplies. I don't think he hits the army with 4 MiGs. You need 8 MiGs, probably, for that. Because of the ECM. I will probably try and drink some tea after after this game, though. Why isn't Dummy streaming? Dummy's on vacation. I think he's even made a community post about that, about his streaming schedule and upload schedule. You should probably check his channel community posts just to like get the details. So MiGs causing a firestorm, weakens the Battle Masters, kills 3 Battle Masters in a gap. It's worth it, but I mean, these MiGs really haven't paid for themselves right now. ViViD's actually got the nationalism before ExCaL, and that is actually going to make a pretty big difference. ExCal's gone for Frenzy to try and get that little bit of extra boost. It is a very small boost that lasts a very short amount of time, but it looked like it was just enough to let ExCaL kind of claw his way out of the engagement. ExCal's actually gone for a nuke as well behind this. I feel like ExCaL is doing a bit too many things now. I think going for the MiGs, the nuke, and now hackers as well. I feel like you'd rather just focus on one of these things and commit to it fully. I mean, I feel like yeah, he's kind of being a bit overzealous here, or ambitious, I guess, is a better word of describing it. It's now running into the mines. ViViD retaking the artillery platform as well. But yeah, he will be on the nuclear tank upgrade and uranium shells pretty soon. Uranium shells boosting your tank damage by 25%, and your nuclear tank engines boosting your speed by 25%, with the downside of causing a small explosion if you lose the tank. Not as bad as the Nuke Battlemaster, but if you're in an army clumped up like this, that AoE does add up over time, so it's almost a side grade in a way. ExCaL losing units to rallying War Factor units to this mine spot. He needs to be aware, yep. ViViD's got his own nuke as well. ExCaL on the hackers. You're watching, Spalding, sorry. Oh, I heard it. I saw an EMP for a second. I think ExCaL tried to land an EMP here, but he only got one measly Battlemaster. So, EMP fail from ExCaL, unfortunately. Question is, can ViViD make an EMP impact of his own? He is only 250-ish XP from 5-star. That is an artillery that actually looks like it's on the army. No, it's on the oil. Nope, the supply, never mind. I'm guessing that's level 2 artillery, so if I had to guess his promos, I could guess the Frenzy, level 1 Frenzy, Tank Vet, level 2 RT, Carpet, EMP, and Mine Drop. Yeah, I'm not sure if getting the Frenzy was worth it ultimately though, because this does really hurt him in the long run. But I do also think the Frenzy was pretty key to getting. Let's see what upgrade ExCaL gets from the nuke missile first, because I do think it is kind of important. I like what ViViD's doing. He's got the uranium shells first, so his tanks are just going to be way stronger than ExCal's right now. That is ViViD's EMP. Much better, but it's not really gotten much more. ExCaL still doesn't have any nuke missile upgrades. That is a carpet bomb, and he just sweeps the entire army in combo with the mix as well. So even though ViViD had an upgrade advantage over ExCaL, he just kind of swept the whole army with general promos. And ExCaL holds. And bear in mind, ExCaL is holding with hackers, so I think it takes 8 minutes for a full internet center to pay for itself, but for a tank hacker, I think it takes about 4 to 5-ish minutes, if I had to guess. So, oh, that one missile going off meant he couldn't fire storm the bunker. Bunker, or supply truck, is leading the front line by accident. He's going back to collect some money. And yeah, ViViD still has the uranium shells over ExCaL, so these tank engagements are very, very, very much in his favor. Nice TNT on the Vet 3 Battlemaster. He's gonna lose the Battlemaster though to the AoE. Oh, moves it in time. Nice. Yeah, I'm actually curious as to why ExCaL has yet to get the Battlemaster upgrades for the nuke. I feel like, if anything, you should have had it way sooner. That might be a mine drop. Yep. Not sure if ViViD has the tank drop just yet, but yeah, ViViD is drying up low on eco, and ExCaL could win this on war of attrition, honestly. He has an oil and a couple hackers versus ViViD's one oil and soon to be dried up third supply. This looks to be a mine drop. Is that mine drop somewhere else? Drop in a war factor gets taken out. Nope, it's a tank drop. Okay, so his GPs are tank drop, frenzy, carpet, EMP, Battlemaster Vet, and level 2 artillery. Okay. He misses out on the level 3 RT, which means he could have actually killed the soil way sooner. I'm actually not sure why ViViD hasn't killed ExCal's oil, because I do think it is very much priority number 1. I'm guessing he's saving the nuke for that. Nuke is ready to fire. Question is, yep. So in the late game, the MiGs are actually doing a good job, but getting those MiGs up early on is very risky. Yep, that is the oil. But that actually might be the base, I'm not sure. It's the base. Not convinced that's the right move, actually. I think it was better to just kill the oil. Because I think he was expecting to push in to try and finish off the oil, but now ViViD just defends that spot. Yeah, I think he could have just eco-locked ViViD. I don't think he needed to hit the base. But I guess one benefit of this is he is actually saving his oil by hitting his power plant. ViViD needs to overcharge this to just get some seconds down on the nuke. ViViD actually has to be careful about his money because he could get eco stun locked here. Oh, that oil is not fully repaired. So the artillery, even though it's level 2, will still kill it. If he kills the power as well, then it's super GG. Yeah. ViViD actually could have saved that oil. Really big mistake that he didn't, because now ViViD has no income and ExCaL is still on hackers. Don't know if ViViD has a Lotus or ExCaL has a Lotus at this point. There's no prop, so no way to rebuild a Lotus anytime soon. Don't think that either of them have a Lotus. That looks to be an EMP drop to try and slow down the nuke. Yup. ExCaL might just use those MiGs on the army when he sees it. Carpet on the nuke. He actually just wants to focus it down with the MiGs and the Battlemasters. I think that's ViViD's EMP though. Oh, it's my drop. Okay. If that was EMP, that would have been really, really sick. But ViViD's EMP is not far off from cooldown. That is ViViD's carpet though. Gets a good chunk of the army. And this is really good for ViViD. This is very good that he's actually able to finally clear this up. Yeah, ExCaL never went for the Battlemaster upgrades, which really surprises me. That is a mine drop from ExCaL. But yeah, now ViViD's issue is the Air Force, because he actually has no way of dealing with air units once these 2 GATs are dead. Or 3 GATs. There is actually a Licks out. Gatlicks, or not Gatlicks, Bunker Licks and a Prop Licks, but I think ExCal's used the Frenzy on the Helix to try and buffer it up. That's a bit ambitious though. Fighting into the ECMs, the Gatlings at different angles. ExCaL needs to be careful because he could lose this still. It's 2 minutes left on that nuke and ViViD has very little cash left, but I think he does have enough to still close out the game if he needs to. Artillery now from ViViD. Oh yeah, the artillery was over here. I figured it was on the oil. Narumi says purple wins this. Right now it's looking really much in purple's favor. And I think that's an EMP from ExCaL. Is that on the airfield? It is. Disables a MiG and kills 1 MiG in the air. 1:10 left on the nuke for ExCaL. Can ViViD close this game out before ExCaL fires that nuke and does critical damage? There is a Proplix left, but it's not really going to be useful. Carpet whiffs. Airfield has to get sold, but does get killed with the MiG. There is a MiG left, a new MiG is out. Carpet on ExCal's power and war factory. That won't put him on low power. He's still ticking on the timer. And ViViD takes an engagement. He actually does not have horde bonus anymore because he's low on battle masters. And I think ViViD is just gonna lose on a battle of attrition here. ViViD will edge out thanks to the nuclear shells or the uranium shells. But this one Battlemaster is able to phase away this army because Battlemaster is low and the rest of the army is Gats. ExCaL is setting up on the command center, I think, with the level 2 artillery plus nuke. Battlemaster almost gets taken out, very low. Kills the war factory, and ViViD is on 3 buildings left. But ViViD is on virtually no production now. ViVid's bringing his supply trucks. We actually shouldn't do that because he will give really easy vets to the units at this point. Last drop says, what a game. I agree. This is a really good game to end off on. Because right now, yeah, these vet 2 hackers are actually starting to pay for themselves. So ExCaL is able to prolong this game, and ViViD can't really prolong it. ViVid's actually made a barracks to try and get any bit of unit out. The Proplix is trying to weaken the command center for the nuke. Very cute. Nuke is fired, but it's on the army. Oh, it's a direct hit! Oh, it's a direct hit on the army. And ViViD loses the entire ground army, except for 1 Gatling, which will chase away this Proplix. Maybe even kill it. But ViViD can't win now. ViViD has no way of closing out this game. All ExCaL needs to do is just sit back and wait for his promos. And once he waits for all of them, he can combo on the command center. Even 1 tank drop alone can kill ViViD at this point. ViViD says GG's all played. Nice game to end it off on for this set.
You have been defeated.
It's a really nice game to end off on. So let me just look at the poll now, see what the results are. So 59% say Fargo. Wow, a lot of people actually want to see Fargo versus TumStep. That's very interesting. If Fargo wants to play, I'm more than happy to like cast that. If not, we can work something else out. Okay, I think Fargo has agreed actually to play TumStep, so let me just get... Okay, do a joint call, let's do that. Yeah, ViViD saying he made hackers. Let's see what we got over here.
Ooh.
Hello.
Hey. Very nice format, by the way. A lot of actually GGs throughout on different maps, what have you. And quite a nice one to end on. I was actually getting very worried.
Yeah, that was a really nice set. The last game was really nice. The USA mirror was also very interesting as well. The second air mirror basically played as a USA mirror on
The
steroids.
second, yeah. We were being cheeky there, both selling CC and doing naughty stuff, yeah.
Yeah, I was confused for a second for the matchup because I thought I had no USA mirrors in the format.
Yeah. No, I'm quite happy with that comeback because I was 2-4 down at one point.
Yeah, you were 2-0 down or 1-3 down, I think.
1-3 down. Okay. Yeah, I knew I was sort of two behind, but with that format, you can come back. It's yeah, pretty much every game's winnable. So
I think the dinosaur game was pretty good. I think the first one was very very convincing win for you. Um, the second game, I was very worried about his build order, and I was saying this on stream because I do think if you're going barracks to get the early tank hunters, I honestly do think it is better to get the mid supply because you save up on more money because you're not building bunkers on the sides. But he
yeah.
made it work, which actually was kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I rally scouted and thought he's either going oil grab or like helix, and so I actually truck rushed down the right, and it wasn't an oil grab at all. So yeah, I kind of set myself behind, and he got control of the mid and yeah, expanded quicker, and he played it out well. He just yeah, he curveballed me there. I didn't expect what he did, so it was nice from him
Hmm.
for sure.
Yeah, what is your opinion on reversing mirrors, by the way? Because I think it does make a big difference when you're able to reverse mirrors, especially if you lose convincingly in the first one, and then the second one you're able to adapt.
Yeah, I quite like it. Also on TD specifically, I think if you're top spot or bottom spot, it can play out differently. Like I was quite comfy going mid supply on TD in the first game, but I wasn't really sure if I fancied it in the second game. So I think yeah, position and reversing it with a bit of a mind game, I think is nice because you think to yourself, are you going to repeat the strat? Is he going to counter me? And ViViD mixed it up in the Inf mirror and won it both ways. He did that nicely, so I quite like it. Yeah, I
Hmm.
do like reversing the mirrors.
Yeah, and I do think mirrors are generally, I don't know, I feel like some people don't like mirrors, but I think mirrors are probably one of my favorite matchups because it is very much a pure skill thing more than anything because
Mm.
a lot of it does come down to outmaneuvering, out strategizing, out microing, out macroing, out everything essentially, rather than
Yep.
predicating it on like matchup advantage. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. Definitely. Definitely. But yeah, that was a hard set
Yeah,
for
and I
sure.
and it's looking like I might actually be casting a second set here, and I think you're gonna
Okay.
be very interested about this matchup in particular. It's Fargo
All right.
versus TumStep.
Okay. Wow.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we've not seen that for a while, so awesome. I mean, that's cool. Yeah. I think TumStep's obviously in great form and Fargo's a bit rusty, so you'd say TumStep's the favourite there, but let's see what the old dog can do. Yep.
Uh-huh. I'm actually very curious to see how this one goes because this could end up being very close, or this could end up being a major whitewash. I honestly don't know.
Mm, yeah.
Um, I'm just doing the coin flip right now for who picks first on that one. Are you gonna be tuning in for the rest of the stream, or what's?
I'm probably gonna go before it gets dark for a little run, and then I'll be back later and I'll check it out for sure. Yep.
Okay, sounds good.
Good stuff. But thanks for the invite and congrats once again. And hope everyone enjoyed those games. I definitely enjoyed those games. So yeah, it was good. Well played to ViViD as well.
All right.
All right. Well, enjoy TumStep versus Virginio, and I'll catch you in chat a little bit later.
All right. All right.
Good stuff. Right. Enjoy.
Take care. Okay, I'll allow only for like one veto, but I'm not allowing for. I'll say no new maps and only that for a veto. Let's just wait a little bit, see what's going on. Um, Smart says Fargo versus Boycah makes more sense. I mean, Fargo kind of stomped Boycah a couple times already. I feel like he's actually. I think Fargo is actually playing better than Boycah. Okay, TumStep is on the way. Let me actually just get some tea because my throat is really, really parched. I need to drink something. So I'll be back in a moment. Okay, I am back. I'm just waiting for some water to get hot, then I will be picking up my team next game. Let's see what we get. Start off with the GLA mirror. So we got TumStep in the top of Vendetta, picked by Fargo since he did win the coin flip for map pick as the GLA vanilla. And we got Fargo on the bottom of Vendetta as the blue GLA demo. So I think this is a matchup Fargo's pretty familiar with, and I think TumStep's also pretty familiar with, so it should be interesting to watch. Who do I think will win out of these two? I actually don't know, you know, because I think even though there is this running gag that Fargo does do the same build orders constantly, I mean, when you do the same build orders constantly, you do develop a really good muscle memory when it comes to doing those builds. So Fargo will be pretty proficient at doing these builds, even though they might look a bit identical from time to time. TumStep is setting up for what looks like 3 barracks, just a box. Fargo is not doing that many boxes. He's gone 3 supplies TNT, is classic. And Fargo is the demo, so he's got a pretty strong TNT. TumStep's actually gone for TNT of his own, I think. Technicals greet each other with 1 bullet, and they skid past. Ooh, nice intercept there from TumStep. And nice intercept from Fargo. So both TNTs intercepted so far, but Fargo's TNT was pretty loaded, whereas TumStep's was just a single terrorist. Ooh. Did crush 3 terrorists. The 4th one did detonate, but he did get a lot of terrorists out of that for free. Fargo trying to get his way into the box, but does not. Tunnel denied, but Fargo loses a tech. Both players getting a tunnel on the left side, but TumStep will finish first. Fargo steals a scrap of his dead technicals remains. And Fargo will be denied from this left-hand side completely. He has no presence on the left. TumStep also going for a sneaky tunnel. TumStep is getting dove on by these 3 techs, but Fargo is getting gunned down now by the garrison. And I'm not sure if that's a favorable trade. TumStep does have a sneaky tunnel, but I don't think he has enough to push just yet, so he's just gonna hold off on revealing that tunnel. TumStep is still getting denied over here, and this garrison will actually kick him off from any tunnels here. So TumStep is actually... Oh, never mind, he brought a worker in the technical. And that is a very, very loaded tunnel, full of RPGs. Tractor clears up the garrison, and TumStep can actually retake this garrison for himself. And all of a sudden, this is looking a lot more grim for Fargo because he had this advantage of kicking TumStep off the oil spot, but now he is in equal footing with him. TumStep pulls 3 random workers. I think he's trying to mine off of these supply piles in the back. No, he's not, but I think he is mining separate piles in the front. Nice TNT from Fargo. Does clear up an arms dealer. And TumStep goes for a very aggressive push. There is a Fargo demo trap. That could be very, very useful if he baits it towards the tunnel. 200 IQ. But this army is pretty scary as well from TumStep. Oh, he might proc his own demo trap. He did damage the demo trap. But yeah, Fargo's in danger right now because he did lose both arms dealers. And that demo, oh, he kills a lot of RPGs and the super tech and a quad. Fargo does lose his only quad right now though. And he is not on production, whereas TumStep's still on the 1 arms. Another TNT is loaded up, ready to go. Got some predictions in chat for the score. Fargo 7, TumStep 1. Smart is wondering 7-3, 7-4 potentially for a score line, but no specific names. Yeah, that demo trap was pretty important for Fargo. I think that probably gave him a bit of a chance. TumStep beacons the demo trap, but beacons the wrong spot. Fargo got a grenade tech now, and he's being very annoying. I think he can run. He should have probably ran through the right side here. There's only 1 quad versus 2 quads. He probably could have just skipped past the 1 quad. TumStep has actually kicked Fargo off of this position again, and he's now collecting on a 4th. This quad is going to deny the tunnel, but not without losing it. Oh, the worker's alive. Nice. So that's just free pickings. TumStep is setting up for an oil grab, but it looks like TumStep has actually lost his arms dealer again, and I think that's another TNT. That is a demo trap in a very peculiar position as well, so that could be good to actually kill that. Is he gonna TNT the arms dealer building? Not convinced that's worth doing. That felt like unnecessarily risky to do. He might still get the arms dealer here though. He does get the arms here, but he doesn't finish it to the hole though. Yeah, I feel like if you see that's a fake arms dealer, you shouldn't really try and be like aggro on that. It is 650 for a fake, so it's not like you're losing much anyways. You may as well hit the supply if you know this is a fake arms dealer, or redirected the other arms dealer. TumStep is now going for the oil. Yeah, and Fargo is on a bit of pressure. He has enough RPGs to load up a bus. TumStep is nowhere near a palace, whereas Fargo has started on it. The technical husk actually manages to crush the rebel. That is really important for Fargo to delay that oil grab, because TumStep could just flat out brute force Fargo with this eco lead. He's starting the palace now. I think the reason he has yet to brute force him is just because he keeps resetting the arms leaders, which is good on Fargo. This could be a good bait here with this army. If he attacks this tunnel, maybe he pops here. That could actually be very smart. TNT on the oil from Fargo. So actually completely denies the oil grab altogether. So he hasn't even gotten the 1k. TumStep pops here, but there is a line of demo traps that he is risking walking into, and he doesn't have a radar van yet. Will we see TumStep moving to the demo trap? Fargo will get the oil. Toxin tractor is popped. And Fargo is on the 2 arms. And TumStep's on the 2 arms. Tech picks off a terrorist. Ooh, Tractor actually did clear this up, and he has managed to kick Fargo off this position. That was the only bit of map presence Fargo had, really. And now Fargo is looking in a really dire spot if this oil goes to TumStep. Issue is Fargo actually can't even TNT his own oil because he's demo. So he can't even deny his own oil. He can't deny it with demo bikes, he can't deny it with TNT. He has to kill it with units if he wants to deny it. Three terrorists loaded up. I'm really hoping he's not using that on the oil. It's 4. Okay, it's for something else. But Fargo has a gigantic army, given the fact that he was economically behind. And I think Fargo's just gonna try and go gung-ho and break TumStep from the front. Because he knows he can't stall out TumStep at this stage, because TumStep's already on this equally. It looks like the supply was destroyed by the TNT. Oil cap gets denied by what I assume was a German bus. Say yacht. I think he's trying to say it. March Smart says if Fargo beat TumStep, we all will retire. March Smart, I'm not gonna retire with you, man, because right now it's looking good for Fargo, but I don't know what the hell he's doing because he's just left his units AFK. Yeah, I mean, oh, okay, he was microing here. I mean, yeah, this is why you shouldn't be cocky sometimes, especially if the game isn't over. Like, you never want to count a game over versus anyone who's like good at the game. Because now Fargo is in a really bad shape. He just used his ambush. He's gonna lose this oil to TumStep, who will try and cap it. He's locked out from this left side entirely, but TumStep's actually not collecting. He's actually only on 1 worker here, but all his workers are AFK. He's not on the fortified structure either, which he really should get at this stage versus demo, because it does make a difference versus TNTs. Fargo drops off on the supply, kills the workers and the supply. TumStep is not placing this supply well when it's getting TNT. He needs to place it properly. Demo bike gets a deny on the oil cap again. I would honestly deny this oil at this point from TumStep, because if you really think about it, you have an eco lead anyways here, so why bother giving Fargo these extra thousands of cash if he's just gonna keep going for these cheeky denies? I think I'd just kill it at this point. Yeah, focus it down. He's doing that with buggies and bus. Scud launcher out from Fargo, of all things. Interesting unit of choice. It's not the worst unit, honestly. They can be very good, but they're pretty situational. I'm not sure how useful they'll be this game, but it means Fargo will be able to safely clear these, which is nice because it is less pressure on him. And it also allows for these annoying scud pops, where he just fires a rocket to phase away any units. No buggies caught there. Fargo going for another TNT, hitting markets. 3 terrorists dropped. He has, I'm guessing, 1 or 2 more terrorists. Fargo is very much aggressive with the denies and the harass this game. That looks like level 1 cash bounty. That was 5%. Yeah, 1 more terrorist only. Which is gonna be annoying because he can reset the worker line again. If it doesn't get stopped. He's actually doing that with demo bikes too. So even though TumStep has had an eco lead the whole game, Fargo's actually done a good job at keeping him off bay. TumStep's actually still got to collect 10k here to put it into perspective how much damage he's done. And Fargo, it's mined 4k more off of this as well. But now TumStep is stabilizing with buggies, and this can get very nice. Oh, the demo trap earlier finally kicks in. Kills 2 buggies, a Scorpion, and bunkers a bus. Yeah, that demo trap finally shined, and it definitely pulled its weight. Fargo Toxin Tractor killed his own Jarman with the Toxin Tractor. That's a bit of an oopsie. Let's see. So TumStep's still on the 4 markets, and he's mining here, which is 5k. Fargo is on 7 markets. So Fargo is actually ahead in markets. Because of all of the TNTs, because of all the harass, the denies on the soil. Fargo has actually managed to put himself ahead in the black market game. Which is kind of insane. If you looked at Fargo's start, he looked like he was in really, really dire shape. And he's actually managed to kind of pull it back in this mid game. You do have to give him props for pulling it back like that, because that is not easy to do. Especially as demo, because you have to keep landing TNTs. If you fail your TNTs, it spirals really out of control very quickly. Now it's in a bit of buggy war. Question is, who will come out on top of this buggy war? Fargo does have a scud launcher, so he can fire uphill if he needs to. That is the benefit of having this scud launcher too. It just forces these really awkward engagements when you have the scud firing like that. Did Fargo predict? Nobody fired on the tunnel and still picks off a buggy. It is GLA buggies versus demo buggies, so 900 versus 1000. But especially in these early skirmishes, it's kind of important to get these engagements right. Jarman gets detected by a radar scan. Another TNT from Fargo comes in, looking for some black markets. I like what Fargo did there. He used the demo bike to distract the attack notification, so that way he can actually get in. So TumStep probably pressed spacebar. He pressed space like this, and then it went over here. But Fargo was mainly looking at the TNT. It's a nice micro trick. Anthrax bomb out for Fargo now. So Fargo's 5-star. Fargo could actually win the game off of this Anthrax if he gets if he stun locks production. And Jarman gets saved barely in time. Buggy and radar van get killed, but the production is camped out. Question is, can Fargo close out this game now? Is that a scrapped scud launcher? Or is that a regular? I think that's a regular scud launcher. Anthrax gets contaminated by the Toxin Tractor to clear it up. Command center being dropped by TumStep. He is 800 from 5-star. That is a Vet 3 Scud launcher, and Fargo Scud actually kills this buggy accidentally. And it is just a regular Scud launcher, not salvage. The salvage gives the Scud launcher 10% extra range for each level of scrap. Oh my word. Oh my word. That is 5 buggies dying to the TNT. That could actually just decide the game right then and there if he has sneak attack. Question is Fargo ready to sneak or not? If he is, and he sneaks like here, I don't think TumStep can defend. Fargo's getting a Scud. Yeah, he's doing these skirmishes here, but I don't think he needs to fight this anymore. I think he just TNT'd the whole army. He can easily just end the game, no? I feel like the fighting here is kind of wasting his tome, if anything. He's wasting an opportunity to push into TumStep. Buggy's pushing on the right hand side, just trying to get any bit of XP, because TumStep really desperately needs to get 5-star himself as well to threaten Fargo back. Because right now, Fargo's the one with the hand on the wheel. So it is very dangerous if TumStep pushes out and Fargo just goes for a sneak attack. Fargo also has the demo ambush too, so maybe that's why he hasn't sneak attacked yet. Maybe he's waiting on the demo ambush. So if there is a defensive pop, he can just intercept it and win the game off of that. Remember that Fargo is demo and TumStep is GLA vanilla, so TumStep actually can't really threaten a sneak attack back the same way Fargo can. And Fargo is pushing on the left-hand side, while TumStep is picking off any tunnel just to get himself 5-star. Very good bust though from TumStep. Intercepts all of the Fargo bugs. And yeah, I mean, this is nice and all. You're clearing TumStep off of $1,800 on a supply dock, but I feel like if Fargo just sneak attacked like after that TNT, I think he could have just ended the game. Fargo's not even the one doing the sneak attack first. He's gonna have the defensive sneak attack for this. I guess Fargo is trying to play the long game. Oh no, Fargo is hitting his own army with the Scud. TumStep saying XD. He hit his own army with the Scud. That's how easy it is, says Fargo. No AP rockets on Fargo just yet. No junk repair either. No junk repair. He does have AP rockets, which is pretty important. Yeah, I guess Fargo's just waiting on the Scud. Granted, TumStep also has to bear in mind TumStep can make saboteurs. So if TumStep does a saboteur bike, which is actually pretty easy to reach into the Scud at least, I think Fargo risks getting his Scud reset. And speaking of the double, yeah, there's the saboteur bike. I mean, granted, it takes 30 seconds to make the saboteur, so he didn't make that in response to me. He was queuing that up beforehand. Comes Fargo bringing the worker migration to the Scud storm. He could actually just surround the Scud with workers to intercept the saboteur if he really wanted to. But I think he's probably done is he's just clicked all the workers here, and he's gonna click 80 demo traps. Yeah, Fargo's relying on the Scud Storm to win. I guess he doesn't want to leave it to chance with the army, but I mean, sneak attack is relatively low risk, especially after you reset the army. I still don't see the point of playing it very passive like this. Yeah, Fargo's Scud is gonna get reset. TumStep's just waiting till the countdown gets lower so he gets more value out of it. Yeah, I'm not... I feel like Fargo is throwing away his lead here. I definitely think Fargo could have easily closed out this game like 5 minutes ago at this point. I'm not sure why he's like, toying around, waiting on a Scud Storm and stuff. Yeah, he's waiting for 1 second to reset the Scud. Yeah, there we go. 2 seconds. Yeah, Fargo tried to time that with the Scud Storm push, but now he has to wait another 5 minutes, and TumStep is actually on a pretty high market count. Yeah, he's on 11 markets. Fargo is on 5, 6 buildings, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's actually even now. And remember, like 10 minutes ago, Fargo was actually ahead in the markets. So I really do think that he messed up in that regard. Okay. Another Saboteur. Fargo uses the demo ambush. I mean, you may as well at that point, because if you don't, he will reset ambush anyways, and sneak, and anthrax. So it looks stupid, but I mean, it was the best thing Fargo could have done. Yeah, now he has the anthrax. Imagine if he didn't have anthrax as well, that would have been really bad. Because anthrax is a 5-minute timer. So he's at least poured an anthrax pool over here. Just had a sip there. But yeah, really good defense there from Fargo. Cornered the buggies with the worker even. Really nice stuff. Managed to essentially completely not only deny the sneak attack, but also waste it. And the units inside. TumStep is putting a beacon. Not sure what he's beaconed that for. Maybe that's a misclick. Yeah, Fargo's just trying to win this off of Scud Camp. Which is cool, but again, I feel like he had a way easier win route if he just sneak attacked earlier. This is another way to win it though. But yeah, I've said it already. Boycah saying Fargo should quit. He already lost the game. I don't know about that, Boycah. Fargo was actually in the driver's seat in mid-game. But I think Fargo is throwing away his lead a little bit. I don't think he's behind, but I definitely think he was way more ahead 10 minutes ago. Like, he definitely had a better shot at winning. Anthrax on the Stinger. I think he just lost his Saboteur to his own Anthrax. It doesn't show because the cliff is bugging it, but I think he just lost the fair few. I think he's just gonna demo the Jarman. Yeah, he wanted to, but buggies retreated into the tunnel in time. I think Fargo has this though, Boycah. I really doubt that Fargo is losing in this position. Brocky says, Big Fargo, no need spam for the machine. Yeah, I do think Fargo has played a fair few sets versus Boycah. I wouldn't say that Fargo hasn't played any games, but he's probably played fewer than TumStep, I imagine. Where is the sneak? Fargo really is saving the sneaks, I think, only for defense. Which is interesting. And it makes sense, given that his game plan is to try and end the game on Scud Camp. Demo ambush clears up the buggies. Oh, that's another Fargo Scud. Oh yeah, his base. Hits the palace. Fargo says, say it. And he is reset on the palace. More saboteur bikes are being prepped up. Does Fargo have all the upgrades? He doesn't have the junk repair, but he has the rockets and bullets. TumStep has the bullets. And yep, Scud Camp. There's the second Scud. And at this point, Fargo only just needs to hold off against sneak attacks for the next 5 minutes and he wins the game. That's essentially how demo rolls. That's a really good demo trap on manual. Oh my god, that's another really good demo trap. Killed the buggy and 2 quads. He could have killed a battle bus to the bunker potentially, but he gets the bus anyways. And Fargo has Scud launchers to work with too if he wants to play defensive. So I think Fargo's toolkit on defense is kind of insane at this stage of the game. All TumStep really can do is just pump out a ton of quads and scorps and hope for the best because he was delayed on Palace for a while. This Scud is still exposed to saboteurs. This one could still get... Oh, he did hit this with quads though to clear the Stinger soldiers. So he actually will sneak in the saboteur to get the reset. Question is, will this worker detonate because he spotted that or not? I don't think he did, yeah. Ooh. Yeah, nice stuff from TumStep with the improv on the saboteur bike and sneaking it in. What about the second Scud? Is there a saboteur bike on the way for that? Not yet. Scud launcher will get sacked, it looks like. TumStep's actually gone for an extremely aggressive sneak attack on the army. Probably to pop out quads. But yeah, lost the opportunity to do so. Yeah, TumStep beacons the saboteur that was crushed by the buggy and says GG. Fargo has no GG. Yeah. I mean, Fargo closed it out well with the Scud Camp. You do have to say that. He ultimately does win the game, so that is a point to Fargo. Yeah, for those wondering, it is me drinking green tea if I'm muting in between like that. So let's see here. I just read Nickname's comment. Fargo should be good in FFAs. In 1v1s, he's used to getting 2v1'd. That's funny. We got Fargo now as the GLA Vanilla versus TumStep as the GLA Demo. Obligatory CC spin. And obligatory CC spin. For anyone with vertigo or motion sickness, sorry. Yeah, my scroll speed is really high, so it spins way quicker than normal, I think. So same setup essentially for TumStep. 3 barracks wall off. Is that walled? Huh. I'm wondering if that's fully walled. I think infantry can sneak, but that barely might be small enough for a technical. Yeah. 3 supply TNT. 3 supply TNT. Where have we seen this before? Fargo sends an early worker to scout as well. Workers greeting each other on the left. TNT is on the way. Taps the worker. TNT on the way for Fargo 2. Worker gets cleared up. Oh, he could intercept. Yeah, good eye from Fargo. That is massive. That is absolutely massive to intercept that. And if Fargo's TNT gets in, that is almost GG, potentially. Fargo doesn't finish it off thanks to the quick repair. But TumStep is off to a really awful start here because his arms leader has been delayed. 2 techs going in. This is quite risky, to be honest, especially if you don't have an arms leader up. Yeah, what TumStep is doing is very dangerous because if he loses those techs, Fargo can literally just camp him and stunlock him from making units. Terrorists are getting intercepted from the barracks. Fargo is reinforcing this position with a 3rd tech. TumStep making it work with the tech RPG. Does kill the tech. Fargo loses tech as well. A couple of scrap piles laying around. I think that's... Oh, that's Fargo. I thought that was TumStep denying. Okay. Yeah, if TumStep was denying that, I would be very... I'd raise my eyebrows as to why he's doing that, but... Okay, yeah, Fargo denying it makes more sense. Fargo just prepping up more techs. There's the first quad as well. I think there's RPGs or workers. I think, yeah, one of these is a worker to finish off this tunnel. Yeah, the other one has something else. Worker on the far right. TumStep bringing a new TNT over. TumStep's tunnel is getting denied here. Fargo has full control over the oils right now. Has not capped them yet though. TNT potentially. Could be a double whammy. And I think it is going to be a double whammy. Very, very good stuff from TumStep. That might just bring him back to the game. Losing 5,000 worth of infrastructure in one fell swoop is kind of insane. Fargo is getting in the oils now, just to kind of build his eco up even further, and he's actually expanded over here. Fargo's actually walled off the supply. TumStep loses the tech. And if Fargo can stabilize, because even though he's taken really rough damage, I wouldn't say he's completely out of it. That is really good though from TumStep. He is completely stun locking Fargo from making units. And now this is getting really, really dicey, because if Fargo keeps getting stun locked by TumStep, I think TumStep could just try a mass push through like the middle maybe, and just try and end the game. Or he's gonna try and push onto the left side. But I think that's a bit ambitious to do. No, never mind. The Scorpion just gets killed. He didn't even fire the rocket. And Fargo's forced to sell. Yeah, these last two TNTs have been insanely effective for TumStep. And it's really, really putting Fargo under pressure, despite being really economically ahead. Yeah, Fargo dropping down 3 arms eaters at this point. I think 2 of them are a fake and 1 is real. We'll find out shortly. Yeah, they were 2 fakes and 1 was a real. What brand of tea are you drinking? I actually forgot the brand at the top of my head, but it's some Moroccan green tea brand. Nice TNT makeup there from TumStep. It's a tech RPG. TumStep is clearing up the oil, but that does leave him open to getting attacked by Fargo's Scorpions. TumStep is almost 3-star thanks to all the TNTs. Yeah, now TumStep's 3-star. Marts says, wow, what a comeback by TumStep. Another TNT. Takes it down to the hole, but that's still good damage. Yeah, I have to agree on you on this one, Marts. This is insane levels of damage from the TNTs. I mean, man, Amir Mahdi says, man, I think you zoomed the screen too much. What do you mean? This is how I normally observe. I haven't changed this for like years. I just find this to be a convenient angle to observe at. Let's see. TumStep building up a CC and a palace, so he will get the demo upgrade, then he'll have access to demo ambush. TumStep on the 3 arms dealers. And TumStep's actually kicked him off the left side pretty hard. Lots of tunnels now. I think that's a TNT? No, that's just a technical to distract. And you gotta say, this is a really, really impressive comeback from TumStep. What looks like a really dire start after the TNT fail is shaping itself to a really good comeback, and it kind of shows how powerful the demo TNT is. That's a nice screenshot for me for later. TumStep's actually got a sneaky tunnel, and he's alerted Fargo about that, but I think Fargo might not know because he's getting attacked here also. So the attack notification might be kind of clouded by the attack notifications here. Yeah, this sneaky tunnel could be game ending. Will get onto the arms dealers while Fargo's trying to push TumStep on the fortified palace before the demo upgrade. I actually don't think that's a bad call, because supply stashes with the upgrade are insanely tanky. So this will take forever for Fargo to kill if he does commit. Okay. Demo upgrade is now out for TumStep. Looks like Fargo is struggling to clear this up. He is back on the 4 supplies, and he's still got an oil. But the big thing is Fargo has no sight of a palace at all. And that is really scary versus demo at this stage. He has no buggies, no Jarman, no black market upgrades. He's still worker shoeless. And no ability to even play a late game. He's finally building a palace. There's a Jarman, and Jarman is completely uncontested right now. Does get hot shotted by the tunnel. Buggy ammo is out before he's even at 50% on Palace. Yeah, this is really scary for Fargo now. Jarman whiffs the rifle on the RPG. There we go. Gets it. Gets bet 1 as well. There's demo bikes as well coming in. Yeah, again, there's no sign of tech yet, and Fargo's only just about to finish Palistech, but as he's finished Palistech, he's getting his arms leaders threatened. He needs to get a black market as well, and a German ASAP. Yeah, he's dropped down one black market. And TumStep is just booming in eco right now. Yeah, he's got 4 markets, 5 coming soon. TumStep is 5-star. He could just Anthrax that and hit the rest of the base. Jarman is finally out for Fargo. Vet 3 Jarman versus Vet 0 Jarman. Who wins? Oh, the Vet 3 Jarman wins. Yeah. He tried to bait him with the RPGs. Yeah. TumStep didn't fall for it. He knew there was a bait going on. I mean, TumStep has 5-star. He's just holding up on the Anthrax. I don't know why he's doing that, to be honest. German is back. German versus German. Manages to intercept the German. That is a really insane scan. That is a crazy scan to intercept, and no GG from Fargo. Yeah, that last scan is crazy. Yeah, very good comeback from TumStep there. I think it looked very over in the beginning, but TumStep managed to equalize it 1-1. That was so unnecessary. Imminent. Fargo says bad throw. I actually do agree that was a bad throw. He says that a lot, but I think this is actually an instance of a pretty bad throw. You do have to admit Fargo was really far ahead. Had no scan to own your Jarman or your Jarmel. Tank laser. Alright, we know what is gonna happen in 5 seconds. We're gonna see a barracks over here and a war factory over here. And we're gonna see 2 war factories from tank, and we're gonna see whether Fargo out no ecos TumStep. $50 that happens. Wow. Oh wait. This is a supply. Oh, I lost $50. What is this? Is this a Patriot drop or something? What is he doing with this? What is this weird tech? Is this like laser Patriot drop and laser tank drop? I don't know about this, man. This seems really gimmicky. This is like gimmicky even for Fargo. I don't know about this one. Huh. This is a no eco plus laser pat. Well, we've seen it here first, guys. This is a new kind of no eco you can do on ZH ladder to get -25 versus tank. Yeah, I'm curious to see this, how this is supposed to work. I've seen Boycah do this, but Boyka's variant went low power when he did it, so it didn't exactly work. But Fargo's got control rods early to actually do this. I mean, the problem with this is the outpost, no? Doesn't the outpost just kind of hard counter this? Oh, if this gets to critical, that's actually annoyingly bad for Fargo. I guess this is just a... It's a no eco, but you force your tank on one supply. And if he messes up with the outpost, then you can potentially get more. Interesting. It's interesting to look at. But it's gonna get cleared up by this crawler. Should Fargo have just gone with the old trusty? Right now, you have to say yes, because I don't think TumStep is... He's queuing up trucks. He's saying say it. He's very confident this can close out the game. It honestly could, but there's tank hunters, which makes this a little annoying. Is he queued up outposts, or is he not queued up units? If he's not queued up units, that's really bad. That's really bad if he's not queued up units and he's only just queued up 2 trucks. Major mistake from TumStep. Loses a dozer, might lose the second one if he's not careful. TumStep gets hunted. And what looked like an atrocious start is actually working out for Fargo. And I think it's just because the game is in such a low economy state that Fargo can still make it work even with the late no eco. TumStep says GG. Fargo says attaboy. That's a little bit cringe.
You have
I
been
think
defeated.
I think the say it was okay, but saying attaboy is a little cringe. But Fargo does pull out the win ultimately, so he has some bragging rights in that regard. Okay, so that's 2-1 to Fargo. Zerk Gaming says, can this strat be stopped? I think, honestly, this could be held if you led outpost on the right war factory. I think the big issue is it's a toss-up between which war factory queues the outpost, because I'm not sure exactly, but you do have the chance to stop that with the outpost. Okay, now we have TumStep as the laser and Fargo as the tank in the snow eco matchup. I mean, it was a no eco technically, but it was a different kind of no eco. Okay, we have USA no eco for TumStep versus Tank General for Fargo. Okay, this one, I'm convinced. $100 on the line. A barracks and war factory over here. Don't make me lose 150. Okay, it's not gonna be here, it's gonna be here. Okay, I got it right. I've made my cash back. There we go. This is why you gamble. I'm kidding, don't gamble. It's not good to gamble, guys. Okay, so we got no eco for TumStep. Can Fargo hold it? That is what the game boils down to. I don't have to give my opinion on what I think about no eco. I think people already know my opinion on no eco in general. So let's just focus on whether this no eco actually works or not. He is laser general, so he's got an expensive patriot because of the power cost. He can make one patriot, but a second one will need control rods. B number 1 is loaded up. Outpost Gatling. B lines for the supply. Fargo is revving up his Gatling tank. Ambulance is coming. It's gonna walk through the cliff though, so he needs to be careful. That could get TNT'd. It does get TNT'd. TumStep needs to pay attention. He's actually gonna use that as a time bomb potentially. Was about to explode but doesn't. Losing the ambo is pretty big. TumStep's actually queued up a tank hunter. There's the ambo. The second V is gonna be pretty late from TumStep is the issue. That is a new outpost. And between 3 tank hunters, that laser tank should be dead. Oh, but the V might be dead. Fargo says, say yachts. And yeah, TumStep, I think, is dead here. Losing the second ambo. He's not even microing this. I think TumStep is potentially tilted. I'm not sure. And TumStep no GG. XD from Fargo. That's a little
You
better
have been
than saying
defeated.
attaboy. So there is no cringe call out on that one. So Lift Truck says $100 if Fargo wins. He gonna say never no eco. Let's see. I actually don't know how much is gonna be in this. So we got Farmlands as the next pick now for Fargo, actually. Max Kaiser saying TumStep washed. Max Kaiser, I'm not sure if you watched any of his games this week. I think I think TumStep's literally been like top 5 consistently this week, beating ExCaL recently. He beat me recently, beat Size, and every set versus ExCaL has gone through the decider. I'm not sure if TumStep is washed. I feel like that's a bit stupid to say. You got USA. This is another Fargo specialty matchup. I think, yeah, he's saying, oh no, because 5-1. Yeah, I think TumStep's feeling the heat. TumStep's feeling the dark arts a little bit from Fargo. It is very controversial, obviously, as to whether these kinds of dark arts should be a thing or not in competitive 0 hour. This was definitely a point of contention in the last couple of months of 0 hour. But yeah, my question is, what's exactly gonna happen here with the build order? It looks like Fargo's going for an 1 supply oil grab with a V. TumStep is playing it a little more balanced. Actually, no, I say balanced, but he's gone 2 racks, 1 supply. That might be a dozer 3MD as well, to try and conquer all the oils and put pressure. Yeah. It also is a good way to deny this Ranger. And if Fargo goes to hit this dozer, that it does delay him from denying the other TumStep oil caps. It is why I think oil cap is very powerful on Trellum. I think he dropped the MDs. He did lose the Chinook as well, which is pretty significant. V does camp it out, and this is just an MTV. I think this V is the loaded V, yeah. MDs are coming across map. I don't think he has Rangers inside, so he can't really mass evac and engage. Fargo has the oil grab, but this oil is delayed. Fargo needs to start this oil grab. He does. TumStep is gonna get 2 oils here minimum. The question is, can TumStep stabilize? There are 2 Rangers here. Second V comes out with MDs loaded, and I think he's gonna use that V to chase the dozer. So TumStep's got 2 oils. He's dropped down the War Factory. Now it's a matter of, can TumStep abuse the fact he's 1 oil ahead right now? Fargo, I think, is going for what looks to be a potential V drop. That might be to just try and hunt TumStep. Let's find out. Drops a V, and it is a V drop with MDs on it. That's gonna really delay TumStep, because that's camping his supply. TumStep laser locks the V, which is empty. V tries to get the crush, but barely misses it, so the V does finish it in time. Fargo now has tow missile, and Fargo is taking TumStep's oil. Oil does get delayed from, oil steel, I mean, gets delayed from Fargo, but does kill the Ranger, so he can actually recap when he wants to. But Fargo on early tow is pretty scary here. That's an MTV that only has 1 MD. He kills the MD. Evac from V number 1. V number 2 does an evac as well, but not without crushing a few MDs. This is still camping out that supply, but Fargo is not on the second supply. He's actually on 1 Chinook still, because he's stealing TumStep supplies with the other one. Yeah, no second supply from either player as of yet. That hurts TumStep a lot more because he can't really collect on his only supply because of this 1 MD, even though he's long distance collecting. That vet 1 MD with laser lock fires really quickly. Will he get the deny? If Fargo gets that oil, that is really big disaster for TumStep. Denies it, but he loses a V for it. TumStep less than 1,000 away from snipers in XP, but TumStep still needs at least 1,000. TumStep trying to steal an oil, but fails. Fargo says, "Don't you know I'm USA King?" It's just the Fargo things. And Fargo actually steals the oil. That's massive. That is massive. I think now with 3 oils for Fargo, this snowball's so out of control for TumStep. TumStep's saying it's better to be king of the game than just USA. Oh! 4-1, you nice king. Yeah, this is the Fargo we all know. And this is, whether you like it or not, this is the Fargo we all know. TumStep is definitely tilted. He's not saying GG either. Fargo drops an XD and leaves. And that's a 4-1 lead to Fargo. Lift Truck saying Fargo new top 1? That's a bit ambitious, Lift Truck. Let's wait until the other sets versus experts. Let's not call it too soon. How old am I? Says someone in chat. I am older than 1, less than 100. I can give you that hint. Okay. USA mirror reversed now. Okay. We have Fargo now as the USA on the top of Trellum Desert versus TumStep, who is on the bottom of Trellum Desert. Barracks from both. Let's see, will Fargo change his build order or will he go with the old trusty again? ExCaL saying Boycah versus Lift Truck when in Air Mirror specifically. ExCaL. Fargo's going with the old trusty again, it looks like. And I think TumStep's doing the exact, yeah, this is the exact same build order as last game. Nickname says, Marakar, if you're a potato, would you rather get cooked, baked, or fried? I like baked potatoes, so I think baked is nice. Plus it's probably not as bad health-wise compared to like a fried potato. Like baked is okay. People are thankful for me giving personal details about my age. No problem. Chris says ExCaL is a fungicide to Fargo. That is a very interesting way of describing it. He's just described Fargo as a fungus. I'm not sure how to feel about that. Is that like a good thing or a bad thing? Is that like Fargo just doesn't get like stop growing, or is Fargo annoying because he spreads? That can be interpreted both ways, depending on which side you're on, I guess. But speaking of sides, this V is going to the right side, while Fargo's V is going to the middle. And this V is going to get intercepted. Good evac from TumStep, but brings two rangers, so he actually counters the evac from TumStep. Fargo does. Fargo is on 2 oils so far, meanwhile TumStep is on 1. Fargo is trying to steal this oil from TumStep. Nickname saying, I get why Fargo is good with USA. He can't Fargo pap and he can't flame his own units. Yeah. True. There's only the Chinook thing, like if you drop a Chinook in front of like a dozer, like 8 MDs in front of a dozer, but I mean, he's not dropping any game because he's just doing the War Factory build, so he doesn't have to worry about getting his units crushed by a drop either. I think Nicknames actually found a science to this, the reason Fargo's so good at US mirrors. Fargo's pushing in with 2 Vs, whereas TumStep's pushing in with 4 Vs, and these are really full Vs as well. TumStep might just end the game off of this, you know. But Fargo counterattacking is pretty important because it does limit TumStep's ability to follow up. Oh, TumStep's not paying attention to the laser locks. 2 Vs are critical health. 1 V will get picked off. Another V gets picked off. Fargo loses a Chinook that was moved out of the way. Is Fargo on no Chinooks? He's on no Chinooks at the moment. But he does have cash from 3 oils. And Fargo is pressuring TumStep like crazy, despite getting pushed by 4 Vs. 2 MDs get dropped, the V gets dropped as well. This V is still full, so he could actually chase this V down if he wanted to. That Vet 2 V is really deadly because it will self-heal as well. And Vet 2 onwards is just a very, very potent V to have. And I think out of this exchange, this is a net benefit for Fargo because it's evened out. Fargo's got a Vet 2V. Had a Vet 2V, sorry. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say that Vet 2V was a really big advantage for Fargo, but he's kind of lost that. But he's got a follow-up behind this too. And 2 Vs versus 2 Vs. We're still on 1 supply. TumStep has finally dropped the 2nd supply, but I think that actually might be what kills him this game because he may actually get hunted potentially by this. Does get the wall of Vs in time for the defense. But 1v does sneak through, and that is gonna end up biting TumStep in the ass, I think. Yep, TumStep's not microing his dozer. And TumStep gets hunted. And I think on that alone, yep, TumStep just quits. He doesn't even GG. That's 5-1 to Fargo.
You have been defeated.
Fargo drops his second supply once the game is over. Just to say that he did go 2 supplies in the end. Boycah says Fargo did a USA only tournament and he lost versus me and I lost versus ExCaL 06. Nike is adding more fuel to the fire in the ongoing discussion of whether I am Arab or not. It's interesting how people have come up with Fargo was yeah, oil Rampage was vetoed, to be fair. So as much as it is stupid that it is vetoed, we did agree on it before the set and there was no objection, so we do have to say that we can't really do much about that. Yeah, as I was saying, it is very interesting that my nationality is up for debate, apparently. Some people think I'm European, some people think I'm American. Why is he saying Egyptian? Oh, he means Egyptian Oasis. Oh, I was so confused there. Oh, man. I thought TumStep was listening to what I was saying. Oh, that really spooked me for a second, because that was like near instant timing. Yeah, the legitimacy of my nationality seems to be up for debate, but unfortunately I'm not gonna show my passport online because I think that's stupid. Or my ID. I think you guys just have to take my word for it. I'm not sure. Like, think about it, guys. Why would I lie about being Egyptian? I don't think there's many perks to being an Egyptian, in all honesty. If I was gonna lie about my nationality, Fargo is TumStep is tank. Fargo saying I called 6-1, 7-1. It is best of 11. Oh, whatever. They're just twiddling their thumbs at this point. Yeah, if I was gonna lie about a nationality, I would lie about being American or European. Why would I lie about being an Egyptian? Like, and especially to the Arabs who seem to be very skeptical about my nationality as well. I mean, you guys should know better that Egypt is not Egypt is not a place to brag about nationality-wise. I mean, in terms of worst passports in the whole on like the whole planet, I think Egypt is genuinely second. The second worst one. I think the worst, actual worst one is the like the one where you need a visa for everything. Is the Palestinian passport. But I'm trying to remember which countries you can go to without a visa for Palestinians. Wow, that is a really good truck. It killed 4 workers and the terrorist. But I know for Egypt, you can go to, I think, Somalia to greet the Somalian pirates. You can go to Egypt as an Egyptian, or you can go to Oman. And there's an ongoing running joke among Arabs in general that Oman often gets forgotten. So, yeah, you can go to Oman, Somalia, or Egypt without a visa. So you're kind of limited on your options there. Very good start there for TumStep, by the way. Did deny 4 workers and killed most of the tech RPG. Fargo does get a Vet 3 tech very early on, but this is 3 supplies and double mine supplies for TumStep, so really good start. And this is Tox versus tank, mind you, so you really need the best start you can get as the tank to win this matchup. Even an even matchup is pretty horrible for tank. TumStep's built a Battlemaster. Maybe in anticipation of a Scorpion. But I would have rather he just built a outpost, honestly. Oh, mines do snipe the technical. And Fargo is gonna get two really, really powerful tunnels potentially. One gets denied. Amir Mahdi says, dude, your English is so good that people might doubt your nationality. Yes, I get that, but I also don't get why people doubt my nationality when it is public knowledge. That is my point. You can have really good English and not be from the States, for example. That is a possibility. It's not common, but it is possible. I mean, hell, there's people in the States who have really bad English as well, to be fair. So, it's not like... I think it is a very... It's a weird myth, I think, among Arabs that if you have good English, you, like, grew up your whole life in the States. That's like a very common, like, assumption in general among Arabs, and I don't think that sentiment is as true anymore, especially because of, like, globalization and the internet being a thing. I just don't think that's as common of a sentiment. And maybe in, like, the 90s and 80s, you could argue that. But nowadays, when you have internet access and stuff, I think you can definitely get away with having good English and not being from an English predominant speaking country. And speaking of dominance, TumStep is kind of getting, I was gonna say dominated, but he's not really getting dominated here. He's actually dominating Fargo in the over here. He's gonna be able to get onto a Helix. Fargo says GG. Oh, speaking of Helix, yeah. While I was talking about
You have been defeated.
the legitimacy of my nationality, TumStep just won the game. Hero says, I speak for all Americans. We are open to trade Nike for America. I would love a green card, Hero. If you can hit me up with a green card, I would absolutely be delighted to trade my passport for Nike's American citizenship. That is something I would be down to trade for. Just let me know what are the specifics, and I will get right into the business deal. So TumStep does win a game, but remember, TumStep has to win 4 in a row at this point to win this set, and TumStep has a decent matchup, Talks versus Tank, but it is a pretty good 3 supply map for Tank, so he needs to be a little bit careful, and he also needs to not get army screwed in the next 2 games. Hesso says, isn't Qatar good? Yes, Qatar is good, but I'm talking about nationality. I'm not talking about where I'm living. Qatar is, as a country, is actually really nice to live in, I'd say. I'm talking about nationality, which is a completely different topic entirely. I'm sorry, I cannot read the letters. I think that is Chinese. If that is not Chinese, I'm really sorry, but man is saying just marry him. I'm assuming him is Hero. Yeah, if Hero wants to set up a fraud marriage for legal reasons, that's a joke. But if that's the case, then so be it. I'm all for it. Raging K says CCS, CCS, Morsi no, Morsi no. Yes, this is the most common Egyptian meme of all time since 2013, and it's still a thing. Nickname says the worst is Afghanistan, 27 countries. Is that in terms of passport? Oh yeah. Guys, it's a fraud marriage. It's not a serious marriage. It doesn't count if it's fraud. I don't think people realize that. Good truck intercept from TumStep, by the way. It's a 3 supply opener once again from Fargo. Fargo might lose one dozer instantly here. This is 2 RPGs though only, so TumStep still will get 2 very aggressive tunnels up. Nationality changes, nothing actually, especially the American one. There's plenty of homeless down on the road. I mean, obviously there's still bad qualities in every country. I'm not saying America is like #1 and like, oh, there's not a single bad thing in America. Like, I don't even have to be political to say like every country has a flaw. Like, there's no such thing as a perfect country. Flamer drop actually from Fargo. Interesting. Oh, it's not even 3 supplies. This is 2 supplies. Okay. That's his last dozer. Fargo needs to be careful, but early flamer drop and against the early scorps, that actually could be a counter to TumStep's build. We have not seen a flamer drop in a while, I feel. I feel like flamer drop has kind of fallen out of favor. Yeah, there is not a single quad cannon. There is only 1 quad out now, and he could just kill that 1 quad with a Gatling blitz. What is Fargo doing? He needs to focus. That's the only quad out. And that is 1 RPG. I think Fargo might actually do it here. He needs to be so careful though. His last dozer can get hunted so easily. I think if Fargo just stun locks all the workers, I think TumStep just is... It's checkmate for TumStep. He does have RPGs, and it's 5 RPGs. That is a prop licks, not a gat licks. So this actually can't defend the dozer. Fargo needs to put the dozer in the licks. Otherwise, he will lose that last dozer. TumStep is bringing this back to defend because this 1 licks is actually just going to cause so much havoc for him. Licks is barely alive, but it is critical health, and TumStep can chase it to finish it off. The question is, has Fargo done enough critical damage to actually make this work? Licks will go down to the thing. This tech RPG is doing so much work. Loses another RPG, and he's gonna lose a Scorpion as well. That might be another Gatling Licks in a second. Yes, it is. But now TumStep has the arms leader up again. Has a 73% stinger sight. Needs to finish that as well. Yeah, there's the quad out now. And I think TumStep has stabilized after what was looking like a potential set ender. But I think Fargo may have just been a bit too overzealous, I guess, with the with sticking on the 2 supplies. I think if he just committed to 3 supplies, maybe even committed to getting a barracks behind that later and going bunker lixes, this could have been very easily game ending. The Gatlix is very low as well now. Tox Rebel just roaming around. Yeah, waves of dragons are being sent, but there are scorpions and stinger sights and quads to defend now. I think Fargo has run out of steam. It was a really good effort from Fargo, to be fair. I mean, this was a really good start with the flamer drop when there was 0 quads out, essentially. But I think Fargo is eventually just gonna get outlasted here, even if he expands to a 3rd at this point. But it isn't over when you have Lixes and your Fargo. He's getting a bunker Lix now, which is the deadly ingredient of this Helix Armada. Big Size says, bring me Fargo, bring me Fargo. Nike says, anytime you want to come to America, you let me know. I unfortunately wanted to plan to go to the States this summer, but I had some stuff come up, so I couldn't. But in not 2024, but 2025, I might be in the States. And I know that sounds like I'm memeing, but I am actually serious when I say that. Like, I'll let the Zero players in the States know when I'm going to the States. Like, it'll be obvious. Like, I'll make it obvious to them, because I wouldn't mind just meeting up with the US folks and temporarily making US #1 in 0 hour. Try being Syrian as well, says one of the viewers. I know, guys, I know there are a lot of Arab countries that have really bad living conditions. I'm just talking about it from my experience as an Egyptian. I know there's plenty of Arab countries that have it tough. And I absolutely recognize that. It's just when I say Egypt's got bad living conditions, I'm saying this because I know this as an Egyptian. Obviously, there are many Arab countries that struggle, in all fairness. Fargo's third supply is going to dry up pretty soon here. And I think TumStep's stabilized at this point, yeah. Between him being able to spam more quads and Fargo can spam helixes because he is tank. He has more expensive tank hunters and elixes, and the elix takes an extra 5 seconds to build compared to normal. I think, yeah, Fargo's trying to make a final gambit here. A final dent, combining flamethrowers and elixirs on these toxins. He's making good progress, but I don't think Fargo can win this. It's gonna be very close though, because if TumStep just keeps on top of the quads, then in theory this should not work out, because TumStep can probably make like 5 quads for every 1 helix Fargo makes. So Fargo needs like a string of really good engagements. Fargo says XD. I wouldn't be so confident. Oh, but if that flamer gets in, if that flamer actually gets in, that could be GG. Oh, if that flamer... Oh, is he gonna be greedy and get the supply and the arms? He is gonna be greedy. Nope, he's gonna... Your base. Wow. That flamer ended it. I was saying that Fargo couldn't win, but I was wrong. Chris is saying your English is better than most Americans. Yeah. I know. Fargo is the player with the highest APM. 95% of his actions are him chatting though. People think you're not Egyptian because you pronounce P properly. Yep. Arabs, people who speak Arabic as their first language, struggle to pronounce P in English. They say it as B. Muhammad saying focus in the game. Sorry, I'm just looking between the game and the chat as well. I think it is nice to interact with the chat a little bit, because I do think it is nice to look at those. And yeah, speaking of the set, it's actually 6-2 for Fargo. And I think Size wants to play a set now for Size or Boycah. I don't know who's playing at this point. It's a marathon stream today, so we've got quite the lengthy stream today. Did not expect Fargo to win, to be honest. I thought it was 50-50. Honest. Yeah. I mean, after Boycah lost 6-1 and 6-2 to Fargo, and barely scraped by versus Fargo. Need to edit the stream title. I need to edit the scores as well. Let me. Just do that real quick. So now we are on the third set. You just see the scores there temporarily for the other sets. Boycah is saying $20 bets. Interesting. Sam is saying, I'm down to sponsor another set, maybe POV versus Fargo. People are asking for me to interview Fargo. I forgot to call him for that. Sorry about that. Maybe after. Boycah says demo 2-0. Boycah's super weapon is actually very good, surprisingly. There are games where Boycah actually plays really well with super weapon. So could be interesting. So Boycah is demo in the red on the bottom of Imminent Victory. And Fargo is on top as the super weapon in blue. On the top of Imminent Victory. 2 supplies. Barracks lead. Is that an oil grab? Or is that something else? That might be an oil grab. Will we see a third supply from Boycah? No, we just see lots of tunnels. Yeah, this tunnel build could bite Fargo in the ass here a bit. Or bite Boycah in the ass. If he doesn't pay attention to the Rangers. Because he could actually get his tunnels denied pretty easily. Let's see. This is always risky to go for it as any US, especially super weapon, but I think when you're playing super weapon, you do have to play a bit on the risk side, no matter what build you do. So it does make sense to play a little bit risky. Oh, this is really cheeky from Boycah. He might be low power Fargo very early. Yeah, I mean, he's camping the oils, but I think Fargo's oil grabs are going to get denied here. This is really annoying, though, to deal with. Because that's a low power for Fargo. Fargo already knows he's about to get low powered. That's an oil grab denied. Boycah detonate the demo trap. There we go. Yep, loses the power. Fargo had to cancel his war factory. This worker is the TNT. This worker just walked in and he's killing every single building. And the actual TNT is coming. This is so silly. This one worker has killed 2 buildings. Oh, this is... Oh my god. This one worker has managed to kill a power plant and the supply already. I don't know why he's not activated the demo trap sooner, though. He could have killed this. Yeah, Boycah screwed up the supply kill. He could have killed 2 buildings with 1 worker. That would have been amazing. That's a aggressive combat drop, I think. Or no, I think his Chinook is still collecting off of Boycah's supply. I don't think he's clicked away. Lots of MDs, though, for Fargo. I mean, the good news for Fargo is Super actually doesn't mind these kind of weird games, because I think as long as you're making MDs, I think you're fine in this position, because you can defend against techs, but you are gonna be struggling to intercept TNTs at least later on. There's the next TNT. Is he gonna kill the supply in a power plant? Let's see, or is he just gonna hit the war factory? Oh no, it's a tech RPG. He's gonna try and finish off the war factory. Loses the B for 1 RPG. Loses the grenade tech. That's a pretty valuable tech. You really shouldn't have lost that. Boycah will grenade down these MDs over here. B gets taken to less than half. Fargo still microing here. Fargo almost kills the oil with the demo trap in the barrels. That grenade tech is wasted. Fargo got 1 oil. Potentially too soon. Fargo losing a Chinook haphazardly. And drop is coming in. That might be a drop on the oil. Interesting. Is that just Rangers? Yeah, it's just a combat drop. He's just gonna attempt it. I mean, he has spare Rangers, he may as well try. EMP being jotted down. Oil will get denied. Oh, he might lose a V. That's a pretty full V lost as well. He needs to be careful around that. Loses the other oil, so Fargo's lost his oil advantage, and he's actually on 3 Chinooks, so game is stabilizing a little bit. Fargo needs control rods for the power. He should have stopped the EMP at 100% and then waited for control rods, because now his production is going to be half the speed for a little bit. Oh. I don't know why he dropped 1 terrorist, though. Maybe he tried to do a bait. Fargo preemptively dropping a new power plant. And attempting an oil grab here. This 1V is being very courageous. And Boycah's micro is a bit atrocious, I'm gonna be honest here. He lost way more than he should have, but he does clean it up. Fargo needs to take the refinery. Hello, AKA. Good to see you. AKA is asking whether this is sponsored. I think this is a $20 bet between these two. I'll update the stream description specifics on each set. The last set that was played was Fargo TumStep, which Fargo won 6-2. I need to actually check if there was a proper sponsor for that, because I was messaged by a few people that they wanted to sponsor the next set of the stream. I don't know if they're following through on that or not. And Boycah has a pretty good angle. No EMP here. Could enter the base from there. And Fargo has his no eco army. 2 Vs in an ambo. I just call it the no eco army at this point because it's synonymous with no eco in terms of how it looks. Even though it's not a no eco. Boycah's drove into the back of his base. He really needed to bring a worker with this. I don't know why Boycah didn't bring a worker. If he had a worker, this would have been so threatening to Fargo. But I think Boycah's actually kind of owned himself here a little bit, because he has to drive all the way from the right-hand side of the map to go back to base. Because if he tries to go from here, he will just lose all his techs to these EMPs. I think Boycah has actually managed to screw himself over by going on the offense. Yeah, this was a really bad call from Boycah, because he's now going to lose his whole base. Boycah has a demo bike. If Fargo doesn't micro, that is his only win condition. Yeah, that was his win condition. Fargo actually could have just won the game there if he was microing that. I actually think Fargo could have won the game. But that demo bike just kind of sealed the deal. Was lazy, my bad. Yeah, Fargo, even though this is kind of lousy to say, I think he actually has a fair point. He could have won the game off of that army. Oh, man. Detonates the worker. Oh, is he supply hunted? Oh, he's supply hunted. Yeah. Well, he has an oil, but doesn't really matter. Boycah's on palace deck and the mid and demo upgrade. Ooh. 1-0 for Boycah. And I don't think Boycah's in a bad position to win it. Yeah, great to see you, AK. Raging cases Fargo versus Worker. Yeah, but I think if Boycah actually uh killed that supply, I honestly think he could have just won the game. Cause then he just needs to send the tech RPG to the other supply. And he easily wins it. Okay, let's see. Didn't expect Palace slow brain. Was a 8-minute game, so game went on for quite a bit. Zephyr says no eco army, but he drives good. Yup. Boycah is now playing the super weapon on the top of Imminent Victory in red. And Fargo is now playing the demo in blue on the bottom of Imminent Victory. So, reverse now. Boycah likes the Patriot build. Curious to see whether he will go Patriots or if he's just going to play it standard. He does a really good job of the Patriot build when he finds it, the opening to do it though. And based off of the fact he's not dropped down anything. Okay, it is a dozer drop. I thought he was just walking the dozer to drop. Or maybe he's walking to just check for workers. Or set up an early defense. Yeah, he thought about the Patriot. Maybe he's gonna replace it with a firebase. Demo trap there from Fargo, just to plant a trap and bait the dozer if he's going for a crush. It is a Patriot. Yeah, he wanted to queue up a V, I think, in a barracks before he did that. TNT and 2 RPGs loaded up by Fargo. And it's going directly through the center. Aw, Boycah. That's a really newbie mistake. That's a really newbie mistake, man. You can't be doing that. Okay, he had the control rods queued. Control rods, fortunately, the upgrade doesn't slow down if you're low power. But, it's a small efficiency thing to stop command your Patriot while you're researching control rods. Just so you don't slow down like your units, even if it's for like a few seconds. I think especially a super weapon where your early games are pretty dynamic, it is pretty important. Control rod power plant does get sniped. Boycah might lose a dozer here. Yep, loses a dozer, cancels the supply. Gets a grenade tech as well. So this Patriot's pretty much a dead weight for the moment. Boycah's been evicted from his box, unfortunately. That demo trap could come in clutch. Need to see. Combat drop clears the middle, but Fargo is already on top of it. Very nice. Has a toxin tractor to clear the rangers. Combat dropping and retake his house and clear Boycah's house. Fargo actually was trying to demo trap the oil in anticipation of an oil grab. And another TNT is coming through. And this might get intercepted, but will he TNT the army? That might be a TNT on the army. He gets 1V. Even though it's an MTV, the super weapon Vs are pretty expensive, and Boycah's kind of on a supply and a half right now, because he is on 1 supply center at the moment. We will be on 2 supplies again shortly. Fargo, meanwhile, is on the 3rd. And Boycah has rangers in position, but I don't think he can really afford to get captured. Because if he does and Fargo pushes now, I think he dies to a tech RPG blob. Oh no, no spy drone. Barely misses it. I think that's on manual. That's why. Maybe he'll bait him. Oh, that was really close. Boycah using the spare Chinook to mine from the middle. Nice efficiency. But Fargo brings a quad to deny it. EMP is there now, so Boycah's got a nice set of EMPs here. He's trying to TNT the dozer, but it's actually a tech RPG. Will pick off a V and maybe an ambo. Yeah, he will get an ambo too. But all of this is slowing down Boycah, which I think is a net benefit for Fargo, because he is already on a palace before 5 minutes even. That's a pre-5 minute palace. That is very early. Yeah, Boycah's just trying to set up a line of EMPs in hopes of camping it out. But I do think Fargo's a bit too far ahead to camp it out at this stage, because I think by the time Boycah gets strat, it's gonna be him against buggies, demo bikes, demo Jarman. Boycah could even get... Oh, and that's the last dozer. And I think that's GG. Yeah. He killed the Chinook as well. So that's more insult to injury as well. And if Boycah tries a Hail Mary push, he might run into that demo trap, because this is gonna dissuade him from pushing into it, because there's two tunnels and this garrison. Boycah instead is gonna opt for the right, but the right also has a demo trap. Spy drone will pick up the demo trap. Good game sense from Boycah still. TNT is preemptively dropped off because he wants the suicide tech. Yeah, Boycah has to make something happen now, but the number of layers he has to sift through in order to win it is kind of insane. And while Fargo's lined up demo bikes on these Vs, one V goes down, there is a TNT lined up for the base of Boycah. Boycah's retreating, and I think that's the War Factory dead. Yep, and Boycah can't win at this point. Boycah cannot win on a barracks only, especially if there's a demo Jarman as well, and he's queued up buggies already. Boycah's going for an oil grab, but I do think it doesn't really matter. Oh, yep, he was trying to charge the Jarman in while the Vs were just going in straight. Good try from Fargo though. Yeah, Boycah's gonna get cornered here very quickly. And when Boycah's in a corner, we know what happens in those situations. Arms leader will get locked down though. But I think in just in terms of attrition, yeah, those last two Vs going down, Boycah has no way to do anything. He types haha, but I think he meant GG because the H key and the G key
You
are
have
next to
been
each other.
defeated.
So GG so far from both of them. Just give me a moment, guys. Won't be my last. Ooh. Okay. China on this map versus Tox. I think China has a really good shot at winning. Why is he asking a re? Yeah, Fargo should not accept a re. China can win this. China can actually win this matchup. Not because of the 3-1 shit, but Fargo can actually win. The question is, it really comes down to the China skill, in my opinion, as to whether you can crack Tox or not. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay. Sorry that I'm tapped out for a second. Don't think I missed anything. Yeah, there was no truck rush. It's just Helix and oil grab. Yeah, fairly standard build. Terrorists lined up over here. Not sure if I'm a fan of this variant. I think this bunker's pretty useless if the tech just drives here. Yeah, you should have just bunkered this. I feel like that bunker's kind of a waste. I guess he's putting his tank hunters at a collection point anyways, but yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. You just drive the tech here and I mean, I think Boycah's already lost. You can't have your first licks be a Gatlick's #1 and beat this slow. I mean, as someone who loves playing this matchup, I think Boycah has played this so atrociously that I think he's shot any chance of winning this. Yeah, I really am not a fan of how Boycah tried to approach this matchup. I think if you're gonna bunker, you bunker this oil. Or if you're really ambitious, you bunker here and set up mines. And then you wanna ideally posture your buildings so that way your supply can't easily be threatened. He's gonna have 3 lixes, but at the same time, Fargo is expanding oils behind this, expanding a supply behind this. So Gile Tox on, or Tox China on equal footing is not in China's favor still. He'll clear up 1 tunnel, but Boycah will lose this oil and Tox on 3 oils, 3 supplies. That's really deadly. Boycah knows he needs to make something happen. Fargo has his quads over here. He can now go back in the tunnel. He's trying to gun down this oil, but yeah, I just think Boycah's start was way too bad to really recover. Unless Fargo does an insane Fargo pop where he pops 10 quads into 1 bunker licks and loses all 10, I don't think he can win. This is such a dangerous thing to approach. Yeah, if Fargo was paying attention, Boycah just lost the game. If Fargo paid attention, that was kind of stupid. But I mean, at this point, if you're China, you have to take a risk like that because you're already so far behind. So, is it that stupid? Not really, but I say it's stupid because in context, in like the context of this game, Boycah's start wasn't very good. I think he kind of almost had the wrong idea with the build order. Because you can't go Gatlicks first. I know why he went Gatlicks for the RPGs, but if you're in that position in the first place, I think you've already lost the game, is my point. He lost 2 lixes. One of them was the bunker licks, the other was the Gatling licks. Fargo is on 2 oils still though. And there's the second arms with a stinker sight in front of the arms dealers. Yeah, I don't think Boycah can really close out this game. He's transitioned to a war factory. He's trying to set up flame walls to create opportunities for the Helix. But this is really, really hard to win in this position. The worst position China can be in versus the GLAs in this matchup, and especially Talks, is being in a position where you don't have the ability to threaten somewhere on the map. If you can't threaten somewhere on the map fast, then you're kind of in a really bad spot. Yeah, and Boycah's starting to get threatened. Fargo can actually expand to a 5th supply here pretty soon. And if he overwhelms this Gatling, if he just brings like 3 Scorpions and a few quads with it, he can like the Scorps to tank. And honestly, I think Scorps are kind of nifty as well, just for these random lone flamers. I don't think Fargo can, or sorry, Boycah can really win this game without like an epic engagement. Fargo barely holds on to that licks, but he might lose it. Yeah, he loses the licks. And Boycah goes for a Hail Mary and it kind of fails. So, yeah, this is GG. I mean, granted, this is a hard matchup to win in general, especially if it stocks, but I really do think Boycah had a much better shot at doing certain things in this matchup way better. I'm personally very critical of people in this matchup just because this is almost like I think this is honestly my favorite matchup in all of ZR. Why you can't have your first licks as a Gatling licks? Because if you have your first licks as a Gatling licks, you do not threaten tunnels on the map. And the whole point of the licks build is you clear up map space so that way you can threaten more space on the map. So this is a bit of theory 101. If you have 1 tunnel here and 1 tunnel, okay, I'll do it on the minimap. Oh, hopefully they open an observer slot. I'm really hoping they open the observer slot. Let me see. Okay, there we go. Okay, so let's say you have a tunnel on this side and a tunnel on this side of stocks. And you're against a helix. What are the immediate positions you can threaten with the licks? You can threaten this tunnel, you can threaten this tunnel, or if you're really courageous, you go straight to the base of the middle. But that's risky because whenever you're flying helixes over tunnels, you always risk an RPG or quad pop. Now, if you have a bunker licks early on, you kill this tunnel. Now, what can you threaten on the map immediately? You can threaten the main base, you can threaten the second supply, and you can threaten this tunnel. And if you want to go through the middle, and ideally you want to go through the middle because going directly in a straight line is way better than flying like this than like this, then you're going to be able to threaten way more on the map and also be able to threaten it more quickly. That is the whole reason the bunker licks is needed first. If you go Gatlix, you can't kill the tunnel. If you can't kill the tunnel, you can't threaten the map. If you can't threaten the map, you can't expand behind it and snowball. And if you can't snowball versus Tox, it's very unlikely you win. That is why you need to get a bunker licks first. Fargo going with what looks like oil cap plus helix. This is basically as standard of a helix build as you can go. So I don't think there's anything wrong with this. Boycah's preemptively sent a terrorist to the oil. Fargo's sending a very late truck actually for an oil for the crush, but I don't think he needed to do this because I mean he was already sending this truck late. think just keeping the 4 trucks on collection early on is fine. Yeah, this truck is kind of just doing nothing now. He's just made an extra truck. First tech going out. Yeah, this is also why the bunker is useful on this oil in particular, because if he had a bunker there, he could just take the red guard, put it in the bunker, and keep it safe until the Lix is out. Because the Lix wants to fly at least in this direction anyways, towards this oil, so it's not like this is bad for him. Yeah. This tech RPG will get intercepted, but it's slowing down the Helix, which should buy time for at least 2 quads. Yeah, 2 quads and an RPG. Fargo is just gonna try and headbutt this. Ooh, he doesn't get the second salvo off. If he killed that second quad, that would have been pretty important. The truck is actually camping the oil for the moment. But that will just give Fargo or Boycah free vet and scrap. Fargo has emptied the Lix. Evacted. No scrap denied from Fargo. So he could actually just get a scrapped up quad. Oil is denied. And oil was denied here. So Fargo is under pressure to make something happen. He has the bunker Lixes to make a play, but yeah, you see what I'm talking about. So if he killed this tunnel, he could have threatened main base, but now there's a tunnel here and a tunnel here and a tunnel here. So Fargo actually needs to be concerned with attacking 3 different points from the main base, which is really not ideal if you're playing Helix. Is that his last dozer? No, it's not. Okay, I thought it was. I don't know why this dozer is going super far forward. I think he could have just built a second supply or war factory and called it a day. Boycah's sending his quads forward, which is kind of a mistake. If he's too far forward, he will lose a 4-on-4 versus Helixes. Especially considering they're all bunker Lixes, he will definitely lose a 4-on-4. Boycah now expanding to a 3rd and getting his oil. Both oils. I mean, the next best alternative when you are behind on map control early on is you just mass up a ton of Lixes and you try for a really bit of a blunder for Fargo. Lost the dozer. Now he can't actually get this supply safely unless he risks a hunt. Yeah, so you just mass up a bunch of Lixes and you just hope for the best. That is the next best play you can do as China. This stage at least. No prop Lix though. Would like a prop Lix just for the passive healing. I like what Boycah's doing. He's not even letting Fargo have the chance to deny this. He's just gonna kill this because he doesn't really need to control the soil to win. What he needs to win is just get some map presence and make sure the Helixes are boxed into his base. That is really all he needs to do. Big pop, and that is not a good pop for Boycah so far, but Boycah is getting a lot of damage done thanks to the Stinger Sight. Yep, Talk Stinger Sights are deadly. There's a Flamer. Setting up a Flame Wall. I shouldn't lose that Vet 1 Lix or Vet 1 quad for nothing. I feel like that's a waste. Those vetted quads are really like strong. SOS, you should go for Bunker Lix first and fast for second War Factory. The second War Factory or fast going second airfield, not War Factory. You can go to airfields if you have at least a 3rd or I think 1 oil, if I remember. It's a toss-up between whether you go the second airfield or a War Factory. I think a War Factory is generally safer, But if you want to be really explosive and you have the APM and macro to load up Lixes from 2 airfields at a time, I think double airfield is very deadly. I think double airfield is way stronger, but it's way riskier as well. I think it's high risk, high reward. Whereas the War Factory build, I think, is just more consistent because you can just set up flame walls and create opportunities with the flame walls. That's how I see it, at least. User is saying, you've been streaming for 5 hours, aren't you tired? I planned for a marathon stream for today, so I am on full energy mode still. Second airfield for what? To spam more Lixes. So you can pump 2 Lixes at a time every 20 seconds instead of 1 Lix every 20 seconds. So that way you can just get a Helix Armada really quickly. Like you get 10 Lixes by like the 5th or 6th minute. That's really scary to fight. 10 Lixes is a pretty critical number as well because 10 is the number of units you can fit in a tunnel. So if you have 10 quads versus 10 Lixes, that's a pretty scary matchup if you don't have a buffer zone between your tunnel pop. And Fargo's actually stabilized in a really good position. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about the flamers, because you can't really casually walk in to a flame wall without getting severely damaged like this. And if you do get damage, you can end up getting picked off like this. And that's 1 quad, but repeat this like 10 times in the early game, and this adds up a lot. And when China's on eco, all you really need to do is just get up an insane amount of helixes and start going into full spam mode with between flamers and helix. Maybe you get infernos if you want to go the prop route, but in most games I feel like you don't even need propaganda as China. Some games you do. If you're camping out a GLA, like if you're able to outcamp a GLA with like an internet center, you can consider it. Or if you need like an inferno, it's nice. OVs, it's kind of tough because if you get Jarman sniped, you can get screwed over, but they are also useful from time to time. And that's what I'm talking about with the helixes. I mean, that's like 6 helixes, but it's so scary to even pop 10 quads into that because you risk just getting overwhelmed so easily. And even though Fargo's losing a fair amount, and okay, now he's losing a bit too much, but he is creating map space. He's getting 3-star. 3-star is especially an important point when China really has a good chance of turning the game around. This carpet on artillery is very important in terms of where it goes. Lots of flamers from Fargo. I'd almost even consider getting black napalm at this point. I honestly think black napalm is worth the investment at this stage. Carpet looking like it's on this oil. He's probably going to come with artillery now. Yep. He wants the carpet to go in first, so that way he can't alert Boycah of the carpet with artillery. Good engagement here, potentially. Loses a prop Lix, which isn't that bad. And Boycah's done really something smart here. He's using buggies to clear up these flamers. And this is actually a good counterplay from Boycah. So now Fargo has to make a decision about whether he actually wants to tech up to prop to get ECMs for these flamers or not. Or whether he just commits all in to just sheer mass. Another big pop of quads, but this is into a stinger site as well. Boycah does pick off 2 Lixes again. Fargo is making progress, but at the same time, China is kind of running on fumes at this point. Because they are losing a lot of Lixes. Might actually pick a couple of the buggies here. Oh, that bunker Lix is going to get eviscerated between the Tox RPGs and the quads. The Oasis is getting flamed down alongside the Oasis oil. And I just got a donation from Sam.
Sam donated $3. Appreciate the small delay. I always find high delay pretty dumb because you are only casting at that point and might as well just upload a video instead of stream. Plus.
Thank you, Sam, for the donation. Yeah, I like to do short stream delays because I like to assume good faith in people, but I think in tournament sets, for example, I think it makes sense to have the delay because it is always a good measure to uphold, like, sort of integrity of the game by having that stream delay to prevent stream sniping. It sucks from a viewer experience, I understand that, but I also think it makes a lot of sense why they do it. And in some cases, I do the same myself. MiGs are out for Fargo now, and he did a MiG strike, but I mean, I think Fargo's kind of dried up at this point. That is a really full minaret tower with Gamma RPGs. That kills essentially anything China sends at it, except for you need an Inferno to clear that at that point. Boycah says, surrender nub. I mean, Fargo did a really good job of making this close, given its China talks, but yeah, you need so many things to go your way in this matchup. It's just so tough to win. And there's AP bullets out now, and AP rockets. These RPGs are doing 40% extra damage. MiGs bug GG, and Boycah says, nice one, Daddy. Interesting.
You have been defeated.
So 2-2 so far is the scoreline. Yeah. One thing to also note about that matchup is that when you are at carpet and artillery, you sometimes may just use that to end the game. Maybe you hit a key tunnel or stinger. Maybe Fargo needed to do that instead of hit the oils because playing the long game does ultimately get worse and worse over time. So we got Yota Nation Arena. Shout out to Yota Nation. I'm not sponsored by them, but they did help Dami organize the top 6 tourney by sponsoring it, which was pretty cool. Laser GLA. Ooh, US GLA matchups. Always a fan of these. So we got Boycah in red. As the GLA vanilla. And on top we have Fargo as the blue USA laser. on Yota Nation Arena. So this map actually has a lot of oil. So you have an oil here, an oil here, an oil here that's damaged, a refinery. So that's 3 oils, 4 oils. Reflect that on the bottom side and you have 8, and then a middle oil here, so that's 9. You have piles here with the garrison to contest. You have this bunker and piles here, and your third supply all the way here from the main base. So I think this is a very even matchup, especially between these two guys. I think this could honestly go either way. This could be 2-0, this could be 1-1. I think both players are going for an oil grab initially, which is a pretty safe bet, given how many oils there are. So V gets loaded up, I think. Yeah. Terrorist is out. Yep, he's got Rangers in there. He wants to actually use... I think what he wanted to do was he wanted to send this V quickly here to take the oils, but that RPG taking the garrison does kind of screw with it a little bit. Boycah needs to take his oils. Fargo is on 2. Empty tech over here. He tried to intercept the oil grab, but there was none to be intercepted. Fargo is on 2 supplies so far, and he's... Or sorry, Boycah is on 2 supplies, and he's capturing 3 oils right now. Empty tech will get intercepted. Thanks to the Ranger. Will this technical intercept this? Yes, it will. And Boycah is slowly but surely tunnel crawling around the map. Boycah is now on 3 oils, Fargo is on 2. But Boycah has the map control in his favor currently. Second arms leader is being dropped down. Is Fargo gonna drop an early third is the question, or will he just rush a strat? No sign of a third at the moment. Fargo's got a pretty heavy V army here. Tech RPG is gonna try and engage. Tech goes down, RPGs are kind of waddling, but Fargo actually chooses to engage. Not sure if I'm a fan of that, but he does get away with it. Kills the tech essentially for free, so... Good trade ultimately for Fargo in the end. Oh, this tech is gonna intercept again, but it is a TNT as well. He's actually just gonna straight kill the oil. So... Fargo did get this oil, but Boycah is now getting these oils. So Boycah on 4, Fargo on 3 oils. Empty tech in the base. Flashbangs are out. Good investment for Fargo to get flashbangs. I think these garrisons are really, really important to take control of, so makes sense to get flashbangs on a map like this. Firebase is being dropped down on this flank. And Boycah might get kicked out of this area now. Does he have a flash range with this V? Yes, he does. There's a flashbang and clears the garrison. Loses a V though. Did not have to lose that V. Boycah is sending techs from the right, but he's expanding in the right at the same time. He's gunning down this oil. And Boycah is losing this oil, so Fargo will be on 3, 4, 5 oils to Boycah's 3. Yeah, this is gonna be a bit dicey for Boycah. He kind of needs to make something happen. Strat is being dropped down. This dozer is still tucked away. He hasn't thought about the supply yet. One of these is a TNT. I think that's the TNT. He's going for the Boycah TNT. Is he gonna get it? Oh, he might lose the dozer. Oh, he loses the Vs. And I think that's GG. Oh, he tried to block with the... he tried to save his dozer and put up barracks to save it, but did not work out. Or maybe he was trying to scrap deny. That's probably scrap deny. And this is a really bad angle for Fargo. I think Fargo really needs to drop this third, because this corner is completely free and he's floating 4K. I mean, there's no reason for Fargo to not get a third. Oh, he didn't even cancel the strat. Major mistake from Fargo. Lost 2.5k for nothing, essentially. Fargo is still pushing here, and he's gonna keep trying to take these oils while defending back home. Yeah, Fargo could have dropped a third if he didn't lose that strat money as well. Could have been snowballing even harder than he is right now. Boycah is now on the buggies, but Fargo does have the left side. The question is, can Fargo break through Boycah at this point? Because the buggies make it a bit tough, given all these tight choke points and these linear channels between the bases. How is it GG? He still has 5 oils. I mean, if Boycah brought more, like with that tech, like a worker, it could have been super GG GNX. That's because the thing is, even though he's on so much money, his production's getting camped, and he would have threatened the main base. I think if you bring the worker in Boycah's position, it just makes the game so much easier. This is like the second game where Boycah's made that mistake as well in this matchup. Jarman is gunning down Vs and buggies, or Vs and MDs, but does get taken out. Search and destroy that was deployed, and oil gets taken out here. But yeah, now there's rocket buggies with the upgrade, which makes this a lot more annoying, to say the least, for Fargo. He finally has the third. He should have had this third, honestly, like 4 minutes ago. Fargo's not even mining on these Chinooks, so he's actually on 1 supply. And that's a TNT that could get in and kill the strat, and that's a really big setback for Fargo if that is the case. Oh. Ranger might save him though. Oh, nice. Saves it. Yeah, barely. Game sound a little bit. Do you want it higher or lower? I actually don't know. I'll just put it a little lower because it is on the higher end right now. There we go. Nice ninja thumbnail. The thumbnail is AI generated. So I try to put some prompts for an AI generator to figure out what looked cool, and this was the coolest thing I got. Bunker gets cleared up. And Boycah could honestly just kill these oils. Yep, he's gonna do that. Most CH games is just someone slowly losing, but it'd be nice to have some back and forth games for us viewers. Disagree. Don't think every ZH game is decided that early on. Some matchups are decided early, but I think it's kind of an overgeneralization. I think it's almost 50-50 between games that are decided early versus games that are back and forth. Like right now, I think everyone would agree that this is heavily in Boycah's favor, but you wouldn't count Fargo out because he has the ability to potentially come back. I think the comeback factor is what makes ZH very interesting, because there is a very interesting dynamic in ZH, I think, isn't talked about, which is the more units you have, the harder it is obviously to micro all of them, so your unit your micro quality decreases over time generally when you have more units. But obviously 1 unit versus 1,000 units is not good, but like say you have like 5 Vs versus 20 quads, that can go either way depending on the micro, for example. Boycah's actually taken back these oils and dropped down a scud. Fargo in the meanwhile is doing a particle cannon camp as laser, which is kind of a down uphill battle at this point because Fargo doesn't really have any map control, and he's gonna lose his last oil here as well. Boycah's got all the supplies on the map. Fargo's gonna try and Burton the oil down. Oh, Jarman does get the snipe. He's vet 2 now. Boycah on the AP rockets before the AP ammo just to buff up his buggies further. Bad throw, GG. Isn't it 3-1?
Been defeated.
I don't think it's 3-1. It went 1-1 in the first matchup, 1-1 in the second, 1-1, or not 1-1, but it's 1-0 for this now, so it's 3-2 to Fargo, I believe. Yes, if he brought that worker, but he didn't have it, so it wasn't GG. I thought he had a worker, to be honest. That's also why I said GG, because whenever I see that tech RPG blob, I don't know why, whenever Boycah does it versus me, he brings like 3 workers, but with Fargo, he's completely forgotten how to do that tech RPG blob. I don't know why, but yeah, normally it's like second-hand nature for Boycah, but here he's like forgetting it every single time. Which is strange, because he does it like very consistently versus me. Like literally almost every single tech RPG at the start is has a worker with it. It's definitely not 4-1. I know it's not 4-1 because we have an odd number of games and it's been 1-1 the whole set so far, except now it's just 1-0. Donated win. Yeah, Fargo looked like he was in a commanding position. He had a lot of mistakes there. A little bit higher, dude. Let me boost up the volume then. There we go. So now we have Boycah in the red laser as... Oh yeah, red laser on top of Yota Nation arena. And on the bottom we have Fargo as the GLA vanilla on the bottom of Yota Nation arena. Do you think Fargo should be more rusty as he's coming out of retirement? Like he's playing top immediately, he's back in the game? He's not back in the game immediately. This isn't his first game back. He was playing Boycah a few sets, like a few weeks ago as well. This isn't his first set back, or second set, I guess, if you include the TumStep one earlier. I think this is gonna sound like I'm being very crude, but it is kind of a fair point. I mean, when Fargo isn't exactly known for his diverse builds, so if there's not too many builds you need to remember, Fargo can just kind of focus on his skills, and I think Fargo has the skills to back up doing the same build order, so yeah, there's that. Like, I think it's just a matter of Fargo remembers the little nitty-gritty details, and then once he remembers those, he can just out APM or out micro / out macro / out strategize who he's playing against, which is kind of what we saw versus TumStep earlier, because Fargo was just kind of putting TumStep's APM to the test more than anything, and we saw that especially in the US mirror. And Boycah is actually playing this a little bit different, so he's gone for 2 2.5 supplies, I guess, because he's using this Chinook to mine from the extra pile over there. But he's gone for a proxy barracks near the oils. He wanted to get this MD in the garrison, but it's gonna get denied, unfortunately. For Boycah. Fargo is already on an oil. He actually took away this rebel by accident. He needs to cap this oil. Boycah is headbutting a garrison at full HP with a V. He might lose that V. Barely survives, but that is going to take away some time from the V doing any early engagements. Boycah's trying to get himself this garrison. Gets the garrison. Should move the dozer a little forward so it's not getting gunned down for free. Fargo's actually sent the combat bike here. He's playing very greedy. Not sure why he's going. Maybe he wanted to intercept Boycah's ranger there. But I feel like that one's very unlikely to be uncapped if Boycah was going for early caps. Fargo's on the 2 arms. Fargo beat TumStep 6-2. Yeah, he beat TumStep 6-2. And he 2-0'd a lot of matchups, including US Mirror. And what was the other matchup he 2-0'd? I forgot. I know he 2-0'd the US Mirror. I'm trying to remember what was the other matchup he 2-0'd. It's slipping my mind at this point, but you can watch the stream and figure out the matchups. I like Boycah winning. It means that everyone can win the World Series. Yeah, adds more excitement. Always nice to have an exciting World Series. I do think this World Series coming up may be the best World Series of all time, potentially. I think the competition is really high this World Series to the point where it's almost 10 people who could potentially win the World Series, which I think is very cool. And that's not even counting any potential World Series dark horses. I mean, World Series 2022 was Tensor GG. 2021 was Fargo, or not Fargo, it was Reznov, who was the dark horse of that World Series. Because he knocked out, I think, Domi and Boycah in the early rounds. Question is, who is going to be the dark horse for this World Series? Or are we even going to have one? Does Boycah have flashbangs? He does not. He really needs flashbangs to clear this bunker. So far, Boycah is just content, slowly expanding, but he's gonna need to make something happen soon. He has a laser pad in a pretty nice position to guard against a TNT. Although, if the TNT goes like this, he might still be able to get in. So he's got Search and Destroy, but he's got to fight against a lot of techs. So this kind of comes down to how this engagement goes, whether this game goes on or not, at least. Because Boycah needs really good engagements from here on out while he has S&D. This little choke point is very hard to push into. I would have liked Boycah to honestly just push the main base, because I think it is just very tough to push into this angle. But I think main base is probably even more difficult than this little cramped corner, so maybe it's just better to try your luck here, since you're already here. Fargo will probably try and intercept these oils. He's trying to stinger up. Boycah's actually not taking this oil all game. Wow. Oil down for Fargo. Oil denied. And I'm not sure what Fargo's doing with this army. He's kind of just twiddling his thumbs a little bit here. He's not really making progress by putting his army here. If anything, he's just giving Boycah a chance to push further into his base. Yeah. This is risky from what Fargo, what he's doing. Oh, I don't like this move. I don't like going from behind like this. Would have liked it if he just gone from there. I think it would have been safer, but I guess this garrison wasn't as full as I thought. And Boycah's now cornered, and we know what happens when Boycah's in a corner, so this is looking to be GG very soon. I think Boycah's ran out of steam. Even though Boycah's got this oil, G and X, I think GLA is so hard to break once it's fully camped in on this map. Fargo's bringing in combat bikes to quickly take the oils back for himself. Where'd that Burton go? Actually, Burton is still here. Double A10 on the oil. Kills Stinger with it too. So Wrap is out. He might use that to deny the oil. Hits the buggies. Hits one buggy. I think he attempted to split fire, but he didn't get it. Combat bike goes in, drops the bike and runs away. Fargo, I think, accidentally cancelled his oil grab. Has that Burton moved somewhere? I think he has. Boycah's gonna kill these oils. Fargo's gonna take all of Boycah's oils except this one. Oh, Jarman in a bus. Gets a lot of MDs. Evacs the Jarman. No AP rockets or AP bullets. There's no Pathfinders yet for Boycah, so this Jarman does have free reign to snipe and intercept. As I say that, there is a Pathfinder now. That has been revealed. Yeah, Pathfinder is in position. I think he's trying to bait Fargo. Yeah, Sniper does pick off the tunnel worker over here. But Fargo has these oils still. And this is a small tech, but I think this is worth it. If you're in Fargo's position and you have multiple oils on the map, I think it is very worth it to get booby traps. Because you booby trap the oil, you actually give it anti-burden. So you just have a free anti-burden that not only kills the burden, but saves the oil. Oh, Boycah might lose wraps here. Yep, he loses 2. Did lose buggies though, but I think... Or sorry. Yeah, Fargo can replace those buggies pretty comfortably. Oil from Boycah is getting focused. Not sure what this battle bus is doing. Right, you're gonna attempt to retake the oil. Fargo should really take this supply as well at this point. Fargo's actually dropped down a Scud. First Scud of the game. 5 minutes on the timer. 4 workers over here. Fargo's running out on his main. Boycah is... Actually, got a lot of cash left. Burton is ready. Could be some good buggy intercepts. Bit of an awkward angle to engage because of these piles. Fargo will finish the oil over there. Oh, and the ambo just charges it and dies. Okay. So no ambo. I think there is a Jarman inside. Kills the Burton. I think the Pathfee actually died as well. There are more snipers though. And Boycah's making progress. what looks like a really bad situation after he got cornered over here and Fargo took over the map is suddenly looking really fantastic. And I really do think a big part of that was Fargo not really abusing the fact that Boycah was on a low unit count at that point. Hell, I think he should have at least tried maybe 2 simultaneous TNTs on that SND. I just think Fargo's playing it a bit too passive at this point, when he had a really good shot to just kind of close out the game if he killed the strat. Boycah's now collecting from the middle too. He's actually mined out on his third. He's gonna lose 3 Vs. Doesn't lose any buggies. Particle cannon out for Boycah. Second scud from Fargo. Fargo's base is very compact, actually. 1 particle could kill 3 markets and an arms, or a market, a palace, and an arms. There is at least 2 targets here that are 7.5, potentially 10k worth of building damage. Fargo's only started collecting here. Was that an Aurora? Yeah, that was an Aurora. Hit a quad. Gets back in time. He has countermeasures too, so Auroras will be a little bit sturdy. Boycah lost 3-3. I actually don't know. This is looking up in the air right now. This could be anyone's game, depending on what happens next. The scud is in the heart of Fargo's base, so it's going to be very hard to stop it. But I do think Boycah, if he keeps on expanding behind this and keeps getting these sneaky collects over here, could win. Or busts the bunker open. So if he has a sniper, he just killed all these RPGs. Just guns it down with Toby's. MD is actually giving a nice bit of vision as well. It's been there since the first major engagement. 2 buses. One of them's empty. I think the other has a Jarman. Really not the best micro on the air units from Boycah. Scud will fire in 20 seconds though. And that's gonna be really, really tough for Boycah, because I don't think he can really handle a Scud Storm. He's not got a single drop zone. Rebel ambush on the Ranger, capping to try and deny it. It was a good shot. Burton reveals itself in front of the tunnel, but runs away for now. And Scudstorm is firing. Where is that gonna hit? Is that gonna hit the strat? That's looking like it's gonna hit the main base. Yep. War factory into power plants. Doesn't actually kill the other power plant. That would put him offline? Yeah, it would have. Boycah's level 5 now, so he's used Spectre. And that might have been a Moab that I missed. If Boycah actually weakens this particle potentially with the MD, he could actually kill it with the MD plus particle. There is a worker able to repair it though. But I think one Aurora, this MD hitting it could potentially be enough. He's got 2 Auroras anyways, so he could just combo those onto it with the particle. But I think Boycah is now playing it on hard mode at this point, because this is GLA late game versus USA late game. And unless you're on your own drop zones and particles, I think it is kind of hard to do it in this position. Particle is ready. Where's the fire? Yep. Goes for the refinery first. Yep, he can afford it. Kills the palace, the refinery, the market, and the arms leader. That is 7.5k worth of damage and the tech building. So very worth it. Big concern though for Boycah is the fact that 2 scuds are gonna fire in 3 minutes. I'm not so sure if Boycah can really do anything though. Maybe he'll combo Auroras plus A10 on one of the scuds. I know he used Spectre and Moab, so I don't think he will be able to stop at least one scud. Maybe he can't stop both scuds. He's definitely gonna not stop both scuds if he loses Auroras like this, yeah. Boycah only really has this army going for him, but the longer he waits, the more he will get chipped at as well. Yeah, I think Boycah's gonna run out of steam here. I don't think he can really win. It's not over. Boycah has huge army in level 5. That was a bad hit. On the left, he could hit the oil plus S&D. Yeah, I agree, GNX. I think he could have just killed the oil and S&D, and that would have been it. I don't think Boycah can engage the buggies. Fargo just needs attack. Leaflet coming in. It's gonna disable 4 units, 3 quads and a buggy. Nice stuff. Aurora comes in. It's 1 buggy. Tunnel pop on the Aurora. Barely gets alive. I think it got saved by the veterancy. This bunker is gonna be really annoying to break though for Boycah. And I think Boycah's definitely run out of steam at this point. I heard an ambush. Oh, kills the Aurora on the airfield. Yeah, Boycah has no way to actually kill the Scud now. He could have used an Aurora plus A10, but now he has 0 options to stop the Scud. One of these Scuds honestly could just be used defensively on the army if it really gets to that point, but given how many tunnels there are, I don't think it will, especially when there's an Anthrax beelining straight for Boycah's army. He will get maybe 1 V here, severely weakens a 2nd V, but there's no ambulance and it's just a matter of attrition at this point. Sneak attack in the base of Boycah. Boycah is forced to use an A10. He's actually got level 1 A10. I'm confused what happened to his level 2 A10, because I swore he had level 2 A10 this game. I don't know where the other A10s went. So, Scud Storm now being used by Boycah. Boycah may actually just scud these Vs. Oh no, Fargo used the first scud. Try and scud these Vs. I don't know why he sold that. He could have just fired that. That was kind of stupid from Fargo. He really should have just fired that scud on the strat and oil and just used the scud on the defense. That seems a little bit stupid. Boycah is actually managing to cause issues now for Fargo. And I think the fact that this oil is still alive, and this oil in fact, has Fargo thrown it. That particle over here could be insane. He's using the particle on the... should Boycah have particled this and let the burden and just do its thing? I honestly think so. Because he could have still knocked him off of production. I think Boycah messed up that particle. I don't think he should have done that, but the bright side for Boycah is that he is now the only one with a super weapon. And he's just got a really annoying Vet 3 Burton in a second. That's just bombing the base of Fargo. Yeah, I think Fargo messed that up quite hard. I don't know why he sold the Scud. He had no reason to sell it. He's already 5-star. You may as well fire the rockets. Try your luck at it. Yeah, Boycah's on drop zones. I think Fargo threw. I actually think Fargo threw this game. Because now Boycah's on eco and the super weapon. And Fargo is on one market. Oh my god. Oh, I don't believe it. Fargo managed to throw with a 2-scud lead. That is insane. How did Fargo do it? He actually threw the game. This one burden is gonna be such a headache to deal with as well. Oh. Not if he does that though. Almost TNT'd his own arms leader, but he TNT's the burden. Yeah, I actually don't believe it. I cannot believe that Boycah is actually winning this game. After what looked so horrible in that mid game with this engagement here. I just genuinely cannot believe it. I mean, this is the biggest far throw I think I have seen in a very long time. Did Fargo watch that show and learn how to throw it? I mean, that was, he saw Scud Storm in GNX. He used the Scud Storm, the first Scud, to defend when it was far. And the second Scud, he just sold it. He didn't even fire it. ExCaL, you had to watch this game. This was the biggest far throw I have seen. Fargo had the whole map and the 2-scud lead on Boycah when he was on 0 drop zones. And now Fargo is on 1 market. Yeah, oh no, indeed. Oh no. This oil was finally killed when Fargo could have literally killed this in like the 3rd or 4th minute as well. This strat being alive is so criminal though. It shouldn't be alive. The Scud should have just killed it, but yeah, Fargo. This is insane. Yeah. I mean, I know I said it's over, but really it should have been over. Like 15 minutes ago for Fargo. But I think between him playing way too defensive at this point, like in the mid game, this should just be a particle on the sneak, honestly. I don't know why Boycah hasn't used it. Ah, he's waiting for the A10. There's the second A10. Yeah, the other time the A10 was used, it was only a single A10. That confused me. Is he just hitting the units in his base? No, he's hitting pallets. Fargo says GG, Boycah says GG. Yeah, this was a massive throw from Fargo. Fargo really should have just won this game. This was Fargo's game to lose. Feel like Fargo's gonna be kicking himself after that one. So that's a lead now for Boycah. Will Boycah break the winning drought versus Fargo? I think last set you lost. So let's see if Boycah can win it. Looks like a Vendetta pick. Um, Boycah's thanking him. Someone in chat's asking me how old am I? I am between 0 and 100. That is how old I am. New Guinness World Record of throws winner. After a lot of tennis and yoga sessions, Dad not even getting upset after losing and saying GG. Playing this so bad. Anyway, as always, good throw. But not versus Tummy. Sad. Yeah, Fargo was on steroids when he played versus TumStep. Especially in that US mirror. Demo Air Force on Vendetta. In theory, this should be a 1-1 to air, but I don't know, man. I get worried about Boycah's air sometimes. He better not do some experiment with double airfield, 2 raps. Let me do that. That was a dumb build I did versus him once, but it somehow worked. I don't want Boycah to be doing that on Vendetta, though. I think on Vendetta, you best just play it the way you know how to play it. Usually Boycah goes for Airfield War Factory. Fargo's going 3 supplies, makes sense versus Air Force. And Boycah's just playing it standard. Yeah, T's helping me a lot. Stay awake right now for this. Because it is a marathon stream. Hell, there might even be a 4th set after this. Who knows? Or I might just play. We'll see how the evening plays out. Or I guess the night at this point. Anyways, technical out for Fargo. And V out for Boycah. Fargo's led a quad. I think he was worried about Comanche or like a combat Nuke, so it's always safe to lead a quad as your 2nd unit versus Air Force. Drops a worker off to build a demo trap. Hits the power. Good target. Can never go wrong with a power snipe. You just slow down the US's production by 50% by doing that. No build can beat Marakar's 250 barracks build. It's got enough to 4 barracks at one point. Maybe the highest, I think the highest I've probably gone is 4 or 5, but I think in terms of a viable build that I consider, I think 4 is the highest I've gone. Started streaming 6 hours ago. Wow, another marathon stream. Yep. Clever pun there as well. And Boycah's just playing it standard. He's just waiting until the V's are grouped up. Get a critical mass and then push out. And then he also has a combat Nuke. He can potentially make the threaten a mass tech army. Meanwhile, Fargo is going for 2nd arms leader. He's trying to get map control, but he's getting a little bit denied by these combat drops. He's plopping down a couple of these demo traps. And TNT gets intercepted, does not really kill anything. Yeah, Boycah's just focused on clearing the mid. And I like what he's doing because he's clearing the mid while he's timing this with the V push. This is very smart from Boycah. He's using his noggin. Great stuff. And there's actually no demo traps here either, so Fargo doesn't even have an out right now. That terrorist. Oh, that was way too close for comfort from Boycah. TNT. Oh, he could have hit the dozer. There's the combat nook as well in the back, and it is filled to the brim, I imagine, with missile defenders. Yeah, he's putting rangers even. So that will be effective against RPGs if he has like a mass RPG. Oh, the terrorist kills 2 Vs. Yeah, Boycah's running way too close. I don't know what Boycah's doing. He lost 4 Vs there, just headbutting a tunnel head first. I don't know why he's doing that, like 2 inches from it. Oh man. And this V is now weakened. The combat nook is coming in, but Fargo is on the 2 war factories, so he could potentially stabilize here. He needs to be really careful. Yeah, there's only 2 Vs left, so it really depends on how much Fargo can pump out in time. Fargo's dropped down a supply here. Fargo's actually going for a bit of a base race. Gets a Bet 2 quad as well. And is Boycah hunted? No, Boycah's airdropped his dozer over here. Boycah needs to be careful. He's hitting his own Vs with the missile defenders. And I mean, I think Fargo's trying to force a base swap situation, but this fire base and these MDs are kind of preventing that from happening. No barracks or arms dealer as of yet on the map. Boycah is level 2. He will get level 3 very soon if Fargo doesn't actually sell this off. Yeah, Fargo really wanted to make a base swap happen, but it's not gonna happen. Ideally. Oh, that's the game-ending pop right there. Fargo had way more in his tunnel than he was showing. There are his aces in the hole. Yep, those are the pocket aces right there. Boycah says, fucking lag. He's saying lag. I have to agree. I do see a 14 ping, now 16 ping. Lag. Lag in your brain. And Boycah just quits. Oh man.
You have been defeated.
Yeah, Fargo baited him. He had way more in his tunnel than he let on. That was good. Fargo winning against the Air Force is pretty impressive too, because I think Air usually wins this matchup. So now it's the reverse, and Fargo has options. He could go Comanches, he could go regular Vs, he could do a combat nook all in. He's got plenty to play. Okay. Let's see here. So we have Boycah now as the demo in red on the bottom of Vendetta. And we have up on the top Fargo as the blue Air Force. So once again, I do think Air Force is favored to win on this one. Judging by the way he's placing the supplies, I almost want to guess this is Comanches, because he's not even tried to box. Yep, this is Comanches. Oh, Airfield War Factory. This is Raps. Okay, Rap V. Or V Rap. Yeah, V Rap is also very strong, especially versus Demo. You have more expensive quads. So, always good to force a situation where you're playing both technicals and quads, or you're forcing one composition over the other. Here you'd be forcing quads, but quads aren't that great versus Vs. if they have drone spam. So it's kind of a good army combo. Boycah's prepped up a tech RPG. Dozer, or not Dozer, Hellfire V from Fargo. It's the third supply. This tech is just gonna go straight in, and it's gonna lose. Oh, loses 4 RPGs and a terrorist, and the tech. Very costly. If this tunnel gets denied, that. Oh my word! Oh no! This is a horrendous start for Boycah now. Yeah, Boycah has 0 map control. I didn't think this would actually get denied. Wow, this is not good for Boycah. Especially versus V-Raps. This tech will get intercepted. Fargo could have split fired that, to be honest. He could have just used 2 or 3 missiles and then looked around the map for workers building tunnels. Just small efficiency plays, I think it does make a difference. Especially with Raptors, because Raptors are so mobile. And Fargo's just getting more and more economic damage. And normally V-Rap, it kind of starts slow, but Fargo has actually got the foot on the gas pedal right now, and he's actually really pressuring Boycah. 2 Raps are out now. Fargo expanding to a 3rd. Yeah, Fargo is non-stop relentless with these Hellfire Vs, just driving into the supplies. Raps are probably gonna look for a quad or a tunnel to snipe. Yep, snipes the quad. He gets pulled back. 2 more techs. And is that a split fire? Is that a split fire? We see. Ooh, it is. Okay, because I only saw 3 techs or 3 missiles, so I was wondering where the other 2 went. Okay. Second arms theater for Boycah, but Boycah's had a very rough start, all things considered. Although, do you really need to play full Vs into with V-Raps? I feel like if you just go toe spam, it's easier because you just guard mode them and attack move, and then you can focus on micro on Raps. I think your Rap micro is more valuable when you can snipe buildings easily. Fargo's actually expanding to a 4th very aggressively. Boycah should have seen that Chinook moving left. He might think there's a port supply. Fargo needs to be careful with that V army. Or no eco squad, so to speak. Garrisons get broken down by the Raps. Fargo is on low power right now because he has too many supplies. And he is online again. 2 quads only. I mean, Fargo has 4 Raps, so he could just do 2 and 2. And then use the PDL to cover for the Vs. 1 Dozer was taken down, and oh, that was a Dozer hunt. So this went from what looked like a really convincing win for Fargo to a little more even, I think. And I think this now comes down to whether Boycah can get some critical TNTs. Demo TNT can kill a Air Force Airfield, because Air Force Airfields have extra HP for some reason. Yeah, Fargo's gotta be on top of it at this point. He needs to be really on top of it, because this could be a loss if he's not careful. Uses the Comanche to shield for the Raps. Not bad. I don't think it's a bad idea, especially because that Comanche wasn't doing anything right now. He has another Comanche on defense anyways. But yeah, Fargo needs to not lose any buildings at this stage because he is hunted. I don't think it's over for either player. I think this is either player's game to win at this point thanks to the hunt. Ooh, he really wants to kill the airfield. He will get the power though. and a V. It's not permanent low power yet, but that is the last power plant. So once that power goes down and it's very exposed, then oh, Boycah clumped 2 quads together. So he actually lost 2 quads to 2 wraps. Once that power goes down, that's gonna slow down Fargo a lot. Even with this extra eco, he actually is not gonna be able to. He's gonna be floating very quickly if he loses that power.
Got my missile launcher right here. Fire parts ready for engagement.
There is a
Got my missile launcher right here.
combat Nuke now for Fargo. Yep, and Boycah recognized that, and there's permanent low power for Fargo now. So Fargo will build everything at 50%. But Fargo does have a good amount to work with. He's got flashbangs as well, which is very smart. He's got a combat Nuke, he's got 4 wraps, he's got stealth Comanches, and a loaded V army. All this really comes down to is whether Fargo can pull off some good engagements here, I think. If he can, this should be his game to win. There's no spy drones on this army, so he's gonna lose 2 Vs pretty comfortably here. Maybe a 3rd even, if he's not careful. 1V barely survives. I think he used the wraps. Nope, he didn't use the wraps there. He's using this. He's microing that V and this army. Nice bit of multi-micro. Wraps do come in, hit the quads. May lose a wrap for that. Nope, Vet saves it. Boycah's taking the oils, and yeah, as you can see, Fargo's starting to float a lot, and that's not because he's not spending, it's because he literally doesn't have the production speed to spend enough. Oh, he doesn't have the upgraded countermeasures, I think, or rocket pods. He only has the stealth upgrade. So loses a Comanche for that, and 1 gets really weak. Again, Boycah has a really full tunnel, so he needs to be really careful about these tunnel pops. Fargo loses another V potentially. Yep, not without an evac, another V gets taken out. And Fargo is having to work for this win. Boycah going in with 3 quads. I think this is way too few quads to try and push with at this point. Since you know he has 4 wraps still, he just kills, he deletes 2 quads and you have 1 quad left. I mean, whenever you push with an army, you just have to think, I mean, you're just gonna be minus 2 quads. But I think the wraps actually hit the tunnels here, so he will have the chance to get on top of the airfield for the moment. And Boycah's trying to split up Boycah a little bit right now. Rocket pods are out, but no countermeasures. Boycah has been killed off from this section. More Chinooks going down. Wraps are going down. Lots of wraps going down. Almost every single raptor except 1. Boycah keeps tunnel crawling, and I think he is just full on spam mode. He knows he can't win a long game at this stage. He needs to try and force Fargo on the defense and try and pressure him as much as he can. Chinooks are getting hit as well. Is Boycah on the cash bounty? He is not, and Comanche goes down. Nope, almost. Fargo is level 4. He has access to Pathfinders if he wants to get them. Boycah is on the oils, and this supply has been cleared. So Boycah is slowly coming back. He is getting a CC. He is demo, but he does not have the upgrade to abuse demo rebel ambush. Another V goes down, and bear in mind every V loss is pretty annoying because it's not just losing a V, it's also he has to spend maybe 20 seconds to make 1 V only thanks to low power. These tunnels finally do get cleared up, but I do think Boycah still does have a chance. And more aggro quads. Yeah, Boycah is just, he is not giving Fargo any breathing room. He might lose the combat Chinook as well. That's a really pricey unit to lose. loses another Comanche. Quads were unfortunately hitting the spy drone, so he didn't finish off the V. Fargo is still on defense, and he is holding, but Boycah has been really applying pressure. He's actually stingering up this area a little bit. I like that. And how much cash is left? 7k, so Boycah could expand to that still. Fargo is finally pushing out after relentless pushes from Boycah. Needs to send a worker to repair that, to delay this a little bit. Stinger is firing some of the rockets. And holy shit, that is a massive engagement. That is a massive quad army. And Fargo is very out of position right now. If that kills the barracks, that is a very big blow. Yeah, and Boycah knows he can just kill the barracks. That is a massive blow. Oh, finish the barracks. Yeah, so now no more MDs can be made, or Rangers or Pathfinders. That is really bad for Fargo now. So now Fargo is not only limited on MTVs that build on low power, but he's actually limited on the number of missile defenders. So he can't even use combat Chinooks anymore, really. Fargo's actually not collecting. Yeah, he's got 2 Chinooks here, but he's not collecting right now. I think Boycah's done it. I think Boycah might have just come back from what looked like a dire start. Very well played. And he has not made a sniper. Oh no, he doesn't have any snipers out. So these RPGs are actually really threatening. He does have flashbacks. And he's weakened the ambo. So he needs to be careful with that. Will Boycah do a push from the middle or the left now is the question. No, he's just gonna go gung-ho and engage that. And wow, Boycah's done it. Boycah with a really impressive comeback.
You have been defeated.
That was a really impressive comeback from Boycah. From what looks like a really bad start. And Boycah is now on match point because of that. Well played to him. I really think he should have denied that tunnel beside the oil or killed it while he had 2 wraps. Yeah, I think he could have dealt with the quad probably with V's. I don't think he needed to wrap the quad in hindsight. Two worst throws, nice. Yeah, this is, I think, the second really major throw, I'd say, that Fargo has had this set. US Talks is really nasty though. I think Fargo will have a good time in this set matchup, but I think the reverse is very tough for US on this map, because that bunker is a death trap a lot of the times in this matchup. If you just bring a Talks Rebel, two RPGs, and a worker, you build a tunnel behind this bunker, like over here. You easily camp out the supply, you TNT this supply, and then you basically have checkmate on the USA. But let's see what Fargo cooks in the Cabeza. So we have a 3 supply opener from Fargo. And Boycah's gone for an aggressive supply to get a faster drop. Terrorist is not there yet, so this will delay the 3rd a little bit. Barracks now dropped. Terrorist is in position. The dozer makes the turnaround, so he needs to start microing it. Yep. And we've got a little bit of a dozer terrorist stance. First V is out. He's actually going to try and snipe that terrorist. Does pick up the dozer, but there's workers, and this V will pick up more workers. He should take this scrap. This is a really awkward angle for this V. He just cancels it altogether. Yeah, I think a little bit of indecisiveness from Fargo. I think if he canceled that sooner, he would have easily picked up that V. He also missed this scrap pile here. He could have actually had a grenade tech, which is very valuable early on versus USA. And so far, these engagements have not gone well for Fargo. He's only killed 1V, and he's lost a tech and quite a few workers here. But Fargo is going to try and stabilize on the 3 supplies, and he's prepped up the Death Squad, which is a Tox Rebel, Tox RPG, and a worker, I think, for that bunker. Or that could be a TNT, who knows, because the Tox Rebel is still here. Bit of a risky engagement for Boycah. Oh, the tech stopped. I think Fargo could have just gone in from the left and gone for it. Especially because he's scouted with the worker. He will maybe get the hunt. There's only one. But Boycah's V count is rising. No second arms yet. There's the fake. Tech RPG is being prepped up on the left. And it's going forward, the tech RPG. And this is a bit of an awkward angle for Boycah because he's already committed. So, does he go back or does he commit to the base is the question. I think if you're in Boycah's position, you're already too far. And he just commits to the base. He's losing Chinooks for it though. He could just be mining off of these piles or off of Fargo's piles because these are actually quite safe. That is a TNT from Fargo. And he misses. Yeah, losing those 2 Nooks is pretty bad because you could just have them harvesting different piles here instead of losing them. I think that's a dozer in the Nook. And Boycah is planning to actually take this supply. So this is interesting. So we've got a sandwich map layout right now, potentially, on our hands. Fargo's got all of the edges of the map, whereas Boycah's got the actual ingredients of the sandwich, the bologna, the lettuce, the tomatoes and whatnot. But yeah, I was expecting him to drop this dozer and take the supply, but I think he's waiting for the cash. Oh, is he not collecting? No, he is collecting, he's just bugged out. This army could go either way. This engagement could go either way. All comes down to the engagement. Oh, Fargo loses 2 techs for free. Doesn't take anything with it. Has Boycah... No, Boycah's still not got the supply. I think he could have honestly dropped down the supply there. I don't think he needs to build it back here. Especially because this dark spot is pretty threatening for Boycah. Sends an ambo to scout as well. Yep, drops the dozer to try and retake his primary supply. Tech army is coming forward. I think some of these have RPGs. Yep, I was right. It's threatening the front now. I guess the benefit of taking this is if he dropped his RPGs here, he could actually threaten both supplies. And it's going to come down to the micro of both players as to who wins this engagement. 1B goes down, ambulance goes down, 3 techs go down. Fairly even so far, but I think you favor Fargo's position because he is on the 4 subs. And there's no palace in sight just yet. But I imagine a palace will be dropped pretty soon. Fargo's really aggressively crawling. He's actually got a size tunnel over there. Yeah, Fargo's just camping out this front supply. Being very annoying and essentially limiting Boycah to 1 supply. More techs being made. And Fargo could get a massive pincer actually if he times this right. I think he needed to put those techs in the tunnel and go from here and the middle. he could have really got a good pincer maneuver. But Boycah is driving around a cliff, which is a really bad way for V's to get caught out like that. You can't lose V's at this point, especially when you're outnumbered like 5-1. Second V goes down, and I think Boycah is losing a bit too much, and Fargo is going to start spiraling out of control soon. He is started on the palace, so Boycah is on a timer. Fargo's going to get his oil. Boycah's already got his oil. He's not collecting on this Chinook because he's got the dozer inside. And Fargo should see this, and he could actually just trap the V's if he moves in right now. Wasted opportunity for Fargo. Yeah, he's moving in now, but it's a bit too late. He definitely could have trapped the V's when they're all the way back here. He still might, because the V's are in an awkward angle. Oh, he's attacking the V's in the back though. He wants to hit the V's in the back to slow down the V's in the front to try and get them caught out, but don't think it worked. Techs are engaging inside. I think he has more techs than this. I think his techs are in tunnel. He's just picking off units, even if they're not efficient, but they are efficient as well, so that's another thing altogether. Even if they weren't efficient, like if there's 5 techs for 1B, I think it's still fine because Fargo is going to be 4 supplies on palace tech stocks. So I think he's in a really comfortable position. Both players going for the refinery as well. Command center being dropped for Boycah. He is level 3. Buggies are out. Market is being queued up. There's the buggy. Is he on Anthrax Gamma yet? Not yet. There's Boycah with level 3 and a CC. Techs are just headbutting the Vs. I mean, at this point, all you really need to do is just weaken the V army and slow it down as much as you can until you get AP quads as well as buggies. The upgrade. Strat center being dropped down. Yeah, I mean, the path to Fargo's base is open, but at the same time, I think Fargo's been on 4 supplies for such a long time that I don't know if Boycah can really recover. Maybe if a far throw happens, like a 3rd time, that could be a possibility, but if there's no throws, I think Fargo should have this game sealed. The strat will give Boycah the extra boost he needs to actually break talks. Nice TNT there from Fargo. Does he have Anthrax Gamma? Nope. So these terrorists are still pretty good. He needs to be careful about the spacing because he could lose terrorists. Yeah. He could accidentally mess up the TNT if he's not careful. He has the buggy ammo now. So now this game becomes really hard for Boycah. But having said that, Boycah is now playing on Search and Destroy.
Search and destroy.
It hasn't kicked in just yet. It takes a few seconds after the announcer says it. Now the Search and Destroy is active, I'm pretty sure. Yep. And Boycah is just charging straight in because he knows he needs to hit Fargo right in the heart. Otherwise, he just loses this long term. 2 buggies are popping out. Tox ambush, but it is Anthrax Beta, not Anthrax Gamma. 2 Vs, 2 ambos are left. this is an empty palace, but there is a battle bus. But it doesn't really do much. It serves as a meat shield. Yeah, it was only one RPG in the bus. There is a Jarman out as well. And it should Jarman snipe that V if he tries to engage. Yeah, Boycah's in a tough predicament at this point. Because he really can't outcamp Fargo. He's actually going to try up on his main supply. So he will be on one supply very soon and on very limited eco. Fargo's already mined out. This died, I'm pretty sure, to A10. Fargo trying to push aggressively on the third again. Another bus filled up. Gamma bus, or Gamma upgrade is researched with the Jarman inside the bus, so that's a really deadly combo. If Fargo finds an angle to just charge in the bus from the flank, he could just kill the back pretty comfortably. There's the Colonel Burton. Gets a few shots but doesn't kill anything, but V's do finish off a few buggies. Jarman bus does charge in. There are no V's out, and there's only infantry and an ambulance. Yeah, this is checkmate for Boycah. This is checkmate. Boycah can't do anything now in this position. Very nicely played, Tox. GG for Boycah. And you do have to worry for Fargo though in the reverse, because Tox is kind of expected to win on this map a lot. Nasser says Arabi. No. Let's see. So this could be the set ender potentially, because Boycah is good with GLAs, and I think Tox does have a major advantage versus any US in general here. Just a moment. Okay. Let's see. So we have Fargo now as the US versus Boycah as the Tox. Fargo's going for an aggressive supply again to try and drop. He's gonna drop with the second Nuke. Boycah's actually played it a little more traditional. Gone for... Is that a real arms dealer? I think that's a real arms dealer as well. Nope, that was a fake, because it deselected when it was upgrading from the fake. So that was a fake arms dealer, but he is just getting a quick arms dealer. I like that. I think doing that is pretty good. Oh, this tunnel might get denied though. Ooh, nice. Nice stuff from Boycah. We'll get the tunnel up. That's pretty important, because if this tunnel gets denied, Fargo actually could have been really annoying camping this area. Looks like a V drop from Fargo. I think it's just tech RPG so far. That's a really full tech RPG. Yeah, that Nuke already takes quite a bit of damage. Will he... Ooh. I don't think this is like a bad idea, to be fair, from Boycah. He's trying to kill the Nuke as well. Oh, that Nuke is red health. He can chase that with the tech RPG. Yeah. Boycah should chase that because it's really slow. Yeah. I like this. This is a good play from Boycah. and there was a early firebase anyway, so I don't think going aggro was too good. Fargo is now playing on the no eco squad, I think, though. Yep, he's got 2 full Vs and an ambo. But this Chinook, I think Boycah is a little hyper zoned in on this Chinook. I'm not sure why he's so determined to kill it, even though he's losing text to the Vs. Yeah, this was not worth it. This, okay, it was good that Boycah was chasing this, but he really overcommitted. Oh, he's trying to dozer hunt. Oh, is that a hunt? No, he didn't have a 4th terrorist. I thought he did. Okay. Kills the war factory though, which is still a very valuable target. V is very low over here. And he does have 1 critically damaged Chinook, so he will collect slow on one of his Chinooks. Yeah, I think Boycah needs to focus on just getting his tech numbers up and TNTing when he can at this point. I don't really think he needs to actually do much, because Tox kind of just has better units as the game progresses, thanks to the Tox RPG, thanks to the Tox tunnels. Once you have Palace tech, it's kind of insane. You have the better terrorists because you only need 3 instead of 4 for a war factory. Yeah, Boycah just needs to consolidate his tech numbers. It's 2 full Vs and is that 2 full Vs, 2 MTVs, and an ambo. Fargo needs to be careful not to get caught on this cliff, because that is a very easy way for text to engage. Yep, and as I say that, he's getting caught on the cliff, and if that ambo dies, that is really bad, because this army has no way of healing itself otherwise. But Fargo's just gonna go for it. He knows he can't really wait too long, so he needs to try and force an engagement to happen. The issue for Fargo is no matter where he pokes, Boycah will find a way to corner him, and that is exactly what is happening. Boycah kills the ambo, kills one of the NTVs, and these Vs won't heal up is the thing, so even though yeah, loses a full V, grenade tech comes in, kills 2 MDs. Boycah's going for his oil. Fargo has the oil grab as well. Hasn't started it though. Unloads. Kills a V. And yeah, this V is essentially trapped. There is no MDs to take the garrison. What is Fargo's follow-up is the question. He is taking the oils now and the refinery. That is a free V pickoff. Might get a free scrap as well. Tow missile out for Fargo too. Potential for some nice tunnel opportunities, because tow missile does prevent you from really popping safely with RPGs against tunnels, because the tow missile has splash. Like if Boycah had 8 RPGs, he can't casually pop it out against the Vs engaging the tunnel anymore. There is a combat cycle, he's just using that because the barracks is queuing up terrorists. I think he has a terror tech lined up for this war factory, but he's... Oh no, he's going for the Boycah tech. Boycah special. I'm not sure if he really needs to do that though, because I think just getting good concaves is all he really needs, and he has enough tunnels to set up a good concave. I think if he just sent that TT to the war factory, it's probably better. I think Boycah is being a bit too flashy. Fargo's trying to push on this front. The palace is actually exposed here. Boycah has placed his palace really aggressively, so Boycah needs to be careful not to go in a single file like this because he could end up losing the techs, but I don't think it matters because the techs have already pounced on the Vs. And that's a 1V, 2V, 3Vs, 4Vs. And there's 5 Vs in the base with S&D ready. No buggies have been queued up yet, so Fargo has a very small window of opportunity to try and make something happen. Yeah, he's actually floating 6k, which is kind of insane. I would have liked to have seen a second war factory or second barracks sooner, because he is on a ton of cash. Oh, that TNT. If that TNT hits the strat, that could be game. That could be the set. Yeah, and I think he will get the strat. Where's this? Oh, what is he doing? Wait, what is he doing? Boycah, what are you doing? He unloaded 2 on the strat, and he unloaded 2 for the dozer hunt and failed the dozer hunt. So he not only failed the strat kill, but he didn't even get the dozer. He could have killed the strat anyways. Why did he do that? Oh my word, I think Boycah just put this game into real dangerous situation now. Yeah, this game is now going to be dangerously close. This went from what looked like a very convincing win at this point, if the strat died, to, yeah, Boycah needs to watch out, otherwise he could lose from one misstep. Oh man. Yeah, Boycah lost his opportunity to TNT the strat, because now Fargo's playing super aware of this TNT. Jarman is out as well. Microwave is coming up. I think that's for the garrisons and any sort of tunnels here. Fargo's not really microwaving here. A10 gets intercepted by this bunker. Doesn't kill it. He actually... Oh, that's really crappy. I think the CC is placed at an angle where he can't actually kill the oil even with the AA-10. Because it's going to hit the refinery first. Yeah, that is a really unlucky angle for Fargo. And he's got the buggy ammo now. Yeah, Boycah is now in a commanding position, but Boycah for like a solid minute put this game into a very risky position. Like, incredibly unnecessary risk. I think you honestly just go settle for the strat. I mean, you have 4 terrorists. You have no reason not to unload 3 here and unload 1 for the hunt attempt. Burton is gonna try to do his thing. Oh, he tried to attack move, but I think Boycah was on guard mode. Yeah, I was just better to knife the Burton. That was way safer, but I think Fargo is just complacent at this point to try and make something happen. He's losing V's left, right, and center. Microwave barely survives. And yeah, I think Boycah has managed to win the set. Fargo floating 10k. You do not want to be floating 10k in a position like this. You just need to be dropping down a second war factory, a second barracks, and just spam like no tomorrow. But I do think it's looking like it's coming to a close for Fargo at least.
Little Black Cat donated $5. Thank you for the great stream. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Little Black Cat. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. As always, the donations are very, very helpful. Just to keep the streams going, as well as just keeps me going as well. When it comes to getting some kind of monetary benefit as well from 0 Hour. Tomahawk there for Fargo. But yeah, I really do think this game ultimately comes down to 2 things. I think Fargo needed to drop more production sooner. And I think Fargo was a bit too complacent, I think, with the first base raid with his V army. I think maybe slow pushing it from the 3rd or even from here rather than going straight to the arms series could have been a better call. But that is a split-second decision call you have to make, and it's not easy in that situation. Firebase gets taken out. Pathfinders are out for Fargo. He's level 4, as is Boycah. Fargo's actually queued up a particle. I don't know. I mean, it's his only shot, I feel, if it goes a little longer, which I do think it will. At the same time, though, do you really want to be playing a longer game and just not build more units? Maybe even an airfield for support against the buggies with Raps and Banshees? Yeah, Fargo's in a real ditch right now in terms of what he has to do to win this game. Because he does have to win this game, otherwise he does lose the set. Microwave is coming in, probably to disable the tunnel. And a couple more Vs. Yep, and these are pretty full Vs as well. A10 goes in. What is he hitting? A market? Yep, looks like a market. Ah, doesn't even fire the rockets from the second A10. Just leaves the market to the hole. Yeah, I think Fargo's advantage is dwindling at this point. Bus doesn't really do much. Microwave tries to disable it even for a split second. Yeah, I think Boycah's done it. Fair play to Boycah. I think he played really well in the set, in the games that Fargo threw. I think he really played to his outs. The air demo game was honestly phenomenal. I was very surprised that Boycah actually managed to close that out, because that is such a hard matchup to win when you have combat Chinooks, Comanches, full Vs, and Raps to face against, and your demo, you're not even like, you have expensive RPG or expensive quads, and you don't even have like Tox RPGs or anything like that, so you don't really have any advantage versus Air Force. But Boycah really did shine, I think, in that game. More Gamma buses being prepped up by Boycah. I think a Gamma bus push on like the left-hand side is just a game over for Fargo if he's out of position. He's trying to do something on the right though when there's a Tomahawk. Not sure why though. Tomahawk gets out of position, gets sniped by the buggies. There is another one. Oils are still alive for both players, and Boycah is just dropping down markets because he doesn't really need to play aggro. He kind of can just sit back and relax with money, even against the particle. Firebase will get gunned down. There's the Tox ambush with the Gamma upgrade. 3 Vs get taken out. And I think, as Fargo would say, Boycah in a second might say Yacht. Which, yeah, floated all game 10k. That is true. He did float a lot of this game 10k. Boycah's just spamming GG.
You have been defeated.
See if Boycah wants an interview. I'll interview Boycah. Let's see. Miguel Ringon is in chat. Hello. Thank you, Madara, for the congrats. Thank you, Alex, for the congrats. Hello, Boycah.
Hello.
Hello. Well played, by the way, in that air demo game. That was very clutch.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I should have done better with the air. I won
Yeah.
thinking, like when I started, I'm like, should I do just the Humvees or should I do the Airfield War Factory?
Mm.
And honestly, the Airfield War Factory would have worked way better, just because the TTs.
Yeah. I was expecting you to do Airfield War Factory as well because
I was thinking it, but I was like, let's just try
yeah,
V's, fast V's.
you always do that versus me, so I was expecting it here to be
Yeah,
honest. I think
that was dumb.
yeah, I think the two games this set that really stood out was the GLA US on that Yoda Nation map as well as the Vendetta one.
Oh
The
yeah,
the Yoda Nation one, I think Fargo really messed that up though.
I
Did
I
you?
know. I was like, I thought it was over, because the buggies, it's
Mm,
really hard to fight.
the
But
Scuds were the big thing though. Did you see what he
yeah,
did?
yeah, he's cut in right next to the Scud Storm, so it kind of helped me kill it. Is that what you're talking about?
So what he did was he had two Scuds that were about to fire. The first Scud, what I thought he was gonna do was I thought he was gonna use Scud 1 on the Strat and oil, and
Oh, yeah, I thought that too.
Scud 2 on the army because you were in front of
Yeah.
the second Scud that was gonna fire, so it would have been instant. But he
Mhm.
used the first Scud to hit the army, which would have been way slower because the rockets have to fly, and
Yeah.
he just sold the second Scud without firing it. He didn't even fire the second Scud. He could have
Oh
fired
my.
it. Like he could have even
That's
fired it on the army or the Strat.
yeah.
It was
Yeah, I
insane.
was surprised, honestly. I was like, how am I coming back?
Honestly, when I looked at that, I was like, this is like the biggest far throw I think I've ever seen in like months. Like
Yeah.
that was insane.
In a way though, I was like I was hoping that like if I just keep attacking that he'll just kind of get uh overwhelmed in a way where he's just like I'm losing units, I got to go back, and he like fails to control everything because he's kind of a little bit rusty still.
Mm.
So if you put enough pressure on him, I think he just screws up.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people make this annoying comment about how like you stay in games that are over, but I think people don't realize that
Yeah.
sometimes people screw up, and I think
Sometimes. Yeah.
this is an example where staying in the game where
Yep.
honestly for like 15 minutes it looked so dire for you.
Yeah, it looked like I should have quit.
Yeah, but like you managed to
But
pull it back.
but I think Fargo let the gas off of it, and then I could come back. I did some, a little bit of damage here and there. Kinda I can't believe I even got the oils back from him on the hill. I was like, "What? He let me have this."
Yeah.
And then after that, I felt like maybe I can get back in it.
Yeah, it was quite
But
an insane comeback.
that game is the one I would say is really changed the momentum.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's like, "Oh, crap, I lost that one."
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
And the
well,
air
I don't
demo
know how
one.
I lost. Yeah, I don't know how I lost the air demo. I mean, that was stupid too, but
Yeah.
he still did pretty good. Not gonna lie, he still did good.
Yeah. But I think if you didn't get that hunt, that was very over, honestly. Like the hunt completely changed it from what looked like a 95-5 to like a 50-50.
Oh yeah, true.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I would have lost if he had a command center. There's no doubt.
Mm-hmm. So are we
But
gonna expect this level of performance in the World Series?
uh, honestly, I think I will do better than like the last 2 years, like 2021. I lost to Resno.
Oh yeah, you and
And
Dummy got kicked like round 1 and 2. That was
yeah, and
really
then
unfortunate.
22, I lost to Staz, which I can't really say is a bad loss because if you remember how close he went with ExCaL. He
Yeah,
almost beat ExCaL. So
Staz was basically
he was
going
doing
full
good.
boot camp mode, I remember, that World
Yeah.
Series. Like, TumStep in 2023 is essentially the successor to what
Staz.
Staz was in World Series 2022. That's how I see
Yeah,
it.
yeah, I think this World Series is gonna be super, super competitive,
Mm-hmm.
especially because the prize pool. But
Oh, yeah. I,
I think a lot of people are wanting to win one. So
I
like
think
you, TumStep, ViViD. Honestly, he needs a World Series, under his belt.
there's a lot of people who could work for like a first
So
win. Yeah.
yeah, so I'm hoping it's really competitive.
For
And
size, it could potentially be his second World Series win since the very first one.
yeah, and honestly, he's good enough to get to finals.
Mm-hmm.
He can really surprise you. You're like, oh, size. He keeps making mistakes, like running over demo traps and stuff. But he actually has improved. He tries not to make those same mistakes.
Yeah,
So
I think
he could
size
be
gets
a contender.
underestimated a lot. I think TumStep underestimated him the first set they
Yeah,
played.
maybe sometimes it seems like TumStep kind of gets comfortable
Mm-hmm.
and he starts like using weird troll units and stuff. And yeah, I think he underestimates size, and now size is whipping him. So
And we saw earlier today, Fargo kind of got TumStep
I
really hard. I think
yeah,
a big part of that was kind of Fargo, I think, mentally
tilt.
dominated him as well. So he was very tilted, I could tell.
Well, one thing that it might be is Fargo actually played him uh a lot of games like for practice and stuff.
Mm.
So that was when TumStep wasn't as good. So if you play someone when you're not as good and you lose a lot to them, if you get to a better level and you go back and play them, sometimes you can still have like the same mentality that you had when you were losing versus that player.
Yeah,
So that can play into it. So he might not feel as confident versus Fargo, potentially.
that is.
Besides his banter, you
Yeah,
know?
I get what you mean. He might have a mental
Yeah,
block versus Fargo.
yeah. Because that was unusual. Really think. I don't really think Fargo is that much better than TumStep.
Mm. I do also think, though, it does come down to the matchups because I think the matchups really suited Fargo well. There
That
was
that too,
the laser tank in one game, the US mirror in
dude.
another, and a
Yeah,
GLA mirror. I mean, I think
yeah. It's
every single one of these matchups are like really good for
yeah,
Fargo.
yeah. I think so too. I think the tank laser is like one of Fargo's best. I
Yeah,
mean, every time I was in a set versus him in a tournament or a sponsor set, he always wins like both ways on tank laser.
yeah. Though he did
It's
do a
hard.
really weird build with that laser pat all in. I don't know
Yeah,
why
I
he
don't
did
know what
that
that was about.
because I feel like that build just gets instantly hard countered by an outpost, which
Yeah,
you normally build versus
two.
no eco.
Yeah, two freaking supplies. Like that's kind of crazy
Mm-hmm.
to do that.
Oh
I
yeah.
tried it once, didn't work out.
Yeah, you tried it and you were low power. This version
Yeah, I was
had
like,
power.
oh, I think I would have done good if I didn't go low power that game.
Uh, that's
But
funny.
yeah, it was some good games, and Fargo is no joke though.
Yeah, he's no
I know
slouch.
people like to make fun of him, but he is good on a good day. He's a really good player
Yeah, on his
when
day,
he's not
Fargo is scary.
going mental.
That too.
Yeah. He can get tilted. I mean, he tilts himself, I think.
He tilts himself, but I think the question
Yeah.
is, can he tilt the other person before he tilts himself?
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
Like, I mean, I don't know if you get tilted by him, but he did beat you in that
the bingo
tournament
set,
at
I
Bingo.
remember. Yeah,
Yeah. I was surprised. I was like, wow.
yeah.
Fargo.
I was surprised by that too, to be fair.
Yeah.
I
I know
blame
there's some
nickname for the
banter.
cards though as well.
Oh yeah, I do think that was a little strange. I
He
kind
had
of
like
wish they would.
4 GLAs and Air Force in a row. I had like 2 GLAs, Nuke, Tank, and China
Yeah.
Vanilla.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that bingo. I think it should be equal cards in my opinion.
Hmm.
Like why does it have to be different? It kind of changes the odds a little bit.
Yeah, I think nickname in the second bingo tournament did take that into account though. So
Okay.
he's made it to where, for example, if one player has 2 GLAs in a row and an
Mhm.
Air Force, the other player is very likely to have 2 GLAs in a row and an Air Force.
Okay.
So it's not like
Yeah,
one player has China Nuke Tank and the other has like Tox Stealth and Air Force.
yeah. Yeah, I know. It just has to be at least with the similar armies. It doesn't have to be like the same rows, but
Mm,
at least make it similar.
yeah.
I'm
Uh,
surprised I didn't dose hunt Fargo that last game.
yeah. I think
You know,
I think a big part of that was the TNT on the War Factory when he was pushing, because if he had more
Oh yeah.
follow-up on that, I think it was game over, but he couldn't really
No,
fortify.
I knew that. I was like, oh crap, I just lost all my RPGs.
I do have to
I
ask
really
something about that
needed to
last game
slow.
as well, though. Why did you
What?
unload 2 terrorists on a strat and 2 on the dozer?
Oh, the funny thing is, I clicked twice, or well, I clicked 3 times. I thought, I was trying to unload 3 on the strat,
Hmm.
but for some reason I didn't. And then I was like, oh great, I have 2, and I didn't even get the dozer.
Oh, you might have double-clicked,
Oh.
because when the
Yeah, I think I did. I clicked twice, like when I was going for the, click on the terrorist out of it,
that
which
is
is
unlucky, to
unfortunate.
be fair. Yeah, okay. I
Yeah, I
was
was like, no.
I was ranting about that a little bit on stream, because I was
It wasn't on purpose. I had 4
yeah.
terrorists, so
I didn't think it was on purpose, but that turned what looked like a very like solid closeout to
yep.
very risky. But I think you managed to close out the game ultimately, so fair play to
Yeah,
you.
I was. Thanks. I kind of was wasting a lot. Like when I was near third supply, I was just like, I was kind of like not looking away, building markets, because it feels over once you have buggies and quads.
Hmm.
So I'm like, I was just trying to wait him out, like just quit.
Yeah,
He didn't though for a while.
yeah.
He's like, I can come back, but
And you've ultimately gotten a $20 win out of this bet as well,
yeah,
right?
lucky me. Hey,
Hey,
I
finally
need
won
some
bets.
I mean, I need some bets. I
Uh-huh.
lost a lot. I admit it.
Hmm. Just make sure he doesn't go 800 in the red, otherwise he may quit
Oh,
again.
that yeah. I'm surprised that even happens. I guess him
Yeah.
and Size just keep getting like higher and higher. I think he started doing like $150 bets. That's
Hmm.
why.
Yeah,
Ridiculous. Don't bet, boys. Don't bet.
exactly.
It's not worth it.
You heard it from Boycah, the best American zero-hour player.
Yeah,
Uh,
unfortunately. I kind of wish there was more. But
well, I did mention this on stream earlier. I was supposed to go to America this summer, but I had some stuff come up, so I couldn't. But
yeah, I
in
thought you were.
not next summer, but the summer after, which is like
Okay.
2025, I actually am
Yeah,
guaranteed to be in the US at that point. So
nice.
when the US meetup happens
Yeah,
with Pro
yeah.
Killer,
Oh my.
I will be temporarily the best zero-hour player in America.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
temporarily.
Yep.
That's good though. I need some competition in this country, man.
Yeah. The next best
It's like
competition
low.
is Nike.
Pepsi.
Oh
Pepsi's
yeah.
not bad.
Oh yeah, true.
He
Pepsi.
won the best of one
Yeah.
somehow.
He's
He's better than Radar.
he's up there with TumStep, ExCaL, ViViD, and myself
Yep.
for auto qualification.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I'm a little bit pissed about that, but
Yeah. I imagine.
I'm a World Series winner. Come on. Should get auto entry. Jeez.
Yeah.
But whatever.
Hmm.
Anyways, good games. I don't know how you did the stream that long.
Yeah. I prepped up to have a longer stream today, so
Yeah.
I
You
had the
you
energy the
must be
whole way
tired.
through. Yeah, I'm starting to wane a little bit.
You should look in the mirror, man. Look at your eyeballs.
Yeah, there's probably some black eye bags under, I imagine, at that point.
I get like bloodshot, man. Frick, dry eyes.
Oh yeah, bloodshot. I do get that
That's
too as well.
yeah. You gotta take eye drops if you really want to go long.
I had to take a few eye drops earlier this morning, so
Yeah.
managed to
Good,
set
good.
myself up. Uh,
Oh man, good games.
Good games. All right, I'm
All right.
assuming you have to go, so I shall leave you at that. Thanks for
Yep.
joining in, and thanks for letting me stream the set.
Yeah, man. Awesome.
All right,
I'll
have a
see
good
you
one.
next time. See ya.
Ciao. All right, and with that, I think that's a nice way to conclude the set with a pretty good interview. So I think I will close off the stream for now. It's been going on for 7.5 hours about. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed it. And I shall be signing off. Take care.